The Workings of a Human Specimen. By Lucience. Chapter 26. A Spectacle to Observe. Gloom. Spite and gloom. Silence under the tension. Bitterness and ire pulsating through the air in an almost tangible sensation. The atmosphere was heavy with a negative energy that flourished from one single individual, the one whom all would least suspect. Osomatsu and Choromatsu sat on their knees in their near-naked attire, wrists bound behind their backs with a plate of food sitting on the ground before them. Both were quiet, occasionally eyeing one another uncomfortably as they waited to be hand-fed. Although they both had their own grievances they had intended to voice, from the terrible sleep they had the night prior, to the fleas still biting and scampering about, neither dared speak a word. In the feeding room were two aliens, the behaviorist and the doctor. The head of behavioral studies, more commonly referred to simply as their higher-up, was not present at the time, having just left the room a few minutes prior. The higher-up would perhaps be back soon, they figured, but for now, it was just the four. Ichimatsu tried his best to hand-feed Choromatsu under the tense air, but even he was hesitant and put off by the energy of the room. He glanced to the humans, then to his companion meekly without a word. Choromatsu, his expression was purely irate. He was clearly miffed, far from housing his usual angular smile. His teeth clenched in a vicious snarl, he reached down and picked up a morsel of food from Osomatsu's plate. He went through the motions silently, putting the food up to the man's lips to feed him. Osomatsu hesitated, then quietly accepted the food and chewed without a word. Choromatsu reached down and picked up another piece, this time pausing as his anger continued to rise. Suddenly, in a loud, furious growl, Choromatsu jumped to his feet and threw the food item to the ground, smashing it against the hard floor in anger. Osomatsu and Choromatsu flinched in surprise, completely taken off guard by the alien's rotten attitude. "What the hell?" Osomatsu cried out. Are you okay, Choromatsu?" Choromatsu questioned, almost too afraid to ask. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so pissed off?" The alien's back rose and sank with his panting breath as he took a moment to dwell on his seething rage just a little bit longer. Then, with a deep, pacifying exhale, he sat back down. He shut his eyes to bring himself back to a calm state and allowed a few seconds to go by. Finally, Choromatsu opened his eyes and turned to the two humans with a completely blank expression. "Regarding your future home designated in the permanent living facility designed for long-term specimen imprisonment, what sort of habitat could we create that would best cater to our desired preference?" When Choromatsu asked this, neither human said a word. They both stared at him for a long time, comprehending what he had just said until Osomatsu lowered his eyelids. "Excuse me?" he said. Choromatsu's blank stare became tainted with the slightest display of anger as he spoke loud and clear, curt and hostile. "What habitat would be best for you?" he repeated. Yeah, I heard you the first time," Osomatsu huffed, immediately peeved. "Are you saying Choromatsu and I are being moved to permanent housing?" What does that entail?" the second eldest inquired worriedly. "The permanent housing facility, it's not a ship floating in space like this one," the man explained. "It's a whole goddamn planet. If you and I are being moved there, then..." "What?" Choromatsu couldn't believe it, they were being transferred onto a planet. They were finally leaving outer space to settle on land, and it wasn't going to be on Earth. "Choromatsu, is this true?" Choromatsu responded in a terribly aggravated tone. "I have been specifically assigned the task of asking you two about your nesting preferences," he informed begrudgingly. "The order comes from my superior. Do you want a jungle terrain? Artificial foliage? Maybe a pool? If you have no nesting preferences, we'll be forced to use our best judgment." "What the hell?" Osomatsu snarled. "Are you being serious right now?" "Yes, and I need to know what type of habitat you humans need," he replied tersely. "So, spit it out already." Osomatsu stared in disbelief for a long time. Then, he gave a manic huff with a dramatic eye roll. "Of course," he began, his voice loud and exasperated. "Oh, of course. Why? Why am I even surprised by this? Why does this revelation still fucking piss me off? We're being put into permanent housing? Of course this would happen. Of course something like this was coming. I know," Choromatsu huffed. "I'm as angry about this as you are." "No, don't you dare. You are not as angry about this as we are." Osomatsu snapped back. Do you know how much harder it's going to be escaping off of a whole-ass planet versus a ship floating out in the open? Do you realize how much more complicated things are going to get? God. I know this news isn't welcome, and I sure as hell am not pleased by it, the behaviorist told him. I know this is going to make things harder. I know it's going to be more cumbersome to escape now. I know all this. Why do you think I'm upset? You have to do something, Choromatsu. What do you think I can do? Choromatsu asked impatiently. My hands are tied. I'm supposed to be doing my job here. Oh, yeah, sure, okay, the other shouted. In that case, tell your fucking higher-ups to give us a desert terrain, maybe we'll die off faster. Enough. Both of you knock it off, Ichimatsu intervened, irritated by their useless bickering. We already knew this was coming, so quit getting each other riled up. Choromatsu looked between the three before letting out a sigh. Yeah, he's right, he agreed. We've already established that their higher-ups want to keep us here for life, so this isn't a surprise. It was only a matter of time before this happened. It was to be expected. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced at each other quietly. Then, the former formed a bitter look, leaning back and speaking to the other just a little more calmly. Choromatsu, how secure is this facility? He asked, rubbing his head on his shoulder to scratch an itch behind his ear, an itch likely caused by the fleas still hopping about his body. Choromatsu replied in a similar manner, calmer, but still slightly tense. I've never been there myself, so I can't really say, he mumbled. But, considering it's a permanent installment built on its own private planet, I'd have to assume it's pretty secure. More secure than the temporary housing you're accustomed to, anyway. And the likelihood we'll find a way to escape? Can't say, Choromatsu replied, twisting his lips in uncertainty. Wonderful, the man huffed. Choromatsu looked to the behaviorist and asked, when are they planning on transferring us over? The day after tomorrow, Choromatsu informed, frowning. Tomorrow's schedule for you two will be completely empty as myself and a few others make preparations for your relocation. The process itself will be a little time-consuming, perhaps boring for you too, but it'll go by quickly enough. So then, that's it, Osomatsu said as he pursed his lips. We only have today and tomorrow to escape. Good luck with that, Ichimatsu whispered under his breath. Yeah, with your limited freedoms, it's going to be near impossible for either of you to escape at this time, Choromatsu reasoned. It's just not going to happen. Your situation is far too controlled. So we just need to keep being patient, Choromatsu stated, trying to ease the growing tension in his chest. Seeing the subtle anxiety in Choromatsu's eyes, Choromatsu tried to give a hopeful smile. An opportunity will come soon, I'm sure, the Green Matsu assured. Besides, with a whole new environment comes many new doors yet to be opened. Maybe there's a flaw in their security that's different from what we're currently dealing with. Maybe moving you to this new living facility will prove to be a good thing. That's a bold suggestion considering the rotten attitude you came in with today, Osomatsu muttered. No, patience is key, Choromatsu argued, attempting to put on an optimistic face for Choromatsu's sake. We just need to keep our spirits high while we wait for the perfect time to act. It'll happen, we can't give up. You sound like such a dreamer, sighed the other in slight annoyance. Just give us an ocean terrain, maybe we'll drown or something. Stop that already. So, Osomatsu and I really get to pick out what kind of a bedroom we'll have? Choromatsu inquired, using a foot to scratch his shin as he was bitten again by a flea. That's correct, nodded the third eldest. It won't be anything like the bedroom you have now. Ideally, it'll be like a small, simulated patch of earth. We could do trees, a pond, maybe some grass, anything you humans are accustomed to in the wild. So basically, it'll be like we're in an exhibit at the zoo, Osomatsu grumbled pessimistically. By any chance? Choromatsu looked Choromatsu in the eyes hopefully. Do you think you could recreate something like a house or a living room? Something familiar to us? Ah. Choromatsu eyed him back curiously. You mean like the home we stayed in back on Earth? Yes, exactly. The alien smiled sadly. Sorry, but they would never let that slide, he admitted. I think our superiors would see it as far too proper or people-like for a couple specimens like you. No, they want to recreate your natural habitat. So, an exhibit at the zoo, Osomatsu repeated grumpily. I don't quite understand this reference, but I assume you're correct, Choromatsu replied. It'll basically be a cage made to look like a snapshot of nature. Something you'll thrive in full time while occasionally being visited by scientists like myself or Ichimatsu. You'll even get to stay in your nest during feeding time. You'll eat there, sleep there, play there, and have most if not all of your needs met within this cage. We're literally being put into a human exhibit, the eldest spouted in an aggravated tone. Choromatsu, is there going to be any privacy? Do we have a door, or is it just a glass window? Probably a glass window, he answered. Of course, the other huffed. And let me guess, right outside are hallways where your people can walk around, looking in at all the specimens through the windows like we're acts at a circus, right? Pretty much. How the hell is it going to be any easier for us to escape if we don't have privacy? Look, we'll see what the exact situation is in a couple days, Choromatsu calmly reasoned. Like Choromatsu said, it's just a game of patience right now. It's too early to assume anything, so try and go into this optimistically, alright? Besides, Ichimatsu eyed the humans with his usual, dark expression. At least you'll get a more comfortable sleeping arrangement. Depending on what environment is picked out for you, you could be sleeping in trees or caves just like you would on Earth. Humans don't sleep in caves or trees, Osomatsu barked back. We sleep in beds. On mattresses, like the one we used to have in our bedroom. And, speaking of that. The man slumped angrily before the aliens, showing off the dark bags under his eyes and his hair beginning to mat. Fleas continued hopping spontaneously around his body, giving him a truly primal and exhausted appearance. Sleeping last night was absolute hell, he commented. Do you know how cold it was on the floor without any pillows or blankets? I probably got an hour of sleep, tops. I spent all night half awake, shivering and trying to get comfortable on the hard ground. You can't expect us sleep like that. At least give us a blanket tonight, please. I can talk to my higher-up about that today, Choromatsu told him. I'll let him know you humans were too cold to sleep, and he should be understanding. If blankets are out of the question, we'll at least make it warmer in your room. Does that sound okay? Yeah, sure, the stubborn human grumbled. Thanks. All right. It was at this time in their conversation that the door to the feeding room opened. At the doorway stood the tall higher-up, entering and greeting its subordinates formally. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu simultaneously greeted it back with a nod as it sat in a chair nearby. With the higher-up having returned and now present before the humans, the topic of the conversation shifted to a more positive one to avoid getting caught with any visibly negative reactions. After all, they still needed to make it appear like the humans were acting submissive and obedient. Choromatsu decided to proceed with his next topic of interest and turned to the others with a small smile. Anyway, I have some news about today's proceedings, some news that one of you in particular might find intriguing, he announced as he and Ichimatsu began to hand-feed the humans once more. So, for right now, let's just forget about the conflicts of the present moment. Forget about the circumstances of our current situation, and just push everything to the side for a second while you hear me out. Oh! Choromatsu cocked his head. What's this about? Choromatsu clapped his palms together excitedly and said, Today is going to be very exciting. Exciting for us, or for you? Osomatsu questioned. Both. See, my higher-up has been waiting on approval from the Council of Education and Study, and just this morning, we got confirmation of a very special experience one of you will be participating in. Choromatsu turned to face Choromatsu, giving him an eager grin as he continued. Choromatsu, he began slowly, almost as if following the lead of an inaudible drumroll in his head. You and I are going to be guest speakers for a class of future generational biologists in the School of Animal Studies back on planet Atra. What? Choromatsu widened his eyes, surprised by this revelation. Guest speakers. Well, Choromatsu chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck with a guilty look. More like, I'll be the guest speaker, and you, more so a spectacle to be studied. Wait a second, hold on, Osomatsu frowned. Atra's your home planet, isn't it? Yes, it is, the alien gushed. You two are going there for some big presentation? Just a little lesson in biology, he said. We'll be presenting for a group of young Horovagan students. Anne. Osomatsu's eyelids lowered. It's just going to be you and Choromatsu. What about me? Why aren't I going? We only need one specimen to come, the behaviorist explained. And obviously Choromatsu was going to be the ideal option. After all, he hasn't bitten anyone or acted out since he's been here. You, on the other hand. Well, my higher-up was hesitant about bringing you along. Ha, for real? The man pouted, turning his head away. Choromatsu cocked his head as he eyed Choromatsu. So there's actually a whole class of students studying human biology? He asked, eyebrows raised. Not human biology specifically, replied Choromatsu. I believe they're just studying aliens of mammalian nature right now. Just like Ichimatsu and I got to do when we were still in school, these students get to learn about animals by studying live specimens throughout the teaching period. It just so happens that this time around, humans have been recognized as fascinating enough to our superiors to be chosen as one of the many example specimens presented to the class. Isn't that exciting? I don't know, this is. Choromatsu pursed his lips in uncertainty. This is a lot to take in. I mean, me, being a vessel of study for a group of alien students. It just sounds so surreal. Is it any more surreal than you being a vessel of study for a group of alien scientists on a spaceship? The behaviorist pointed out. This just feels different, the man claimed. When I was still in school, we got to dissect frogs, and now, as an adult, it's like the roles have been reversed. Suddenly, I'm the frog about to get dissected, by a bunch of kids, too. No, you won't be dissected, assured the other. You might get handled and poked here and there, but it won't be anything too distressing. Really, the most uncomfortable part for you will probably be all the attention you'll get. You'll certainly be a marvel to them, I'm sure. So while you and Choromatsu get to play school, what about me? Osomatsu questioned. What does my day look like? What's going to happen? Choromatsu stared at Osomatsu for a long time. He said nothing at first, clearly hesitating to give the other anything but a vague answer. Then, sending a brief glance Ichimatsu's way, he replied. You will be undergoing a very special procedure, he told him. Hopefully you won't find it too traumatic. Excuse me? Actually, I wish I could be there for it myself. Choromatsu couldn't help but to smile. It would certainly be fascinating to witness. Ichimatsu will have to tell me all about it when Choromatsu and I come back. What the hell are you guys going to do to me? Osomatsu asked feverishly, trying to hide his panic behind aggravation. It'll be fine, Ichimatsu jumped in to reassure the human. It won't hurt, and you might actually find it enjoyable. Wait, is it going to be traumatic or enjoyable? The eldest pressed. I'm guessing traumatic, but the fact that you're both giving different answers is kind of concerning. Traumatic, Choromatsu pledged. Enjoyable, Ichimatsu declared. Which is it? Look, you'll get through it just fine, I'm sure, Choromatsu assured dismissively. If you go in with a positive attitude and an open mind, then maybe you'll have fun. All right. Just don't cause any unnecessary conflict while you're under Ichimatsu's care. I don't know how I feel about this, Osomatsu muttered. You have to behave, remember? Choromatsu pointed out. Just let them do whatever they need to do. Don't mess this up for us. Well, easy for you to say, argued the man. You're just going to some dumb alien elementary school to play with kids all day. Who knows what they're going to do to me? Don't cause trouble, Choromatsu reiterated sternly. If you and Choromatsu really want to be given more freedoms, you have to behave. This is so unfair. Osomatsu exclaimed. Our higher-up is watching, he warned, glancing over at the superior sitting in the chair across the room. Behave. Grr. Osomatsu grinded his teeth angrily, small grumbles and growls reverberating from his throat as he tried his best not to snarl too loudly. He eyed the higher-up, who eyed him back observantly. Being watched only made the man angrier, however, he knew he had to keep his promise and be a good little specimen. With the most begrudging of looks and an intense frustration, Osomatsu lowered his head. He trembled, eyes narrow as he submissively pressed his head forward into Choromatsu's hand like a dog. To hell with this, he muttered, leaning into the other's gentle touch with a nasty expression. Choromatsu beamed at the offer and pet Osomatsu's hair lovingly, being sure to turn and send his higher-up a big, toothy smile as if he were just an innocent behaviorist getting along with his specimen like normal. Good Osomatsu, praised the third eldest. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, Ichimatsu looked down at the two empty trays sitting between each of them as he spoke. If feeding time is over, then we should get going. Wouldn't want you to be late to your thing. All right, Choromatsu grinned, looking to all three of his friends. We didn't start today out with the best news, but I think it should be a good day. Let's just try and be present in the moment and go into things with optimism, okay? Easy for you to say, Osomatsu rolled his eyes. I have a feeling I'm about to go through hell. Stop being so melodramatic, the purple Matsu huffed. Just try and have fun today, okay, Osomatsu? Choromatsu insisted. As for Choromatsu and we'll be back later tonight. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu stood to their feet as bubbles of transportation floated in and collected the empty food trays. Muzzles reappeared over the humans' faces at a single glance, and the two stayed put until they were given direct orders. The two aliens exchanged some formal words with the higher-up, engaging in a brief conversation before the specimens were signaled to stand and follow. With that, the five exited the room and each human was led to their next assigned destination. Intermission. It was nearing time for departure. Osomatsu and Choromatsu were separated upon leaving the feeding room. Ichimatsu took Osomatsu back to his bedroom and gave one last goodbye to Choromatsu and Choromatsu. Choromatsu and Choromatsu returned the gesture before leaving from the doctor's view, traveling through the facility. As they walked, they discussed further what exactly was about to happen. Choromatsu was to be packed up and stored on a ship, where he would soon be joined by Choromatsu and the biologist. The three would be departing together on the small ship, making their way to Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's home planet, Atra. Here, Choromatsu was going to be studied by groups of students that were to be the future generation of workers. It truly was a bizarre situation for the man. The conversation was kept brief as they wandered through the halls of the large-scale facility, soon arriving to their destination. The door was opened, and through it they entered. Choromatsu looked up and around, analyzing the new room had been led into. It looked like a sorting room of sorts, delivering packages and relocating specimens through chutes and tunnels that went up into the ceiling, presumable spreading all throughout the facility. There was one single Horovagan present in the room and busily working to organize each load. It hurried between computers, scanning things and sending things and receiving things and doing all sorts of minor tasks as it went. Although it was relatively quiet, the work was fast-paced and, with the help of future technology, the presence of one worker was all that was needed. Choromatsu raised a hand and called out to the worker in their native tongue. The worker turned around and called back before pointing at an empty box several meters away, its front side open. Choromatsu nodded before leading Choromatsu by the hand towards the box. This box that they approached, it wasn't cardboard or wooden or anything Choromatsu might have otherwise been familiar with. Its walls were made of glowing purple glass, much like the cages he and Osomatsu had found themselves in after the ordeal with the giant, Horovagan-eating whale. It was large enough to house a single human, being a little smaller than 2 meters by 2. In its center was a circular mattress and a soft blanket, placed meticulously to welcome the man with open arms. Even with the bare minimum of decorations, it still seemed just like a dog crate to him. "Step inside of here," Choromatsu commanded. "Is this my cage?" Choromatsu couldn't help but to ask, disheartened. "Yes, this mobile chamber is where you will be kept for the duration of our time traveling and teaching today," confirmed the alien. "I made sure they gave you a blanket so you can stay warm, too." The man grimaced as he looked over the animal bed spread out for him. Stepping inside this cage willingly only further dehumanized him, and the thought made him feel sick to his stomach. Choromatsu noticed his hesitation and tried to smile. "Don't worry, this will be much easier than what Osomatsu's going through today," he chuckled faintly. "What is he going through, anyway?" the other questioned. "Oh, more work involving the animal sexologist," said the alien. "Oh. Blech." Choromatsu stuck out his tongue. "Another human semen sample?" "Not quite," laughed Choromatsu. "Just some behavioral studies on human intercourse. Kind of like what you went through, but a little different." "Poor guy." "Right. Now, if you'll please enter the chamber." Choromatsu gave a little sigh as he was again gestured towards the cage. "All right," he uttered, submitting to the inevitable and starting forward. Choromatsu watched as Choromatsu walked inside, stepping onto the soft mattress with his bare feet before turning and plopping down, sitting before the other with a neutral look on his face. With the specimen now loaded inside of the chamber, there were only 2 more things to do before relocation began. "First, let's get rid of those, what did you call them, space fleas of yours," the alien began. "We don't want to gross out any of the students." "Oh. You're finally getting rid of them?" Choromatsu was instantly overjoyed. "Seriously?" "Only temporarily," the other said. "And don't tell Osomatsu, I'm sure he'll be jealous." Choromatsu reached into his pocket and pulled out a small cube, one capable of housing perhaps a few thousand of the insects. He clicked a button on the side and opened it up, causing a high-pitched ring to emit from the device. Once this noise was played, all fleas hopping about Choromatsu's body suddenly seemed affected by it. They froze momentarily, then began leaving his skin in hordes. Every last flea frantically hopped inside of the cube, drawn to the special ring that was easily played. Within moments, Choromatsu was completely clean of the bugs. "Ha, finally!" he exclaimed excitedly. "Thank God." Choromatsu sighed, relishing in the pure bliss of no longer having to feel gross or deal with the incessant itching. "Now, I need you to bear with me here," Choromatsu told him. "We're about to begin loading supplies, tools, and specimens, i.e. you, into the ship so we can begin transportation to Atra. Relocating specimens is usually a troublesome affair, so it's almost always recommended that they be sedated during the arduous and rather boring process." "Oh, you're saying you have to sedate me?" Choromatsu frowned at this. Being sedated was never a welcome course of action. The drugs they used to force his body to sleep made him feel ill, and he didn't like the feeling of having no physical control over his own consciousness. A nauseous feeling always became present in the pit of his stomach as dizziness took over, and it wasn't pleasant. It never made him feel any less inferior, either. "Do you have to?" he went on to ask. "I do," the other cooed in a neutral tone. "I have to be really careful following orders from here on out, remember?" "I don't like the feeling of being drugged up," the man muttered, discouraged. "I know, but it should make this trip go by much faster," explained the alien. "After all, the trip to Atra isn't brief, and you'll be stuck in this chamber the entire time. You'd soon grow restless and be bored to death. I guess," he went on to mumble. "I kind of wish you'd warned me ahead of time, though. At least let me mentally prepare for it, you know? Don't worry, the process will be quick enough." At this time, with a single flick of the eyes, Choromatsu activated Choromatsu's neckband. The man jumped as he was hit by a tiny tranquilizer in the side of his neck, instinctively tugging at the bindings keeping his wrists in place behind him. "Hey. There, now you should be all set," Choromatsu smiled. He gave one more nod, allowing Choromatsu's wrists to be freed before stepping back. When he did, the last wall of the human's cage spawned to fully box him in, locking him away from the outside world and diminishing any hope for future resistance. With the specimen now properly contained and ready to be transported, it was time for him to be loaded onto the ship. Choromatsu felt as the ground beneath him shifted, watching as the facility floor moved further away from him. His chamber was being lifted into the air, preparing to enter one of the many chutes that would take him to his next destination. Seeing as he was about to be taken away, Choromatsu quickly called out to his friend. "When am I going to see you again?" he asked, looking a bit overwhelmed. "You'll see me not long after you next wake up," Choromatsu called back. "Just relax and try and get some good sleep, okay?" Before Choromatsu had the opportunity to reply, he watched as Choromatsu shifted and changed from his human form to that of an alien. Standing in front of him now was just another Horovagan. He was looking at someone completely different physically, reminding him again of his situation and where he stood as a foreign animal in this facility. He felt small and objectified, no different from luggage being hauled off to a loading dock. As his cage maneuvered its way toward a nearby tunnel, he watched Choromatsu get smaller and smaller in the distance. Quietly, he replied. "Okay," he said, despite there being no one to hear him. After about 5 more seconds, his chamber entered its appropriate chute. A quick scan took place as the sorting worker below entered in coordinates. And with that, the chamber was off. As Choromatsu left the sorting room, he found that he had to quickly cling to the mattress below in order to stay sitting upright. His chamber had suddenly picked up speed, whooshing through the tunnels like lightning and taking him far away with smooth turns and meticulous maneuvering. He went left, right, down, straight, up, over, under, all over for several minutes until finally, he made it to his destination. Choromatsu caught himself as his chamber rapidly slowed to a stop, entering one last corridor before descending through a slot below. It had already been relatively dim inside of the tunnels, but the room he was brought into was significantly darker. He placed his palms on the glass and squinted out as he sank lower and lower into his new location. Finally, his cage settled on the ground against a wall, positioning itself next to a few high-tech-looking boxes stacked about. The man squinted, trying to make out the room he was in. Although it was hard to see, he could tell the room was some sort of storage area. Of course, he was being put amidst cargo and luggage in a room that was surprisingly organized. He watched as a couple more boxes floated into the room and positioned themselves accordingly before the hatch above closed and locked. With that, There was nothing more Choromatsu could do. The low-dose sedative that had been administered a minute or two prior was beginning to take effect, and he found his doggy bed becoming more and more comfortable. He tried to keep awake for a few minutes longer, but nothing else happened in his environment. It was dark, quiet, and cold, and as Choromatsu had warned, it was also quite boring. He waited as long as he could in the small storage room, but Choromatsu's body soon sank into the warm mattress below. He curled up under the blankets as his eyelids became terribly heavy. A familiar knot in his stomach manifested itself alongside the dizziness, but the sensation wasn't more than a little uncomfortable when he wasn't trying to keep conscious. It seemed like only moments passed before the man soon fell into a state of forced slumber. Intermission. The environment of the present moment was quiet and serene without any chaotic distress amongst the passengers. The moderately-sized vessel out in space made its way elegantly through the stars and magnificent clouds of dust, flowing smoothly without disturbance. The time of commute was spent patiently awaiting a grand arrival, and thus, it was comfortably uneventful. Hours passed, and things remained calm in energy. It was nice. Inside the dimly lit storage room, a human slept within a translucent cage propped up against the wall. The creature uttered a groggy moan or two, clutching his blanket whilst curled up like a kitten on his large cushion. The gentlest of snores could be heard reverberating from his nose as he dreamt soundly, completely unaware of the past several hours he had spent in transport. Panning up a story or two, the inside of the control room could be seen from a wide window spreading far along a horizontal point in front. It showcased for two alien individuals a widescreen perspective of the infinite space their ship traveled through, giving them insight on their ship's coordinating and handling. The Horavagans standing with their hands behind their backs were silent for the most part, indulging in the serenity of patience as they went. Cosmos passed, meteorites passed, planets and suns and all sorts of debris passed by as their ship sailed along. Soon, the two scientists grew hungry and acknowledged it was time for their lunch. With the biologist remaining in the control room, the behaviorist excused himself and left, bringing two small lunchboxes along with him. Choromatsu took a teleporter down to the lower level of the ship, making his way towards the storage area that he knew his friend was sleeping in. When he arrived, he opened the door and activated the lights inside. "Rise and shine, Choromatsu," the alien called with a bright smile. "Did you sleep well?" Choromatsu groaned, squeezing his eyes tightly as he was blasted by the sudden light. He shook his head and nuzzled deeper into the blanket, his body naturally resisting such an imprudent awakening. Meanwhile, Choromatsu entered the room and shut the door behind him. He looked around briefly, seeing that there were no chairs in the storage room before approaching the human specimens chamber and plopping down on the floor right in front of it. He set his two lunchboxes aside and gave the sleepy animal another smile. "Choromatsu, wake up," he cooed. "MNG." Choromatsu blinked a few times, allowing his eyes to adjust to the light before he finally sat up. He rubbed his eyes and gave a little yawn as he took in what was happening in the present moment, outside of his dreams. "Choromatsu," he began, stretching his arms as he spoke. "Where are we? Are we on your home planet yet?" "Not quite," replied the alien. "We're currently in commute. Atra is still a ways away." "I see." Choromatsu gave one big, final stretch before slumping in his seat, looking Choromatsu up and down curiously. "What's going on now?" he asked. "Are you here to let me out of this cage?" "Unfortunately, no," said the other. "I have to leave you in there. Sorry." "Oh." Choromatsu cocked his head. "Then why are you here?" "Because it's feeding time." Choromatsu grinned as he picked up one of the two lunchboxes he'd brought in with him. It looked a little different from a conventional lunchbox, perhaps so it could be differentiated from that of a person's lunchbox. Choromatsu clicked a few holographic settings on the chamber Choromatsu resided in before reaching forward, easily pushing the lunchbox through the high-tech barrier. Choromatsu watched in awe before reaching forward and taking the item from Choromatsu's hands. He looked it over curiously before opening it up. He found that inside was a tray with all of his specimen food organized on top, along with a container of water. "Ah, gotcha," Choromatsu nodded, accepting the meal. "Thank you. Also I hope you don't mind, I brought my lunch so I could eat with you." Choromatsu positioned his legs so he was sitting crisscross, placing the second lunchbox in his lap and opening it up. Choromatsu leaned in curiously, examining what kind of food Choromatsu brought. It was a dish that had been kept warm through the lunchbox's technology, and though it looked strange, it smelled oddly savory. He couldn't quite tell where it fell in the food groups, but inferred it was some kind of meat with sauce, a side, and some vegetable-looking morsels. As Choromatsu pulled out a bottle and took a sip of something akin to tea or coffee, Choromatsu joined him and started to eat. "No, I don't mind at all," he finally answered, picking up a food item with his hand and taking a good bite out of it. It felt nice getting to eat on his own again. It had never been a good feeling being hand-fed, and he preferred to eat at his own pace. With his mouth full, the man continued on to say, "I do have to ask though, won't your co-workers on the ship find it kind of weird that you're choosing to have lunch with the test subject?" "Well, perhaps," Choromatsu shrugged. "Wouldn't you feel more comfortable sitting with them at a table instead of on this dirty storage room floor?" The alien sent the human a funny smile. "Choromatsu, the biologist is just my co-worker," he told him casually. "It's not like we're friends or anything like that. You, on the other hand, well, I wouldn't just leave you here to eat alone in the dark. That'd be kind of cruel of me, don't you think?" "I guess I just wasn't sure what to expect," Choromatsu hummed. "It's nice though, I'm glad you chose me over your image." "Of course. Besides, I feel kind of bad," said the behaviorist as he took a bite of his food. "Why should you have to eat by yourself in this crummy little room like luggage?" "Probably because I'm just a dumb animal," the man huffed with a hint of resentment. "Maybe to some, but I don't see humans that way anymore," Choromatsu assured. "Although you creatures are still quite foreign to me, I see you as equally as intelligent. I appreciate the sentiment." The two friends took a moment as they indulged in the experience of eating, filling their stomachs with good and mediocre food and taking occasional sips of their respective drinks. Once Choromatsu got a few more bites in, he spoke again, sparking up a new conversation through a topic he had been curious about for a while. "Speaking of us as creatures, I've been meaning to ask more about your own species," he said. "Ah." Choromatsu instantly beamed. "I'm always excited to answer any question you might have regarding my people." "I was thinking, you said these students we're going to visit are studying mammals right now," Choromatsu recalled, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "That's correct. So that means mammals exist on other planets then, right? At least, there are organisms that can be classified under an alien meaning of that word," the man reasoned. "So, I guess my question is, are Horavagans mammals?" "Well." Choromatsu set his utensils down and clasped his hands together. "Under the broad classifications we have for all living things and the current definition of the term mammal in our scientific studies, the answer to your question would be no, I am not a mammal." "So then, what are you?" Choromatsu grinned at this question. "Well, first, we'd have to delve into some taxonomy," he began. "I presume you humans have your own set of classifications considering you are familiar with the term mammal. However, I'm sure that, since your people have yet to leave your home planet and venture out into space, it's safe to assume that your current setup is lacking, or at least very rudimentary. So I suppose that, in order to answer your question, I must ask one of my own, first. My question is, what is your level of familiarity with basic taxonomy?" "Taxonomy?" Choromatsu gave an embarrassed smile and rubbed the back of his neck. "Woo boy. I haven't studied taxonomy since middle school. I don't remember much, but, from my understanding, taxonomy is a way to label living organisms. I know it's like a tree of categories that branch into more and more specific titles, so like animals, plants, and bacteria." "Right." "Yes, precisely," Choromatsu confirmed. "You'll be surprised to learn that basic taxonomy doesn't actually differ all that much from planet to planet." "It doesn't?" The alien shook his head. "In fact, many organisms that are considered aliens to one another actually hail from the same ancestors," he stated. "Oh." Choromatsu cocked his head. "You're saying that some aliens are actually related to each other? How?" Clearly enjoying the discussion they had started, Choromatsu lifted a finger and spoke with poise and intelligence on the matter. "Well, let's use an analogy here," he told him. "Try and look at biological life as a form of infection in the realm of space and existence. Planets that are infected with life can, on very rare occasions, spread this life to other planets. The most common means of cross-contamination is through direct contact, such as a chunk of land from an infected planet crashing into a previously uninfected planet as a meteor. If any of the microorganisms survive and are able to adapt to the new environment, then breeding begins and life soon inhabits the new planet. Think of life as an infection, huh?" Choromatsu folded his arms as he wrapped his brain around the concept. "And it can spread through things like meteors. Interesting. Though, the concept sounds really unlikely, don't you think?" Choromatsu, the alien grinned. In an existence of eternity, unlikely is just eventually. If there's even a slimmer chance of occurrence, then it's only inevitable before it happens. Choromatsu took a quick sip of his drink before continuing. Because of this inevitability, along with the similar ways archaic life comes to fruition, it becomes fairly simple to classify any living being through our system of taxonomy. This is why we can use the same taxonomy chart to identify an organism from almost any planet. That's so interesting, Choromatsu said in awe. Does that mean it's possible my evolutionary ancestors didn't even originate on Earth? Were my ancestors aliens? It's certainly a possibility. Truly some fascinating stuff. Choromatsu took another bite of his food as he went on. Anyway, the first and broadest category we use to classify an organism in the biological taxonomy chart is referred to as the realm. Under realm, there are only two categories, conscious and unconscious. Choromatsu wrinkled his nose, thinking hard. Hold on, I thought the very first category in taxonomy was domain, he corrected. Before domain, we must first acknowledge whether or not the organism is fully living and what level of sentience it has, Choromatsu explained. You can consider things such as viruses to fall under unconscious. I always heard that viruses were considered non-living things. Not quite non-living, but, in a way, half-living. They still utilize energy to perform tasks but are not considered fully conscious. You can think of viruses as sort of zombies, androids, or robots. Oh, okay, I think that makes sense, Choromatsu smiled. My people are conscious beings, of course, so Horavagans don't fall under that category, Choromatsu noted. Next, as you've already deduced, we have domain. An organism's domain is used to describe it based on whether it is unicellular, multicellular, or acellular. Obviously, my people are multicellular, so we're classified as eukaryotes. MHM. The man nodded his head as he followed along, trying his best to keep up with the refreshers he was being given. Then there's kingdom, which basically refers to plants, animals, fungi, viruses, and other microorganisms, Choromatsu told him. After kingdom, we'll say phylum separates the vertebrates from invertebrates, to keep it simple. With all this in mind, you can easily categorize my people and see that Horavagans are conscious, eukaryotic, animalistic vertebrates. In other words, up to this point, Horavagans and humans are the same. Are you with me so far? Yeah, I think I've got it, Choromatsu nodded again, recognizing in Choromatsu's explanation old vocabulary words he'd once learned in school. Good. Moving on, we can take a look at the different classes of vertebrates, Choromatsu said. I'm not sure how many classifications your people have identified on Earth, but I'm sure you're familiar with a few common ones, mammalia, aves, reptilia, etc. This is where you can start to find many classes and traits you've probably never seen or heard of before, as they're not currently present on your planet. So you're probably something completely new to me, right? Right. Choromatsu looked Choromatsu in the eyes with a bright smile. My people are not mammals, but are instead something known as Chryocti. The basic defining characteristics under this classification are being cold-blooded, using kinematic self-replication as a means of reproduction, being wisp-skinned, and having 8 limbs, or in my case, 2 legs and 6 arms. There are some other minor qualifications, but these are the most notable. Chryocti, huh? Yap. The alien continued on eagerly with his well-informed explanation. Then, of course, is the order. This is where you humans would be defined as primates, whereas Horavagans are under a label that references not just opposable thumbs, but also the ability to shapeshift. With these two unique characteristics, Horavagans are known as mutatins. We are Chryocti and mutatins. Oh. Shapeshifting is classified under a whole order, then. Choromatsu's expression brightened further as he was given this revelation. You know, for some reason I assumed it was only your people who could shapeshift. I didn't think about all the other animals from your planet that have evolved with that ability. For a moment, Choromatsu didn't say anything. Then, with a frown, he mumbled, all the other animals. Choromatsu too frowned. Well, yeah, he said. You can't tell me Horavagans are the only mutatins on your planet. It's just like how humans aren't the only primates. Choromatsu sighed, slowly shaking his head. As far as I'm aware, my people are the only shapeshifters left in existence, he told him. Every other mutatin has gone extinct. Choromatsu's energy dropped upon hearing this. How is that possible? He asked with a disappointed look. You see, they were exterminated. Exterminated. Upon hearing this word, an ugly feeling crept through Choromatsu's chest. Choromatsu, don't tell me. The alien hesitated to answer. Yeah, it was us. Choromatsu's expression only became more disturbed as he was told the truth. Are you serious? Choromatsu tried his best to smile at the other. Don't look at me like that, Choromatsu, he lightly pleaded. This is something that happened hundreds of thousands of orbits ago. Our present-day people had nothing to do with it. But, your people wiped out an entire order of animals because, what, they could shapeshift. Choromatsu was disgusted just thinking about it. This was long before we evolved into the species we are today, way back when we were still feral animals, ourselves, the other informed. I'm sure it all came down to survival, you know? Choromatsu looked away, troubled. I mean, I guess, he muttered. But killing off an entire order, that's a lot of animals. That's a lot of species. I suppose it is. Have your people tried to bring any of these animals back from extinction? Choromatsu asked. Like through bioengineering? Choromatsu twisted his lips in thought. Millimeter. I'm not really sure, he admitted. I mean, I'm sure we could, but that isn't really my department of knowledge. With a disappointed look, the man said, I see. I mean, Choromatsu blew a puff of air from his lips. To be honest, I probably don't have much to defend. You're probably right to think of my ancestors as cruel. And, after learning everything I have over this past week, I guess it's not surprising my own species got rid of all the other shapeshifters. They probably felt threatened. But anyway. Choromatsu took another bite of his food, his meal more than halfway finished. Yeah. Allow me to summarize the rest of your answer, he said. Continuing on, there's family, where Horavagans fall under the term bimans. Then, finally, there's the genus and species, which together create the scientific name of our people, Horologium vagi. Thus, Horovagan. Choromatsu nodded along, paying close attention to everything Choromatsu said. Finishing off his drink with 2 final gulps, the alien let out a satisfied sigh and smiled at Choromatsu. So, to answer your question in full, he began. My people are conscious things, they're eukaryotes, animals, vertebrates, Creocti, Mutatins, Bimans, Horologiums, and Vagi. All of these titles put together are what defines us as living organisms. That sure is a lot to take in, Choromatsu admitted. Forgive me if I can't remember everything. Nah, it's okay, the behaviorist smiled, taking one last bite of his food. I probably delved a little too deep there into the sciences behind it. I just love teaching you humans about my people. It's exciting. Well, thank you for teaching me all that, thanked the other. Although I don't understand everything to the extent you do, it's still interesting. I'm glad, Choromatsu beamed. As their conversation came to a natural end, the 2 individuals finished up their meals and shut their lunchboxes, with Choromatsu returning his to Choromatsu. Choromatsu stood and dusted himself off, smiling down at his friend sincerely before suddenly forming a guilty look. He tried to laugh, but he knew what he was about to say would be troublesome. So, listen, I have to put you to sleep again. Choromatsu's eyelids lowered. I just woke up, he protested, unamused. I know, he said apologetically. But I've been ordered to keep you sedated throughout the entirety of this trip, so please just bear with me, okay? But why? Can't I just stay awake down here? We still have a long way to go, the other explained. Besides, I really can't disobey my higher-ups at this time. I'll make this quick. Choromatsu suddenly hiccuped and slapped a hand over his neck as a familiar pain shot into his skin. He let out a frustrated growl. Come on, he grumbled. I don't want you to keep drugging me up like this. I really don't like it. I'm sorry, Choromatsu, Choromatsu whined, pleading for forgiveness from the other by pressing his palms together in a prayer. I'll make it up to you, I promise. For now, just try to rest a little more before we arrive on Atra, okay? Choromatsu gave a disgruntled snarl, visibly frustrated by his circumstances. He could already feel a subtle wave of light-headedness wash over him as he glared at the other in resentment. Fine, he muttered. As I requested prior though, please warn me further ahead of time. I'll try, the Green Matsu promised. Now, rest easy, okay? I'll see you in a bit. As the 2 individuals exchanged brief goodbyes, Choromatsu took the 2 lunchboxes and began walking to the door. He turned the light back off, putting the room back into a state of darkness. Then, he sent Choromatsu one last smile before exiting the room. With nothing else to do and no other choice, Choromatsu curled back up on his mattress and soon fell asleep. Intermission. This time, Choromatsu's awakening wasn't so abrupt. Time moved slowly and calmly as the small human lied peacefully on his little bed, a prisoner to the aliens transporting him through space. It had been hours yet again since his last awakening, and he wasn't so easily roused like before. There was no alien to barge in and flicker on the lights, nor was there a friend to awaken him with a voice. Instead, the thing that quietly nudged his consciousness was a subtle change in the environment. It was the slightest of G-forces that triggered from him arousal, and in his unconscious state, caused him to turn over and groan. Without realizing it, the ship he was loaded onto had come to a complete stop. It had arrived. It was there, at its destination, and it was time for the storage room to be accessed. Choromatsu let out another groggy moan as he felt his chamber begin to move. With his eyes remaining shut, he was blind to what was happening around him, though even in his altered state, he could begin to guess. His first partially conscious thoughts were filled with curiosity. Was it time for him to awaken? Was he on Atra? Was he at the school? He had to admit, he was immensely curious as to how things would play out. He could only imagine what kind of a Fantasyland Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's home planet was like. Were there trees and plants on this planet? Oceans? A blue sky? Did wild animals still exist in its nature? Was the environment filled with opposite or foreign colors that would make him feel like he was in some sort of alternate universe? He wondered if he'd even get to see outside. Perhaps the classroom would have a window where he could sneak a peek. Otherwise, he might be out of luck. Even with these streaming questions stimulating his mind, his eyes remained closed as he was still only half awake. It wasn't until he had to jolt into action that he finally woke up, clinging to his mattress in surprise as his chamber moved at lightning speed through an unknown chute. He was being transported out of the storage area, finally leaving the confines of the ship and entering an area that was new. With hair askew and eyes wide, he held on while his cage sailed through the tunnels meticulously. Just as before, he went up, down, left, right, forward or on and on through the maze until finally, he arrived at his first location. The first place he found himself in was a sorting room, much like the one he had been escorted to and from prior to being loaded onto the ship. The room was massive, filled with all sorts of clear tubes and chutes with packages that were being organized and delivered efficiently by both the internal computer and a couple Horovagan workers. Choromatsu made eye contact with one as his own chamber made its way through the wild maze of tubes. His cage stopped briefly, only to be scanned before continuing on through its designated path. Soon, Choromatsu was whooshed out of the room. The man found himself traveling along through the building's ceiling, not too dissimilar to the large-scale facility. He could look down into whatever hallway he was hovering past, and the first thing he noticed was that they were slightly different from the facility's halls. They were slightly less formal and much more furnished, housing scientific displays and colorful interactives along with visually appealing signs and drawings that, to the foreigner, looked anything but sinister. As expected, he had been delivered directly to the school, it seemed. It took Choromatsu's chamber about 10 minutes to make its way to its final destination. On the way, Choromatsu was surprised to find that there weren't very many Horavagans in sight. The rooms and hallways he passed were largely empty, leaving him to wonder if classes had already begun. He wondered just how much like an Earth school this alien school would be like. Regardless, he soon made it to a new room, entering in through a hatch in the ceiling. His chamber was lowered to the ground, and before him stood a single individual. When the chamber settled, its walls disappeared, leaving Choromatsu free to roam this new area. The first thing he did was lock eyes with the individual, who didn't hesitate to shapeshift into a familiar face. "Hey, Choromatsu," Choromatsu greeted. "We're finally here." Choromatsu rubbed his eyes, still a bit groggy before standing to his feet and looking around. The room around him looked quite similar to the temporary housing he and Osomatsu had on the research facility, as it was bare with nothing more than a bathroom on the side and a single mattress on the other. "Where is here?" he asked. "This is the Specimen briefing room," answered the alien. "I just got out of a briefing of my own, and now it's time the behaviorist makes sure the specimen is properly prepared to go out into the classroom. You and I will be able to exchange a few words until we're called in." "We're in the briefing room, huh?" Choromatsu looked up and around. "So this is just a little meeting between us?" "Yes. The class has already started, so you and I only have a limited amount of time to go over everything before we go in," he told him. Isn't this exciting? I'm a little nervous, the man admitted. Don't be, Choromatsu comforted. All you have to do in there is behave, and everything will be fine. What exactly is going to happen in there? Well, Choromatsu slipped his hands in his pocket as he thought. We're really just going to be looking at your body. We have special tools to help us analyze your biology that aren't too invasive, so don't worry about that. None of the students are going to touch you either, though they might come up close to take a look at you. Oh, and if you do really well, I'll be giving you treats throughout. Choromatsu pursed his lips. It sure sounded like fun, that is, if he were a dog. He still hadn't fully convinced himself that the concept were a fun idea, or even an honorable one at that. Well, he sighed. Let's get this over with, I guess. Millimeter? Choromatsu cocked his head, picking up on the low energy. Is everything all right, Choromatsu? I guess I'm just not as excited about this as you are, the Blue Matsu told him. This doesn't sound that fun for me. But, this is such a special opportunity, insisted the alien with a smile. You, of all animals, get to be today's specimen of observation. Your body is going to be used to help teach and inspire hundreds of young students. Don't you think that's a pretty amazing feat? Millimeter, well, yeah, maybe, the other mumbled in uncertainty. These kids are going to see a human being for the very first time in their lives, the behaviorist went on. You have the honor to represent your species to a whole generation of Horavagans. It'll be a great introduction for them. I mean. Choromatsu frowned, thinking about it a little further. Sure, he could get behind the idea of it all, but it was the means in which it would play out that bothered him. He wasn't going in there as a person, he was going in as an animal. He wouldn't be speaking to them or expressing his thoughts or feelings, but instead was going to be observed like an object. He felt this experience was only going to reinforce the ideology that humans were inferior to their people. It didn't feel good teaching this thing. It didn't feel good teaching these young minds that it was okay to treat his own people like toys or specimens. I guess I just wish I weren't being presented as a vessel of study, Choromatsu explained. I'm a person with conviction and emotion, and it doesn't bode well with me that all these kids are going to see me as beneath them. I understand. I'm a bit torn, myself, Choromatsu admitted with a meek smile. As exciting an opportunity it is to be doing this, I also feel it is unproductive to introduce you as an animal to the next generation of biologists. Despite the excitement I can't help but to feel, I'm still on your side here. Choromatsu folded his arms and asked, do we really have to do this? If only we had a choice, the alien chuckled faintly. But, as you know, I'm just doing what is being ordered of me. I have very little say in this. Yeah, I know. Let's just make the best of our situation and get through this, alright? Choromatsu pushed for optimism and tried to motivate the other with words, sending him a warm smile. Try not to think too deeply about it, and just enjoy yourself. You're going to get a lot of attention, after all. Okay, the man said, letting out another defeated sigh. At this time, Choromatsu sensed a message coming in from his brain chip. He reached up and tapped the side of his temple, bringing out the holographic menu and reading over the alert. He read it quietly to himself before nodding and tapping the screen away. Anyway, they're just about ready for us, he said. Let's start heading over there. If you could please stand, and I'll have you follow me via the leash. Choromatsu gave a disgruntled hum as he stood to his feet, trying his best to trick himself into confidence and optimism. He stepped forward and allowed Choromatsu to connect a small device to his neckband, one that formed an invisible bond and pulled him along as a leash, just as forewarned. With this, the man was walked out of the room and into the hallway. The trip to the classroom door was brief. The short walk had been tense as Choromatsu thought about what exactly he had gotten himself into. He was about to be presented before who knew how many alien children, all seeing him as a foreign animal to be looked at. He didn't feel ready, but that was of little importance to anyone but himself. Regardless of his mental or emotional state, he was going to be studied, and it was all out of his control. The two entered a small corridor with a single door, this being the door to the classroom. In the corridor, Choromatsu was greeted by the biologist and one another Horovagan. This individual, perhaps they were the teacher, Choromatsu thought. The three engaged in a short conversation that couldn't be understood by the human, and occasionally Choromatsu was sent glances and gestures as he was actively referred to in their words. After a few minutes, it was finally time. The teacher turned and opened the door, and beckoned all to follow it inside. The biologist entered first, then Choromatsu in his human form. Lastly, Choromatsu was pulled inside, forced to walk from the leash tugging at his neckband. Upon entering, the door shut behind. Choromatsu looked up and around, jaw dropping in awe as he saw exactly what a Horovigan classroom looked like. The first thing Choromatsu could process were the primary colors of the enormous, cocoon-shaped chamber they had entered. The palette was dark and cool, creating an atmosphere that felt both futuristic yet calming in a way. The shiny, black surfaces of the room's interior along with its smooth, concave form made for its inhabitants a safe, secure environment in which they could learn and thrive. Neon lines raced around pods embedded into the walls all around, outlining the many pockets of space like the inside of a futuristic honeycomb. Each of these open pods housed a compact office that was tall and long, suitable for a single Horovigan to reside in. These desk spaces were present all around the room, from side to side, above and below, all catered to a perfect viewing of the center platform to which Choromatsu was being led. Step by step, the four individuals walked along a long, narrow strip leading to this platform floating in the center of the room. The ground below this walkway was non-existent, making Choromatsu feel as though he were on a bridge over an abyss. He peeked over the edge, briefly wondering how dangerous it could be to slip and fall over the side. Even below the walkway, he could see hundreds of student desks partially inside the walls all around. It was like being on a stage with 360 degrees viewing, with the bottom of the egg-shaped room fading out into darkness. The design was magnificent and its sheer size made Choromatsu feel no larger than a gerbil. Inside each honeycomb pod was a single Horovigan student that together amassed several hundred individuals. Choromatsu couldn't quite make out their general size compared to adult Horovigans, but he could tell they were at least somewhat smaller. As expected, they really were children. Each had been gifted with its own desk in its assigned space, where all had a two-dimensional screen of the main stage along with a three-dimensional hologram recreating the platform and all present atop. This, of course, was to give better visuals to those whose desks were placed at inconvenient angles. Aside from this, they all had their own set of technology and computers along with the occasional personal belonging and unique setup or personal organization of one's area. Despite there being so many students, the room was dead silent. All students listened carefully, all obeyed. None had its eyes anywhere but at Choromatsu as the tiny human entered the alien realm. Choromatsu was finally stopped as he, the biologist, the teacher, and Choromatsu stepped onto the main platform. The narrow bridge behind them dissipated into nothing, leaving them immediately stranded in Choromatsu's eyes. He quickly glanced back to watch it disappear before turning and analyzing the room once more. He couldn't help but to harbor a face of pure wonder and curiosity, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. It was both overwhelming and amazing to be present before so many extraterrestrials, and he was left speechless. Now that they had officially arrived, Choromatsu approached Choromatsu and touched the leash device once more to his neckband. Then, he touched the device to the ground. This, as Choromatsu saw, triggered a large, glowing circle to appear on the ground around him, this circle being about 2 meters in diameter. Then, Choromatsu put the device away and turned to his co-workers. As they readied themselves for the lesson that was about to take place, Choromatsu looked down at the glowing circle and analyzed it. He walked forward and curiously tested his limits, trying to step past the circle but finding that he couldn't. There seemed to be some sort of invisible wall stopping him from exiting the area. As expected, he was once again being confined within an assigned space. With the biologist and behaviorist now present before the class of young Horovigans, the lesson was quick to begin. As the presumed teacher began speaking out to its students in alien tongue, Choromatsu stepped close to Choromatsu and placed a hand over his head. He gently pushed down, trying to softly indicate that Choromatsu needed to sit. Choromatsu took the cue and complied, sitting down on the cold floor in just his underwear. At least, he thought, he wasn't bound or muzzled at this time. As the grand verbal introduction went into motion, Choromatsu began speaking out, loud and clear to the hundreds of children eager to learn. The lesson had started, and class had resumed. It was now time for the biologist and behaviorist to take the stage and present for the future generation today's specimen of study. It was a marvelous introduction that went smooth and grand. At least, that's what Choromatsu assumed. As Choromatsu sat, tiny before these many alien individuals, he listened to the broken, staticky noise that was their language ring out for all to hear. The biologist was introducing itself, and so was Choromatsu. Both shared equal attention of the students, though all were aware the real spectacle had yet to be introduced. Choromatsu watched as Choromatsu suddenly gestured him, speaking with passion and intellect as many of the students leaned in close to take a better look. All eyes were on him. The focus of the entire room was him, and him alone. Choromatsu looked up and around in awe, the whites of his eyes the size of space itself. It was surreal. It was embarrassing. It was flattering and insulting and exciting and scary in a slew of mixed emotions that put the man's mind in a tizzy. He still found it hard to believe he was actually a vessel of study for all these alien children. What thoughts were going through their heads? How exactly did they perceive him? He wondered how bizarre his human appearance looked to them. His whole life he'd thought humans looked so normal, but being in this situation only made him question how normal humans looked to begin with. Did they see him as some sort of monkey? Is that what he looked like? Did he not look more advanced than that? As Choromatsu's brain began to spin with the onslaught of questions and emotions, the world around him melted under the searing sun of his perspective. This sun, it was bright and molten, causing all details of the environment to become twisted and warped. The colors seeped and blurred like watercolor on damp paper, tainted with hues of vintage orange and yellow. The students grew lankier and more corrupt, their hundreds of gazes piercing as he was observed eagerly by the horde. Their eyes feasted upon his animalistic presence, finding wonder and mockery in his ugly form. Drool dripped from the sharp teeth protruding from their parted lips, and each stood hunched and crooked as they eyed the marvelous wonder on the stage before them. Come one, come all, and take a gander at this amazing specimen. Choromatsu shot a surprised look at the grand host, whose appearance was distorted in his eyes. It was Choromatsu, wearing the hat of a ringleader at a circus. He flung a whip into the air, enticing all eyes to follow his lead as he presented to them his remarkable discovery. Choromatsu! Choromatsu cried out. The bundles of corrupted figures in the crowd cheered and whistled, their feral excitement running rampant and wild. Some were so hyped up that they threw their bowls of popcorn and spilled their bags of peanuts. One even threw a cup of soda so high up that it hit the ceiling of the red and white circus tent, staining its material in sticky syrup. Allow yourself to take a long, exciting gander at our little alien friend, our small foreign freak. The biologist bellowed over the shouts and cheers coming from the crowd. Don't be shy, it doesn't bite. Choromatsu was feeling smaller and smaller before the growing crowd. The proportions of the illusory show playing in his perspective actively continued to warp and swirl, the visuals seemingly thriving in the chaos and growing more and more excited. He was growing panicked as some Horavagans began shouting out requests, excited to see the filthy animal perform. Make it do a trick. One eager patron called. A ring of fire. Make it jump through a ring of fire. Yelled another. Let's see it tightrope walk. Have it balance on a ball. Choromatsu gasped as his sense of gravity suddenly shifted. He snapped his attention downwards as he frantically tried to regain his balance, seeing that he had magically appeared on a big, red ball. Whoa! He let out a yelp as he stumbled and fell, crashing to the ground as the ball bounced and rolled away. A roar of laughter erupted from the crowd as more paying customers yelled out in excitement. What a dumb animal! One man hooted. Again. Again. Another screamed in hilarity. Mama, why is it so ugly? A young child asked, tugging at its parent's arm. Such a disgusting organism. What a freak. Choromatsu held his head as he looked up and around, disoriented by the bright lights and sensory overload. He flinched as a peanut was thrown his way, bouncing off his cheek and falling to the ground. Things were too loud. Things were too chaotic. Things were too overwhelming, and he couldn't handle it. His imagination was running wild being at this Horovagan biology school, and he couldn't seem to ground himself. The rioting hordes continued to yell, throwing things even more wildly now as they laughed endlessly at Choromatsu's foreign form. The laughing echoed through his mind as he dizzily held the ground to keep himself from falling over. It was all too much. Choromatsu? Choromatsu blinked, suddenly awakening from his daydream as he heard his friend's real voice whisper out to him. Surprised, he glanced over. Choromatsu eyed him from the side, his hands behind his back formally as he faced the class. Meanwhile, the biologist seemed to have taken over, speaking to the students and keeping them thoroughly engaged in its words. How are you holding up? Choromatsu asked in a hushed tone with a sympathetic smile. Choromatsu let out a small groan, lowering his eyelids. I'm just a little overwhelmed, I think. I feel uneasy. You're doing fine. The alien reassured. Just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, sure. Choromatsu gave a deep sigh. All right. He just needed to breathe. Getting through this wasn't going to be so bad, he thought. He just needed to keep his mind from spiraling. With Choromatsu attempting to calm his nerves and ease his own anxieties, he found that he was better able to pay attention to what was going on around him. He still couldn't understand any of the words the teacher, biologist, or Choromatsu were saying, but he did his best to try and translate the general atmosphere as the class went on. It wasn't long before Choromatsu took the lead once again, this time stepping inside the circular barrier around Choromatsu's being. As the behaviorist spoke to the students, he reached over and ruffled Choromatsu's hair. Then, he took him by the chin and lifted his face high for all to see. He soon let go and took Choromatsu's hand next, lifting it in the air as he gestured Choromatsu's arm and upper torso. A few silent oohs and ahs could be heard as Choromatsu was presented, and soon, Choromatsu moved on. A few minutes passed, and at some point, the biologist turned and handed Choromatsu a few sensors. Choromatsu took them from his co-worker's hands and approached Choromatsu with them. Choromatsu meticulously placed the tiny buds all around Choromatsu's body. Then, Choromatsu was suddenly moved. Ah! Choromatsu let out a surprised utterance as his wrists floated above his head, being pulled by the bands through some unseen force. They pulled the confused specimen to a standing position, where he then felt his feet lift off the ground. Ah, hey, wait! With his body covered in sensors, Choromatsu was strung up in the air through a strange, magnetic technology somehow tied to his wrist and ankle bands. He was positioned without consent like a vertical starfish for all to see, his body vulnerable and exposed and ready to be studied. Choromatsu's face flushed a deep crimson as he watched all eyes focus intensely on his body, a vessel for them of study. If he weren't embarrassed before, he certainly was now. Something about being almost naked and bound in such a position before hundreds of aliens was like a social nightmare, much like attending class in your underwear. This was worse than death. As he hovered splayed out for all to see, the biologist confidently walked over and began touching his body, pointing at focal points such as his eyes, ears, nose, navel, and chest. Choromatsu shivered at the touches, finding the biologist's hands and fingers to be as cold as ice. As he was handled and the class was taught, several of the students began to notice his change in body color. The flustered man was red in embarrassment, and the students were quick to inquire. Choromatsu simply laughed at the observation, knowing the answer was harmless enough. As the behaviorist explained to the class the concept of blushing in some species, he reached over and playfully pinched Choromatsu's cheek. Choromatsu sent the other an unamused grimace, but he couldn't do much more. As the three teachers got the basics out of the way, it became time for more in-depth learning. The sensors soon came to use as the biologist tapped one at a time. Each time a sensor was activated, it displayed a large window describing a different part of the human body. These windows went on to describe human blood, human skin, human hair, and all other notable bodily traits that were human. As the biologist went over all these things, the students actively took notes and asked questions. The class went on for about an hour. To Choromatsu's pleasant surprise, their studying of him wasn't nearly as bad as he expected. As he had been forewarned, he was handled and touched but nothing else. Choromatsu was prepared with occasional treats to slip to the man, but the lesson was otherwise quite boring. Choromatsu couldn't understand a word that was being said, and he was really nothing more than a live display to be looked at this time around. Questions were asked, notes were taken, and the three Horavagans on stage shared equally the spotlight. Although the premise of the activity and initial impression had seemed quite much for the small human, the event itself was largely underwhelming, which Choromatsu preferred, anyway. As quickly as the class began, it soon came to an end. Using gravitational adjusters built into each one of their brain chips, the students leapt from their study chambers and landed on the main platform with ease. The room became filled with staticky chatter as all began conversing. Some approached the teacher to inquire about various topics while others spoke amongst each other socially. Many walked straight to the bridge leading out of the classroom, obediently progressing in their day's list of school-oriented tasks they were expected to complete. The room gradually emptied as all engaged in their own unique course of action. When the class had ended, Choromatsu was lowered back down on the ground and the sensors on his body were removed. He sat patiently, watching with wide and curious eyes as a few students approached his containment field. Some knelt and leaned as close as they could without surpassing the barrier, their eyes unblinking and intrigued. Others stood and asked Choromatsu all kinds of questions about the human, pointing and making gestures as they spoke. When they were up this close, Choromatsu could certainly tell they were younger Horavagans, no taller than an adult human. They were half their teacher's size, indicating they could have been no older than perhaps 7 in human years. This was a surprise to Choromatsu, as, given the formal environment, the topic of their class, and all else, he would have assumed they were adults in alien college, not actual children. As Choromatsu sat crisscross on the floor patiently, eyeing the many students surrounding him, Choromatsu spoke with a few in their native tongue. "Can you let it out?" one child inquired, tugging innocently at Choromatsu's arm. "Can we pet it?" "Sorry, this isn't a domesticated animal," the behaviorist apologized with a sad smile. "Besides, it has a history of aggression." That last part wasn't something he made up on the spot. He already knew the children weren't allowed to pet the human, but the idea of that alone brought back the memory of when Choromatsu and Osomatsu had gotten into the physical fight. It was back in the DNA chamber, when someone potentially drugged the two men to make them behave that way. A small part of him feared his higher-ups would actually cause Choromatsu to behave aggressively during this time, too. It was best not to risk it. Was it easy to shapeshift into a human? Another child asked, it too annoyingly tugging at the behaviorist. "Yes," Choromatsu answered proudly. "In fact, I remain in this form almost any time I work with the human. You'll be able to shapeshift too when you get a little older." Wow. A few more questions were asked as the students drifted off one at a time, the size of the crowd slowly dissipating. With everyone leaving, the room was becoming quiet once more. Choromatsu gave a relieved sigh, knowing it was just about over. It hadn't been so bad, but having been stared at and studied like a zoo animal definitely wasn't something to be proud of about. He was ready to go whenever Choromatsu was. Choromatsu finally finished up his last conversation before turning to Choromatsu with a smile. "See, that wasn't so bad, was it?" "I guess not," Choromatsu replied. "But I can't wait to get out of here. I don't like everyone staring at me." "Don't worry, I'm almost done here," he assured. "It'll just be a few more minutes until..." It was at this time, before Choromatsu could finish his sentence, that his attention was suddenly pulled to the door of the classroom. He looked beyond the children walking out to see a tall individual walking in, careful to maneuver past the small batches of students bustling and exiting. The individual took long, slow strides, confidence radiating from its demeanor and eyes looking down upon any who dared gaze. Just by looking, even Choromatsu could tell this was a person of importance. The moment Choromatsu saw this higher-up enter, he stopped talking or even looking at the specimen with whom he had previously been engaging in discussion. He quickly transformed back into his lanky, demonic body and greeted the higher-up with subservience in his voice. The higher-up greeted back, its tone deep and fearless. As the two started to converse, Choromatsu eyed the higher-up curiously. As usual, he didn't know what they were saying, but was curious nonetheless. Choromatsu meekly spoke to the alien before him, the individual to which he was inferior. "I didn't expect to see you here," he said timidly. "You're the head of the Council of Education, correct?" "Yes, that's me," it answered formally with a nod. "It's an honor to meet you," the Green Matsu said, his voice a little higher than usual. "We were watching the class from another room," the higher-up told him calmly. "You did well in your presentation. I know you're still young, but you handled both your part and the specimen outstandingly." Thank you," Choromatsu nodded humbly, honored to receive praise from someone above him. "Yes, the specimen is quite an intriguing one, isn't it?" The higher-up went on, looking down and making eye contact with Choromatsu. "It is quite intriguing. I've been hearing about these humans from some of my subordinates." "Oh." The young behaviorist cocked his head. "What have you heard?" "Just a few things, nothing of importance," it told him dismissively. Then, it looked back up at Choromatsu and reached out, taking him firmly by the upper arm. "I want you to come with me. I'd love for you to tell me more about these creatures and their behavior. I'd like to hear about them in your own words." "Oh." Choromatsu was immediately taken off guard by this request. I mean, of course. Yes, I can speak with you more about them in detail. Follow me to my office, it ordered amicably. I'll treat you to something to drink." Choromatsu quickly glanced Choromatsu's way. "But wait, what about the specimen?" he asked. The higher-up didn't hesitate to pull the alien along, who was easily swayed by its dominance. "Leave it," it said as they both began walking. "It can nap in here during the break. We'll come back for it before the next class starts." "Am I allowed to do that?" Choromatsu questioned, surprised. It won't be able to leave the circle or go anywhere, the other reminded. Besides, this classroom will be locked. And will only be gone for a bit. Wait, maybe I should, As Choromatsu's hesitations were blatantly ignored, he looked back at the small human watching in confusion. Come along, the higher-up ordered, gently pushing the other as they walked. Choromatsu wrinkled his brow, eyes locked with Choromatsu's as he was walked down the bridge. Choromatsu was clearly uncomfortable, wishing to at least give his friend a heads-up on what was going on before just leaving him alone. The higher-up seemed to have no intention of letting Choromatsu interact with him again, however, and the two started getting further and further away. Should I at least, let it know what's happening so it doesn't begin to panic? Choromatsu suggested hopefully. The head of the Council of Education gave the other a strange look. It'll be fine, it said. Stop fussing over it. It's just an animal, it'll survive a few minutes without you. Come on. But. Closer and closer did the two aliens get to the exit, with Choromatsu sending quick, apologetic glances Choromatsu's way. Choromatsu could only stare back in confusion, wondering why Choromatsu was leaving him behind. He didn't understand the context of why the alien was being taken away, and it crossed his mind that, perhaps, his friend was in trouble again. This idea triggered slight worry, though the higher-up didn't seem particularly upset or angry with him. It seemed friendly enough. Then again, it was difficult to tell when he couldn't read Horovigan facial expressions or translate their body language very well. In the end, he really just couldn't tell. Within moments, Choromatsu and the higher-up were out of sight, and Choromatsu was alone. His shoulders sank as he glanced around the room, looking to see who else was present. Around him were only a couple more students and the teacher, with the biologist having already left. Without Choromatsu around, Choromatsu felt immediately alienated and out of place. He didn't realize just how strange his presence was before these people until the one person he was familiar with had left. It was uncomfortable to say the least. Had he really become this dependent on Choromatsu since his abduction? The main waited patiently for his friend to return, watching as students continued to trickle out. 5 minutes turned to 10, and by this point, the classroom had completely emptied. Even the teacher had left, leaving Choromatsu to be the only person left. He had watched as the exit was shut and locked behind the last Horovigan, trapping him inside with no means of escape. He had actually been left there. He was actually alone. It was perplexing that Choromatsu had left without giving Choromatsu any sort of explanation. He was used to being told what to expect, so he never had to go into things blind. He was sure whatever reason Choromatsu had was important though. If that individual that approached him had been a higher-up, then Choromatsu certainly didn't have a choice other than to obey its wishes. It also made sense as to why Choromatsu didn't at least give him a goodbye. It would reflect poorly on him as a behaviorist to have such regard for the specimen. With all that said, Choromatsu could do nothing but wait for Choromatsu to return. It was a quiet wait, but Choromatsu was feeling patient now that there weren't hundreds of eyes on him. He could sit and relax for a few minutes until Choromatsu got back, no problem. All he had to worry about was behaving, and everything would be okay. He didn't have to lift a finger more. Intermission. 20 minutes came to pass as the clock ticked on, with Choromatsu still waiting patiently within the confines of his little, invisible barrier. He was growing quite bored, but fortunately for him, he wasn't going to be alone much longer. Choromatsu perked up as the door at the end of the narrow bridge opened up. Finally, he whispered to himself. In the doorway, there stood a single Horovigan, tall and proud with an unreadable gaze. It didn't hesitate to enter the room, walking forward slowly in a non-threatening manner. The way it looked at Choromatsu and the way its body language rolled had Choromatsu convinced it was the person he expected, Choromatsu. Welcome back, he greeted nonchalantly. Where'd you go? The creature responded to his words in no way, continuing to walk with its eyes solely focused on him. Choromatsu twisted his lips and cocked his head, curious as to why the other hadn't yet changed into its human form. He watched it approach him closer and closer, and it wasn't long until Choromatsu came to realize that the individual walking towards him was not his friend. Heh! Choromatsu leaned to the side and peered past the tall creature, trying to make out the presence of anyone else. There was no one, it came alone. Something immediately felt off. With just a few steps more, the alien finally arrived onto the main platform. It took a few strides towards the containment field before stopping outside the outline, staring down at Choromatsu with unblinking eyes. Choromatsu looked up at the alien cautiously. This was odd. He didn't know who this alien was. In fact, he didn't recognize it at all. He wasn't very good at distinguishing between Horavagans, but he could occasionally tell if one was familiar, and this one definitely wasn't. It was an individual he hadn't met before, and it was here, alone with him. What was this sense of danger he was experiencing? The Horavagan entity slowly knelt, hanging its arms off its thighs as it looked down at the small human before it. It leaned in slightly and analyzed him carefully, taking in everything it could from his physical appearance. Choromatsu could only stare back, growing more and more alarmed as he detected something unnatural about the interaction. This person before him was a complete stranger, and it had come to visit him without Choromatsu, or anyone. It just seemed off somehow, and its body language was unusually tense. Not quite frantic, but a little jumpy. The thing occasionally glanced back, making sure no one was present at the doorway before returning its gaze to Choromatsu to continue its long stare. It was acting guilty almost, and Choromatsu easily caught on. "Who are you?" Although Choromatsu knew the other wouldn't understand, it only felt natural he try to speak with it. He was a human after all, an animal that relied heavily on verbal communication. Besides, perhaps it would respond if he was the first to engage. The stranger blinked when Choromatsu spoke, but otherwise responded with nothing. It stared a few seconds longer, really taking in the sight before glancing back at the doorway one last time. Then, seeing that they were still alone, it began to act. It crawled forward, entering Choromatsu's confinement and reaching forward with a hand. Choromatsu's eyes went wide and he scooted back a little, but it wasn't enough to stop the creature from swiftly adjusting a setting on his neckband. Once its manual input was complete, it pulled its hand back and watched the consequences of its actions unfold. Before Choromatsu's very eyes, the circular outline keeping him contained suddenly flickered and vanished into thin air. He perked up and looked all around him, seeing that his invisible prison had been deactivated by the stranger. This Horavagan disabled his neckband security measure, and this broke Choromatsu free. As the Horavagan stood back to its feet, Choromatsu continued analyzing his surroundings and feeling his neckband with both hands, taking in the fact that he was no longer caged. This stranger, for whatever reason, had set him free. Was it perhaps here to take him somewhere? Had it come to steal him away? Choromatsu thought over every possible scenario as to why this entity had come for him. The fact that it had come without Choromatsu and was acting rather sneaky gave him a bad feeling. Choromatsu had implied that there were no criminals in his society, but, was he wrong? Was this a criminal? Was this someone here to kidnap him, or even worse, assassinate him? Was he maybe being targeted as a human for being a threat to the Horavagan society? What possible reason could a Horavagan have to silently take him away, especially without consulting the behaviorist? Choromatsu gulped. Was he overthinking things here? Could this stranger really be anything but another scientist here to take him back to the loading docks? Perhaps it was even a higher-up just here for transport. Then again, if that were the case, why was it acting so suspicious? And why would it let him out of his cage? No matter how Choromatsu looked at it, something wasn't right. Choromatsu's eyes fell back on the entity towering above him. It stared back down with a hint of anxiety, its many shoulders tense. Regardless, it knew it had to act. Without so much as a word, the tall, demonic entity brought a hand forward and, with its palm out, beckoned Choromatsu over. It wanted the human to come to him. It wanted the human to follow him. It wanted him. The man furrowed his brow further and scooted back a couple feet, looking up in fearful bewilderment at the stranger attempting to kidnap him. He was feeling more and more agitated with every passing second, and he wasn't sure what to do. He felt lost as to what he was supposed to do. The Horavagan tried to remain calm and beckoned again, this time using multiple hands to call the man over. Choromatsu didn't dare blink, staring back skeptically at the other. He shook his head no, attempting to communicate in some way his unease. Of course, a simple headshake wouldn't send this individual away. The Horavagan let out an audible noise, perhaps a sigh of discontent. Its methods to get the human to follow it weren't working, the poor thing was afraid. It only had one other option to convey its intent, and it could only hope this would finally convince him. Choromatsu watched, slightly disturbed as the Horavagan got back down to the ground, sitting all the way down this time. It settled on the floor crisscross style, getting comfortable before looking Choromatsu in the eyes. Then, it slowly raised its dominant hand and reached forward once more. This time, however, it didn't appear to be aiming for his neckband. Instead, it was aiming for Choromatsu's right hand. It seemed to want to hold it, and Choromatsu was hesitant. Finally, lost in uncertainty, Choromatsu shakily accepted. He allowed the Horovagan entity to gently take his hand and press their palms together, squeezing tight in a little embrace. Choromatsu's expression softened to innocent confusion as he watched the other hold his hand warmly. Its behavior, although it was still tense, the individual appeared to be trying to convey that it came in peace. It was trying to gain his trust and communicate that it was friendly. Choromatsu remained unsure, still trying to figure the other out when suddenly, it happened. A soft, gentle glow began to seep out from the cracks and crevices of the two hands pressed together. Choromatsu's eyes went wide. There was a warmth between their palms, and a light emanating from the other. The light was a faint pink that was beautiful to look at, though it was also a surprise. It was bioluminescence. It was a sacred Horovagan ritual of kinship. It was an act of intimacy. It was trust. Choromatsu's mind flashed back to the very first time he'd met Choromatsu and the time they spent in the cafe on Earth. He recalled Choromatsu's unique bioluminescence, and how it was meant to communicate deep friendship between two individuals. It was meant to be something very strong and intimate, more meaningful than a simple hug or handshake. It was rare, and it was always sincere. It was always genuine. It was never a lie. This Horovagan trusted Choromatsu. Choromatsu's bewildered expression turned to even deeper confusion as he was given the pink light from the other. He didn't understand what was going or who this person was, but this person was somebody who clearly knew him. Although the man's uncertainties remained, his dark fears subsided as he realized that this was an individual who meant him no harm. It was a friend, and it was supposedly someone he could trust. At least, that's what he came to feel. The Horovagan slowly pulled its hand back, the pink light dissipating back into non-existence as it did so. It then stood to its feet and looked down at Choromatsu with a strong gaze, beckoning him to follow one last time. This time, Choromatsu obeyed. Intermission. End chapter 26. Chapter 27, Strange Friends. It was a quiet fever, a sliver of chaos hiding beneath a serene facade. The only noise to be heard were the rhythmic clomps of two large feet hurrying along and the tiny pit-pats of two small ones struggling to keep up. Doors passed, lights passed, windows passed, all in a blur. Benches, odd plants, bizarre decorations, furniture stretched tall, disorienting designs, all sorts of colors, it was all looked beyond without a second thought. No visual oddity or alien interior could distract Choromatsu from what was going on in that moment. The small premetal animal scurried along in the nude, his alien-made underwear being the only form of clothing he had on his being. His right arm was raised high with his tiny hand in the palm of the other's large one, the dark entity pulling him along with deep intent. As he was dragged through the halls, he did his best to process and figure out the situation as it was happening. He was being kidnapped, that much was clear. By whom, though, not so much. What the man did know was that this entity had some sort of emotional regard for him. Some level of respect was present here between them, though Choromatsu couldn't say from where it originated. He was sure this was somebody he had never met before, so it had to be someone who simply knew of him. Other than that, he had no idea. Choromatsu had to walk very quickly to keep up with the alien's long legs as it hastily led him through the school. As he jogged along, his eyes made their way up to his strange friend's face. He eyed the creature carefully, trying to make out what kind of thoughts it was having and what kinds of emotions it was experiencing. All he could really notice was the intense way it squinted its eyes, reading the screen before its face with precision and care. Being projected from its brain chip, this holographic screen displayed a few lists and boxes of information, and the alien was studying it tensely as it ran. Upon closer inspection, Choromatsu could make out a 3D model of a building loaded onto the screen. He could see a marker indicating the current floor they were on, along with all the rooms and hallways all throughout the facility. Every wall and floor in the model was designed with varying levels of transparency, making it easy to tell the depth of any given area. On this map, Choromatsu could also tell where he and his strange friend were. Seeing the map made him wonder where in the world they were headed. Where are we going? The moment these words left his lips, the Horovagan pulling him along let go of him and slowed, turning and kneeling so it could sit face to face with him. Choromatsu stopped running as well, facing the creature with his back to the wall. The entity leaned in and took Choromatsu's left hand, bringing it up to cover the man's mouth with it. Once Choromatsu was covering his own mouth, the alien covered its own as well and wagged its finger, tutting the other. It was communicating, asking for silence from him. Choromatsu nodded in understanding before the alien took his hand again and continued running. With Choromatsu now keeping his mouth shut, he lifted his face to look up at the Horovagon. Its top was so far away, towering high above him as they ran. With big, curious eyes, Choromatsu watched as it used a couple of its many hands to adjust the settings on its holographic screen. It zoned in on the area they were traveling through, activating a motion sensor to pick up the presence of anyone nearby. As Choromatsu observed, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of authority this individual had to have access to such information. He also wondered why it didn't want to be caught, and what would happen if they ran into anyone. Mid-thought, Choromatsu slipped as the strange friend came to a sudden halt. It pulled Choromatsu back and swiftly hid behind a wall with quiet grace. It looked up and down its map frantically, seeing that somebody was close by. It held Choromatsu in place and kept a hand over the man's mouth, waiting patiently as, just around the corner, a presence came to be heard. Another Horovagon, walking along through the halls and minding its own business, far from aware of the happenings taking place. The strange friend stayed completely still and silent as it watched the person mosey on around the corner. Finally, after a minute or so, the individual passed and it was safe to proceed. The sneaking Horovagon grabbed Choromatsu's hand once more and pulled him along firmly, leading him further and further away from the only familiar place he knew on this entire planet. It wasn't long until the strange friend tapped the side of its temple and deactivated its holographic screen. It turned one last corner and entered a hallway, where Choromatsu immediately saw one other individual leaning against a wall. This other individual, another unfamiliar Horovagon, it quickly perked up and looked over, seeing its companion bringing along the desired merchandise. It stepped away from the wall and hurriedly beckoned them over. The strange friend complied and approached it quickly. When close enough, the other set a hand on its co-worker's back and pushed for it and Choromatsu to head over to the door across the hall. They went over and opened it, entering with haste. Once they all entered, the door was shut behind. And with that, they could rest. With the room now sealed off and locked from the inside, the two Horavagons took a moment to relish in their relief. It was clear they felt accomplished, as if having just pulled off an amazing heist, or at least, what Choromatsu was sure was a risky one. They were finally out of view of anyone wandering through the halls, and the three of them had complete privacy in this new location. They could breathe, they were safe for now. As the strange friend plopped down in a cozy, hovering chair, Choromatsu slowly walked to the center of the room and looked around curiously. The room was certainly of wonder and interest, at least in his ignorant, human eyes. As with all other areas designed by and for Horovagon kind, this room, though relatively small and cozy for a creature that was 9 feet tall, was enormous for the human. Its walls, furniture, and decorations were all elongated appropriately, creating a distorted universe for Choromatsu to explore. He felt so small, like a toddler among adults. The top of his head didn't even reach the base of the window nearby, so he couldn't peek out and see what was potentially Atra outside. He was just too short. Stuck only to see what was inside the room, Choromatsu glanced around, intrigued still by the situation. The two Horavagons who had kidnapped him seemed uncaring to his actions and left him to his devices as a curious animal. As for Choromatsu, it was rare he was allowed to walk the grounds of a room freely unless it was his own bedroom on the facility. It was interesting to see his captors permitting him the freedom rather than restraining him in some way. The muzzle, the bindings, the leash, they were all purposefully left deactivated by whoever this strange friend was. He appreciated it, but he just didn't understand the reasoning. Analyzing his surroundings and taking in the atmosphere of the room, Choromatsu was able to deduce it was likely some sort of office. There were a couple chairs here and there, a low-to-the-ground table, a desk as tall as the man himself, a long shelf, and a couple pieces of decor here and there. Overall, the room appeared to be in slight disarray. The area was cluttered with books, devices, tools, diagrams, displays, and all kinds of mysterious objects thrown carelessly on the shelves and tables. It wasn't the worst Choromatsu had seen, but seeing such a mess was certainly quite a surprise. He had only really been presented with tidiness and organization from these scientists. He supposed, if this were really someone's office, it was their own personal space and they were free to organize it however they wanted. He couldn't judge, he wasn't so neat, himself. He'd be lying if he said there weren't times his own bedroom was a mess. Moving on to the specifics, Choromatsu tried to surmise what kind of an office this was, or at least what kind of a person it could belong to. The Horavagons on the other end of the room, they were continuing to rest, leaving the man to investigate as needed. And that he did. He approached the shelf that was in disarray and casually dug into it, careful not to knock miscellanea to the ground as he did so. He pulled out a few books and analyzed their covers. This, he thought, might give him some needed insight. On the first book's cover, he saw a strange, wrinkled shape. It was symmetrical and fat, existing only as an outline with its colors absent. He couldn't tell what it was at first, and moved on to the second book. This one had something made to look like it was glowing, something that faintly resembled a malnourished starfish. Its limbs were stretched and twisted, reaching out to other starfishes nearby and transporting small volts of electricity along. Again, Choromatsu didn't immediately recognize what the image was depicting, so he moved on to the third book in his hands. With this last cover, he could finally figure what he was looking at. It was a simple silhouette of what was presumably a horovagon, along with a single organ outlined within. It was the brain. With this, it finally hit him. Choromatsu set the books back on the shelf and looked up and around the room once more. Informative posters made of holographic energy were settled into the wall all around, all of which seemed generally themed around neurology and medical studies. He saw an artificial diagram of a unique type of animal brain, several models of different alien neurons, and even a few futuristic containers housing what he was certain were real pieces of brain matter. It was becoming more and more evident of where exactly he had been brought. The office of a neurologist, that's what this was. In other words, it was highly likely this second individual that had brought them in was a professor in neurology at this school. A strange friend of unknown occupation and a neurology professor, both in cahoots and accomplices to Specimen kidnapping. How unexpected, considering the culture of the Horovagan society. Choromatsu turned back to the kidnappers curiously, taking a few steps closer as they finished relishing in their success. He still felt obligated to act cautious, but he also didn't feel he was necessarily in danger. He didn't perceive either of these individuals as a threat, and instead was fascinated by their behavior. Regardless, he acted with skepticism and stopped at an appropriate distance from the aliens to quietly stare. At this time, the strange friend folded its arms and opened its mouth to speak, communicating with the other in their native tongue. It was initiating their much-needed conversation, addressing without haste the elephant in the room. With its speech came a few hand gestures and occasional glances at the specimen, keeping the environment far more casual between two Horavagans than how Choromatsu was used to seeing. He also noticed that, despite their vivid body language and gestures, their expressions remained stoic and blank. Horavagans really did lack much facial expressions, huh? Although Choromatsu could somehow pick up on the fact that this professor was superior to the strange friend, there seemed to be no limitations in their social interactions. Both were content speaking informally to one another and were free to ease any social anxieties they held underneath. No matter how well they knew one another or how inferior or superior one was, there was mutual respect that extended even beyond species. Choromatsu felt it, too. Choromatsu observed carefully as the strange friend seemed to indulge in deep discussion, presumably introducing the matter and the specimen as they were. The professor, of course, was already in the know, but listened as their situation was recapped and addressed for formality's sake. Then, it gave its response, using gestures of its own as it exchanged in brief eye contact with Choromatsu. Their discussion went back and forth for a few minutes until finally, the neurology professor stood and started slowly towards the human. Upon being approached by this long, demonic entity, Choromatsu instinctively took a step back. He was careful to be somewhat resistant to these aliens' advances as he still didn't know what they were going to do with him. It was best to act stubborn, at least slightly. Seeing that the human was repelled by this approach, the professor knelt to his level and looked him in the eyes. It reached forward amicably like a human would toward a puppy. Then, to Choromatsu's curiosity, it made a noise. It was an odd noise, one he had never heard a Horovagan make before. It was like a strange cooing, almost a purr in the form of a call. In a way, it reminded the man of how a human would typically call a cat to come over. It seemed harmless enough, almost cute and endearing in a way. Still, deciding to act stubborn, Choromatsu stayed still and watched to see what the professor's next move would be. With the call not working, the professor began slowly getting closer to the human. It leaned in closer and closer, carefully maneuvering one hand far behind Choromatsu to ensure he wouldn't run. With the way it moved, Choromatsu fully expected it to suddenly pounce on him and snatch him, but this didn't happen. Instead, it took him like a careful sloth, a gentle giant, finally placing a hand on his back and another hand to grab one of his. This time, Choromatsu hesitantly obeyed and followed its lead. The neurology professor brought Choromatsu to the low-standing table, encouraging him to get on top and sit. The table's top reached the man's chest, but he managed to climb up and plop down on its surface without too much hassle. Once he was sitting, an examination began. Oh! Choromatsu verbalized his surprise as what he inferred to be a professor in neurology began touching him and looking him over with care. It took him by the chin and looked into its eyes, its gaze smothering him with intrigue. A physical exam first then, huh? Neither Horovagan gave any indication of hearing his words, instead exchanging a couple of their own amongst one another. Feeling both a bit awkward yet physically content, the man continued on with his ramblings to fill a certain void. So, I assume you're a professor here, right? He asked the one examining him. Assuming this is your office, anyway. Neurology. The professor, still paying his words no mind, finished looking over the man's head before moving on. It pulled from the side a futuristic-looking tool in the form of what Choromatsu could only surmise was some sort of caliper, those head measurement thingies he often saw scientists and doctors use in old movies. The entity leaned in and began measuring his skull using the device, scanning his head with a couple flashes and lasers that worked impeccably to fully analyze his brain. It was a process that took a good minute or so, and despite not receiving any attention for his utterings, Choromatsu continued to talk to his kidnappers as it went on. Are you two allowed to be doing this? He inquired, his words falling on deaf ears. Because I get the feeling you're participants in illegal activity. That's why we were sneaking, right? You two could get in huge trouble. The neurology professor used the device to shine a light into Choromatsu's left eye, scanning it fully. Then, it moved on to his right. It gave small hums and murmurs as it worked efficiently to analyze and study the human. It seemed fully encapsulated in its job, entranced by its coming findings. It communicated to the strange friend while doing so, giving occasional, approving nods. It was impressed by what it was seeing. Choromatsu caught on to this and formed a self-absorbed grin. Yes, I've been told I am quite the specimen, he cooed in a deep voice. Intriguing, mystical, desirable. Do you marvel at my mere essence as a human being? Are you truly impressed, The professor, still ignoring the one-sided chattering, finished up its task of basic evaluation and set its tools aside. It stood up straight and brought a thumb to its chin, looking down at the specimen in contemplation. It stared hard, thinking over the information it had acquired and organizing its racing thoughts and ideas. Then, it turned to the strange friend sitting in the chair nearby and spoke. Choromatsu turned his head to glance as the strange friend gave a long-winded response. The professor replied in the same fashion, conversing deeply about the specimen in question. As the two discussed the subject matter in detail, Choromatsu kept his mouth shut to allow them to work. He swung his legs back and forth in sync as they hung off the table, idly waiting for the next thing to happen. Although he did his best to make light of things, it was hard to ignore how alienated he felt in the situation. He wanted to know who these two were and what exactly they wanted with him, but he couldn't pick up much without understanding what they were saying. He could guess and imagine all he wanted, but he was still ignorant before them. He still had no clue what was happening. It was always awkward when these aliens talked about him right in front of him. Being excluded from the conversation so blatantly was certainly a nuisance. He couldn't help but feel slight annoyance at the fact that Choromatsu and Ichimatsu were still the only Horavagans willing to become humans to communicate with them. These two strangers were certainly different from the rest, however. He wondered if, perchance, he could convince them to shapeshift. The thought crossed his mind, asking of them to transform into humans for his sake. Then again, communicating so would require him to break a few boundaries he wasn't comfortable breaking. Besides, if they intended to speak with him, he was sure they'd shapeshift on their own. He just needed to let them do their thing. At this time, the professor walked past the strange friend and over behind its desk. It dug through clutter for a minute before pulling out a strange-looking gun with a needle at the end. Choromatsu immediately had an idea of what they were going to do next. He smiled nervously as the professor approached him once more and knelt before him. Oh, I see that you're going to take a blood sample next, then? He stuttered, trying to laugh it off but still visibly anxious. I'm not really a big fan of needles, to be honest. The professor wasn't hasty about going in for the sample, not like how Ichimatsu or another scientist would have been. Instead, it raised the syringe device and pointed at it, clearly allowing Choromatsu to see it and look it over before it was utilized. It then tapped the needle at the end gently before reaching forward and tapped the side of Choromatsu's neck. It was trying to give him a heads-up of what it was about to do. This was certainly a first. Having a Horovagan communicate so kindly and respectfully to Choromatsu felt nice. He wasn't used to such courtesy from the alien race that had kidnapped and tortured him. They usually restrained him in some way before going in and doing whatever they wanted to his body, so this was a nice change of pace. Because it was being so considerate, Choromatsu figured he ought to return the favor. With a slight grimace in knowing what was to come, Choromatsu nodded to the Horovagan professor and slowly tilted his head, revealing his neck and allowing space for the entity to work. As long as these aliens were being so respectful, he felt safe and even obligated to comply. It seemed like a fair exchange. The Horovagan appeared delighted by the nonverbal permission granted and reached forward with a free hand to pet the man's head. Then, it leaned in and pressed the tip of the needle against his neck. Proceeding as gently as it could, it penetrated his skin and locked the mechanism in place so it could steal away his blood. All the while, it continued running its fingers through Choromatsu's hair lovingly. The human let out a pained grunt as the needle slipped through his flesh. He tried to stay put with nothing more than a slight flinch, shutting his eyes tight and clenching his teeth. The vial attached to the syringed mechanism immediately began drawing blood, filling slowly with crimson fluid. Choromatsu allowed the sample to be taken, visibly uncomfortable but complacent nonetheless. It took about a minute for the vial to fill. Once the process was complete, the needle was pulled from Choromatsu's neck and the vial was removed from the device. The professor set the device aside and held the vial of blood up to the light, peering in at the heavy liquid and examining it closely. Then, it said a few foreign words and walked over to its desk. Choromatsu watched as the alien moved some books aside on a shelf in the corner of the room, revealing a small door. It resembled a sort of safe, one that could only be opened with a passcode. To Choromatsu's surprise, the passcode required wasn't a set of numbers or a word, nor was it a fingerprint scanner. The method in which to open the safe was something instead that triggered deep intrigue in the human specimen. With one index finger, the Horovagan professor began to draw directly onto the hatch's surface. It was as if the entity harbored some sort of magic touch, as its fingertip created a soft glowing trail of light as it slid across the door. The mechanisms within the futuristic safe paid close attention as its sensors were activated. It was sensitive to the touch, waiting simply for one secret character to be drawn. And of course, it was. Choromatsu cocked his head as the alien finished drawing the complex symbol onto the door. It was a symbol he had never seen before, a type of emblem that was familiar to few. A strange design, one that was quite intriguing. He wondered what the meaning behind this emblem was, as it was clearly some sort of logo or special character. Without thinking too much further about it, the man observed as the hatch was opened and the contents were finally revealed. Inside the safe, there was a single object only a few centimeters long. Its shape was unique in that it looked like two objects fused together, a stubby stick and a flat square. The way it was designed made for a symmetrical form that stretched no longer than a finger. The professor picked up this foreign-looking device and turned it on, triggering the oblong section to glow. Then, it placed the vial of blood inside the safe and turned back to the human specimen. It approached him and knelt, reaching forward and sticking the square end of the device to his neckband. Finally, it let go, allowing it to sit securely by some magnetic force. With the odd device now attached to Choromatsu's neckband, the professor could begin its last bit of work. Two holographic windows popped up from the device, and the Horovagan was quick to begin manipulating information on them with agile swipes and touches. Its fingers moved meticulously, every press and push pristine. There was text, lines, bars, shapes, graphs, and even a two-dimensional model of a human being. The professor worked swiftly to copy the data over to the device, downloading mass amounts of information and collecting as much as it could with the time they had. It seemed that the device it had pulled from the safe had the capacity to house a large collection of files, just like a USB. All of this happened as Choromatsu sat patiently upon the table and watched without a word. These strangers, it seemed that all they wanted from him was data. They were measuring his cranium, taking blood, downloading information from his neckband, all while being relatively polite in doing so. They clearly had no intention of hurting him, or even doing weird experiments on him. They simply wanted to learn. It took a few minutes, but the USB-like device soon finished downloading all the information it could hold. Once this process was finished, the professor detached it from Choromatsu's neckband and placed it inside the safe next to the vial of blood. Then, it closed and locked the safe, pushing books and whatnot in front to mask its mystique. With that, the task of obtaining information was complete. There was only one thing left for them to do. The strange friend engaged deeply in conversation with the professor, exchanging words of unknown meaning and conveying thoughts of unknown content. Choromatsu stayed put as they talked, listening patiently until finally, they were ready to proceed with something only two others had ever done before them. The strange friend stood from its chair and walked toward Choromatsu. It knelt before him, looking him over with its big, blank eyes. Then, it reached forward. Choromatsu let out a small exhale as the entity took him by the chin and leaned in. He quickly realized what was happening as the alien pressed its lips against his, extracting his physical DNA and beginning a great transformation. It was finally happening. Is this it? He couldn't help but wonder. Am I finally going to get to talk to them? Will I finally be able to ask them what's going on? Am I finally about to meet these individuals in a comprehensible form? Darkness fluttered like flames from the body of the strange friend as it slowly began to transform. Within a few moments, Choromatsu could see human pupils encapsulated with textured irises, filled deep with calm and intrigued. They were brown like his, staring peacefully while pressing on with its act. He could see hair flourish out from its scalp, softly swaying through the air in a light veil made of millions of tiny tendrils. Its essence glowed as its skin became flushed with color far from its previously inky black body. Clothes also spawned in the form of a uniform, much like the default clothing Choromatsu and Ichimatsu found themselves in when they shapeshifted themselves. Everything in its very appearance was becoming familiar, it was becoming human, a front Choromatsu could more easily empathize with and understand. And he was eager to do so. With their lips still pressed together, the grand shift was nearing completion. The situation was about to be flipped on its head as Choromatsu was finally going to be presented the opportunity to communicate with his kidnappers. He had so many questions he anticipated answers for. Everything was all coming together beautifully. That is, until the interruption. A beep, or some sort of jingle or ring. It played out in a lovely little tune one felt he could associate with serenity, and it was likely customized to be that way. This time around, however, it did not bring about a sense of bright arousal or ease. The strange friend, having almost been complete in its transformation, suddenly let go of the human and jumped to its feet in a panic. The instant it looked to the door, its natural, Horovagan form washed back over it. It was no longer human, and just like that, Choromatsu's opportunity for insight was shattered. The professor in neurology also reacted upon hearing the chime, though it held control over its demeanor more professionally than the other. Attempting to portray a relatively calm sense of self, it hurriedly walked toward the door and tapped a panel on the side. This opened up a menu of which it tinkered with momentarily. Then, it swiped to trigger an action. In response to this, one of the door's security features activated, and a new lens stretched down the long exterior. This outer lens, it made the other side of the door visible to the inhabitants only, and it showed to the two Horavagans an alarming sight. Outside, there stood a lone individual, and it was an educational division's leader. A Horavagan curse could be heard muttered under the professor's breath as it took in the situation. Here it was with one of its subordinates and the unauthorized possession of the human specimen, and knocking at their door was a leader of high regard. Someone who wasn't in the know about their little heist. Someone who could get them in unimaginable trouble. This was bad. The professor snapped its attention to the strange friend, its eyes furious at the other's incompetence. It threw an arm out and gestured dramatically at the obvious threat, the unknowing leader on the other side of the door who was patiently waiting to be let in. It spouted accusations in a husky voice, trying its best to whisper but being unable to help raising its volume a bit. The strange friend, with wide, panicked eyes, shook its palms in front and gave a guilty response, trying to defend its own failure at securing the area but struggling to come up with any viable excuse. The professor reiterated its fuming assertion and pointed at Choromatsu, who sat tense and quiet as the situation escalated. The other again attempted to throw out words of innocence and blamelessness, but was greeted only by the professor marching up to it and smacking it softly upside the head. Choromatsu turned his head back and forth between the kidnappers as they shot brief exclamations of hostility between one another. He could pick up on what was going on fairly easily. The strange friend had messed up somehow, and as a result, someone unexpected had prematurely interrupted the examination. Watching as they argued with each other under forced whispering, Choromatsu couldn't help but to feel a little worried, himself. He'd actually grown to quite like these two, despite them still being strangers to him. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something about them made them trustworthy, and he surely didn't want them to get caught and punished. Choromatsu briefly took his eyes off the Horavagans and glanced around the room. Was there anywhere he could hide? Anywhere he could go? If he could just conceal himself in some way, perhaps that would really help them out. Without a single eye on the human, Choromatsu hopped down from the small table and hurried over to the desk. He looked up and around, all over for a hiding spot. Then, he hurried around and behind the chairs. Finally, he raced toward what he perceived to be a small hatch in the wall. Could he hide in here? He felt around the crevices and found it was easy to open. In fact, the moment it sensed him, it opened all by itself. Inside, there was just enough space for him to fit. He wasn't sure what the space was exactly, but it seemed like the only decent option. So, without any second opinions, he began to climb inside. A second time did the jingle play from the leader standing outside. It was growing impatient, wondering why it wasn't being let in immediately. The professor glanced at the door and gave a big huff. Then, it turned to the small table to gesture at the human. When it saw the table was empty, its eyes went wide. It scanned the room until its gaze fell upon the tiny human monkey pulling its legs inside the small hatch in the wall. When it saw this, it grew alarmed. It tried to run forward and stop him, but the strange friend was one step ahead of it. Delighted by this clever little primate's idea, the strange friend hurriedly raced over and shoved Choromatsu fully inside. Then, it shut the hatch. Choromatsu was now hidden and out of sight, and the professor couldn't have been more exasperated. The professor clenched its fists and threw a palm over its face in frustration. This wasn't supposed to happen, and the human was not supposed to be hidden like this, but, whatever, it was too late, now. They needed to open the door already. With one big, final sigh, the professor regained its composure. It cleared its throat and stood up straight, regaining its elegant and mature demeanor before turning to the door and opening it up. With that, the leader was welcomed inside. The strange friend plopped its behind back into its chair and let out a secret exhalation, relieved that they had gotten the specimen out of sight in time. Meanwhile, the leader entered and greeted them formally. The professor greeted back, their words still static to the foreign ear. Their exchange of niceties and formalities rang on as expected, though it was cut short by the leader's questioning regarding the presence of the lower-status individual in the professor's office. A dismissive explanation sang stoically from the professor's throat, and all oddities were dismissed rather easily. A brief meeting ensued as the leader engaged in conversation with its target participant, that being the professor of neurology. The questions were mainly work-related and the strange friend was largely ignored as they conversed, though it had been easily permitted presence in a non-verbal notion by the leader. It was a few simple inquiries, ones the professor answered in diligence and ease as if they weren't hiding a thing. The leader seemed to suspect nothing, going on with its business and questions just as it had been instructed to do by its own superior. Eventually, the casual meeting did come to an end, and the leader went off. With only a goodbye for the professor, it left them to their own affairs and exited the room with grace. Nothing suspicious had come up, and the two kidnappers were again alone and free. With this, the strange friend let out a big, loud exhalation. It was relieved, they'd done it. They had made it through an abrupt interaction and gotten away with hiding their little animal friend. It stood from its floating seat and walked calmly over to the hatch, preparing to open it and pull out the smart little human so they could continue where they left off. With the swipe of a hand and a sensor going off, the hatch slid open and revealed its empty contents. The strange friend stared for a long time. Then, it blinked and did a double take. Choromatsu, he was gone. Huh. The strange friend clutched tufts of its wispy hair while throwing two hands over its mouth in shock. It turned to the professor and pointed with a fifth hand at the empty chamber, panicked. Its companion, the all-knowing professor, only shook its head slowly, its eyes half-lidded in visible annoyance. It already knew this would happen. Useless, the professor scorned. Utterly useless. You are so, completely useless. That. The strange friend ran fingers through its hair, still visibly frantic. That wasn't my fault, I didn't. I knew we should have picked someone older, the superior went on. Someone with more experience, someone not prone to so many reckless mistakes. Do you not understand how serious this operation needs to be taken? Do you not understand the gravity of your actions today? Well, It couldn't argue, it had no fuel to fight. The professor let out a long breath, folding its arms and looking to the other seriously. With a grave look, it said, if that human is found outside his cage and our leaders decide to investigate further, you know what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to confess. I know that, the strange friend replied shakily, trying to put on a strong front. Our organization works by remaining in the dark, beneath what is seen by the average lower-class worker and invisible before the leaders of our society, continued the professor. You need to fix this, or else sacrifice yourself for the sake of our mission. I understand that. It swallowed. It doesn't need to come to that yet. Nobody knows the human is missing, we still have time. The clock is ticking, the other reminded. We were supposed to be bringing him back by now. The behaviorist won't be distracted for much longer. I mean, maybe he's a talker, the strange friend mumbled, looking back to the hatch and sticking its head inside. We've been watching him, it told the younger. He doesn't like to stray far from his specimens. We don't have much time. All right, then, just tell me where this damn hatch goes, huffed the inferior Horovagan. Where did it take him? Where do we go to find him? That trash chute is one that scans the type of object thrown inside. It relocates its contents accordingly. And where would it send an animal? No clue, the professor shook its head. You didn't happen to download the human's tracking information, did you? Asked the strange friend. No, I don't have access to that information through the neckband alone, it explained. Shit. Contact our allies, give them a heads up on the situation, ordered the neurology professor. This is all on you, Choromatsu. One more mistake, and you're through. All right. The strange friend tapped the side of his temple and opened up an underground browser encrypted through coding on his brain chip. He accessed his hidden messages and began to type out an emergency text. It read, "We have a problem. Intermission." The moment the hatch had shut with Choromatsu inside, the floor beneath him slipped away. Choromatsu let out a surprised yelp as the hungry claws of gravity suddenly pulled him down, dragging him out of the confines of the secret chamber and into a long chute. He threw out his arms to try catch himself against the interior of the tube, but he was falling too fast. Quickly he was sucked through the chute that pulled him to and fro, left and right, up and down and all around. His vision rattled as he hit his head during a sudden turn, unable to keep himself from being thrown about wildly. It was a hurricane of motion and G-force that made his head spin. The physical chaos had been too abrupt, and he found he didn't even have time to panic. As Choromatsu fell through the chute, he came to be introduced to multiple layers of oddities and unique, fantastical areas that baffled him in the moment. He fell out of one chute and was flung through the air into another like some high-intensity water slide. He was sucked through a sealed space filled with enormous bubbles floating about idly, where he continued falling down the vertical path. His body bounced upon the large bubbles before sliding off and continuing to fall, all without popping a single one. He was launched into a twisting horizontal chute that made him dizzy as he went. He went through areas that were colorful and flashing, along with areas that were pitch black as well. At one point, he stopped briefly as he plopped onto a platform in an unknown area. Computers shot out light used to scan his body. It detected what type of waste he was before the platform flung him through another chute accordingly. Through and in and out Choromatsu was pulled, soaring through the tubes at what felt like the speed of light. Water suddenly filled the chutes as he slid along, and he soon found himself completely submerged in its presence. With cheeks puffed out in a visual display of holding his breath, he continued to fall in twisted and unique areas until finally, the bizarre horrors of the trash chute came to an end. A new hatch opened on a dirty wall, and Choromatsu came flying out from its entrance. He gasped as he, along with an ocean of water, was expelled into a large pile of dirt in the ground outside. Once he was let out, the hatch behind him shut and all motion finally came to a stop. As Choromatsu took a second to breathe, the water around the man seeped into the dirt below, turning the substance into a sticky mess of mud. All things settled and the chaos was no more, he was finally free. The man let out a few coughs as he held himself up in the mud, his body coated and dirty. When he looked down at himself, he could see that the mud was black, or a dark brown at least. Immediately disgusted, he stood to his feet with a pained groan. He tried to brush the dirt off himself but only spread it along his skin like paint. Really? He couldn't help but mumble as he perceived just how dirty he was now. At least I'm just in my underwear, that'll make cleaning up a lot easier. With one big breath, Choromatsu lifted his face and looked around. It was only then that he realized where he had been disposed of. He was outside. He was outside the school building, outside of any ship or room or man-made structure. He was outside and free, and he was alone on Atra. Ah! A small gasp left his mouth as he took in his surroundings in awe and wonder. Standing barefoot in a puddle of mud, he appeared to be in some sort of alleyway or corridor behind one of the buildings. The ground was made of what seemed similar to cobblestone, only each stone's surface glistened and shimmered like a scale from a fish. Being surrounded by walls, he couldn't make out the world around him in that first instance, but he could see moss or perhaps some wet, vine-like plants emerging between the stones and crawling up some of the dirty walls surrounding him. Choromatsu's eyes wandered up the walls of the buildings surrounding him, and he found that, given a Horovagan's size difference to humans, the scale of these buildings were enormous. Still, if he tilted his head back enough, he could make out the primary color of the sky above. Purple. He could only see a small portion of the sky, but its hue was a magnificent, royal purple that challenged the beauty of Choromatsu's own planet's sky. Immediately, Choromatsu wanted to see more. Choromatsu looked around the alleyway again, taking in the foreign sight of the dirty area and all the minor eccentricities that made it so alien to him. He wondered if it would be best to stay put, though he was far too curious. He wanted to wander, to walk around an alien campus and take in the sight as much as he could. This was not just his only chance, but the only chance a creature of his kind would ever have the freedom to explore the Horovagan planet. Such an opportunity could never be passed up. Choromatsu took his first step out of the puddle of mud, tarnishing the previously clear cobblestone with the black substance tainting his feet. As he walked, he noticed that the stones glowed with every touch, leaving a temporary trail of light behind him. It was like a magical dream, a sort of fantasyland that he could only ever imagine. He eyed the glowing trail behind him as he walked toward the end of the alleyway, stepping out from around the corner and peeking at the larger area encapsulating where he had been thrown. From the alleyway did Choromatsu come upon a small garden. Cobblestones outlined the circular island, where an artificial fence and waterfall glistened beside the colorful collection of space flowers. These plants were colorful and each one was unique, working to create a well-balanced scene of wonder and beauty in its nature. A large sundial-like object made of light was projected overhead, displaying for all to see the current time of day in a royal manner. Surrounding the isle were bubbles floating through the air harmlessly, and overall the view was gorgeous and mystical. Choromatsu's eyes sparkled as he was dazzled by the sight. It was a serene haven indeed, and he couldn't stare for less than several minutes as he absorbed its tranquility. All around the garden were buildings and more alleyways, ones that Choromatsu was eager to explore. He wasn't sure how much time he had, but he was keen on seeing as much as he could before being thrown back into a cage. After spending several minutes in this area, he entered a different alleyway and made his way out on the other end. This time, the area he'd wandered into was much larger. He perceived it as some sort of courtyard decorated in pristine and foreign style. There was nobody present oddly enough, so once again he was granted the freedom to explore to his heart's content. With mouth agape and eyes wide, the little human skipped about all over the courtyard of majestic interior. He touched the petals of plants, stuck his hand in a fountain of gently glowing water, ran through the thick and concentrated mist creeping along the ground, popped several bubbles mindlessly floating through the air, wandered along a swirl-shaped path in the center, and finally trailed along down a flight of stairs with elongated steps that were far too big for him. The whole time he walked, a temporary path of light emanated from the rocks beneath his feet. As Choromatsu excitedly explored deeper into the courtyard, he soon exited a gate and entered the view of a new area, the campus. Ha! The man let out a marveled utterance as he overlooked the gorgeous grounds of the school, made almost like a little city for the students. The design of the campus was magical, something he thought he'd find in a fantasy book for children. The energy of the environment gave him all sorts of impressions that mingled well with different wonders from deep within his imagination: fairies, unicorns, dragons, mermaids, princes and princesses, and overall the well-preserved energy of nature. He felt so small, so little before the enormous array of structures and paths and curiosities present in his surroundings. He wanted to see it all. Choromatsu wandered forward, passing the first building and soon the next. Each one was twisted and distorted to be incredibly tall, like he were the boy Jack who had just emerged within the clouded city of giants. The giants themselves, being the Horovagan aliens, were not present however. The campus appeared abandoned, and Choromatsu could only assume the students were in class. Again, he was left alone and free to explore his surroundings, and that he did. Choromatsu spent a good 10 minutes walking about on the campus grounds. He lurked through curly, foreign foliage in the shape of an arch, hopped upon rocks sticking out above the surface of a low-level pond, twirled around softly glowing orbs of light floating alongside the bubbles in the sky, marveled at the incredibly advanced technology detailing the buildings nigh, stood small before a holographic map hovering high above his head for all to see, sprinted across swirled bridges of curious wonder, made his way down steep hills by means of elevated, disappearing and reappearing platforms moving along like a never-ending treadmill, and even found himself standing on top of a window embedded into the ground. He knelt to take a peek inside, and found that deep below him was an underground class currently in session. None noticed his presence, and he figured it was best that way. The experience was magical for the small human, and he thoroughly enjoyed every second of exploration on this foreign planet school campus. He soon made it to the end of the school grounds, and here was where he saw the elegant sun setting in the distance. With the smallest breeze tickling the man's face as he stood, he looked out beyond the hills the campus sat upon. This final hill overlooked a grand field of green and blue plants, along with the dying sun settling beyond the horizon. The sun's figure was larger than Earth's sun, or perhaps it was a bit closer. It housed a slight red hue which colored the sky and clouds of few with a gorgeous array of vivid light, which stretched all across the sky. The sky itself, its color blended from yellow to orange to pink to purple, all the way to black on the darkest end of the sky. It appeared as if the natural sky color of this planet was a blue tinted with red, which created a deep indigo that turned warm at the setting of the sun. Along with the few visible stars and the puffy clouds stretching along to outline the sunset like a faint, musical echo, Choromatsu could also see 3 individual moons of varying sizes present in random directions. Thinking about it for a moment, Choromatsu seemed to recall Choromatsu mentioning at some point his planet's 3 moons. There was one with a white surface, almost with a yellow tint, Seeker. Another with a pinkish glow, this one appearing to be the largest, Procor. Finally, the smallest one bearing the colors of lavender and baby blue, Hyo. 3 moons, all orbiting Atra in an infinite dance and orbit. Together, they highlighted the true beauty of Atra's evening sky, and Choromatsu was left awed. It was beautiful. He was speechless. He could hardly comprehend, this was the present moment, and right now, Choromatsu was on an alien planet. He, a mere human, was standing small on the soil of a foreign home. He was mesmerized. Hypnotized, in a trance by his rare circumstances. He couldn't help but both wonder and be grateful. Why him? Of the billions of humans to have ever existed and the trillions of souls to have ever been born, how did he get so lucky to see what no other of his kind would likely ever witness? He would never have guessed this was where he would end up, and he was more than honored. It made him feel special, almost powerful in a way. Perhaps that was because, at this time, he was in control. He wasn't caged up or locked away in a chamber, and he wasn't muzzled or cuffed by the wrists. No, he was free. At least, for a short period of time, he was. In the back of Choromatsu's head, there was the smallest of voices nagging him. He knew he was probably breaking Horovagan rules by exploring out here on his own, and he never quite liked being a troublemaker. But this voice was quite easily squished down to unimportance. After all, nothing else mattered when he was so clearly being presented with an opportunity so magnificent. Choromatsu basked in the glory of the sunset for a few minutes more, taking in the sights and sounds and smells of Atra's nature. Then, with a big eager grin, he bolted down the hill. His feet sank deep into the leafy, grass-like foliage below as he ran like a cheetah, embracing the wind. As an adult, he never had the time to do such a childish activity, and it brought back a sense of nostalgia. It was nice to just run without any pressure from outside influences, and he felt just as he did back in school. It was a lovely feeling to experience after so long, and it only further excited him. As the small, dirt-covered human ran like a wild child down the massive hill, he couldn't help but to let out a laugh. He hadn't felt this good in a long time, and the concept of where in the universe he was only made everything all the more thrilling. He threw out his arms like airplane wings and fully embraced the wind splashing against his skin warmly. Truly he felt like a child again, and it was absolutely serene. When Choromatsu made it down the hill, he entered an area akin to some sort of fantasy-themed forest. The trees were colorful and lopsided, some with spherical leaves and others with triangular ones. Some trees seemed bare in that they only produces long, smooth branches without any coating. Feeling rather playful, the man tried to climb one of these trees. Quickly he found that he was just a little too weak to pull himself up. He supposed he wasn't as fit as he used to be. Instead, he plucked a few leaves and began collecting them like souvenirs, holding them and throwing them and setting them afloat upon a clear pond surface. One thing that the man noticed as he explored Atra's nature was the lack of wildlife in his surroundings. When one typically explored nature back on Earth, it didn't play out as romantically as this, the main reason being pests and insects. Here, however, there seemed to be very few. Choromatsu managed to find one insect, a beetle of sorts, crawling on a rock. When he examined it a bit closer, he could tell it was artificial, perhaps some sort of robot. It wasn't a real living organism. Atra's nature, as beautiful and foreign as it was, had no animals or bugs present, and it felt a little bizarre. The man wondered briefly about it, but shrugged it off and continued on his exploration. The little human wandered the forest floor, exploring optimistically for quite some time. 5 minutes turned to 10, and he was soon comfortably lost in the wooded area, exploring all on his own. He wasn't sure when he'd be found, but he didn't worry too much about it. After all, he knew Choromatsu or the higher-ups could easily track him down the moment they realized he was missing. He wasn't so sure about those two kidnappers, but something told him he wouldn't be seeing them again for a while. They had already been separated, and it was far more likely he would be tracked down by officials first. Choromatsu gave an elated sigh, taking in his surroundings peacefully as he went. He wandered for some time, happily engaging in the tranquil loneliness and freedom that came with. He enjoyed spending some time away from Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, and Osomatsu, as he was a bit more introverted and needed the social break. Having time alone to reflect and recharge was a nice little break. Little did Choromatsu know, he wasn't going to be alone for much longer. As Choromatsu crawled through the verdure, swiping away leaves and exploring freely like the undomesticated animal he was, he briefly stopped as the faintest of noises came within his range of detection. He perked up and held his breath, listening carefully before progressing forward a little further. He crawled out of the bushes and got up from his hands and knees, standing tall with ears at full attention. The noise, it wasn't one alarming in nature, though its origin made Choromatsu curious. It wasn't a cry nor was it footsteps, but rather, music. He heard the melodic tones whispering in the wind as it carried on through the gardens and foliage. This odd, harmonic echo lured the man in, and he soon found himself following the noise. The closer Choromatsu got, the clearer he could make out the noise. It was a collection of rings organized in a calming rhythm with the undertone of an invisible beat. It sounded akin to wind chimes, but each note seemed deliberate and methodical. Its sound was reminiscent of the wonders of Nausicaa, like a melody signaling the life and energy within the forest itself, and he was determined to find its origin. The song that played was like a mystical jingle that continued on repeat. There was no background harmony to this piece, it was just a simple tune played again and again for all to hear. The little human traveled along, soon hearing the sounds of rushing water reverberating beneath the musical rhythm. He came upon a stream and ended up following it, nearing the site of emanation. It wasn't too far now, and he was becoming more and more intrigued by what was creating the tune. Steady as he went, he walked along the side of the river before eventually falling in sight of a tall, gorgeous waterfall. Choromatsu looked up the majestic flow, determining that the music was coming from behind the vertical strip of water. With that, he kept going. As Choromatsu neared the base of the waterfall, he found himself struggling to see through the mist and foam bursting from the ever-splashing fall. As short as he was in this world, he had a hard time lifting his face above the fog but was able to find his way regardless. He began climbing mossy, damp boulders and clinging to vine-like structures as he progressed forward in determination. Once he reached a higher level and plane, he pulled himself to his feet and went on to see what mysteries were awaiting him behind the waterfall. Choromatsu pushed away large flowers and leaves as he maneuvered his way closer and closer. It wasn't long before he made it to a pathway that paved the way toward his desired destination. As he walked, his ears were deafened by the falling water crashing into the rocks below, along with the sounds of the ever-repeating song growing louder. He tried not to look down as he continued on the narrow path. Soon, he finally reached the secret cove. Pushing the last bit of foliage to the side, he was greeted by the view he had been anxiously waiting to see. Upon emerging from the bushes, the curious sight was bestowed upon Choromatsu's insignificance, and he was immediately drawn in. His eyes were first brought to the overall environment in which he had walked into, and that was, as it appeared to be, a casual meeting of sorts between Horavagans. Not just scientists or teachers, either, these 5 individuals were small, even shorter than he himself. They had to have been toddlers, or at least, very young children. Practically babies compared to their caretakers. The group sat upon a large, smooth stone, one big enough to house all of them with excess space. It was a lovely little base they had found, perfectly secluded and comfortable. This was their space, and Choromatsu had inadvertently invaded it. The first individual Choromatsu laid eyes upon was the conductor of the odd music. He saw what appeared to be a musically gifted child sitting inside a ring that resembled a one-person piano, circling all around the player for a full 360 degrees experience. In fact, it looked very similar to the one he himself had been allowed to play back in the other facility, though it didn't look nearly as rudimentary or, for lack of a better term, babyish as his had been. Aside from this Horavagan, there also sat another who seemed intrigued by the arts. This individual sat about a meter away, its attention focused on the rock wall it was painting on. The paint it was utilizing was strange in nature in that it barely appeared like a solid material. Instead, it glowed a neon color as if it were made entirely out of light, despite spreading and sticking like true matter. The Horovigan child was covered in this paint, using many of its hands to draw on the rocks around it while channeling an ever-flowing stream of creativity. The remaining 3 children seemed preoccupied with a larger, more cooperative task. Splayed out upon the surface of the large stone they sat upon was a colorful, voluminous plant picked from the ground and fully cut open. Its juices leaked and trickled down the stone, and it was clearly no longer living matter. Despite its horrific state, the precision of the operation and the slices into its plant flesh were surprisingly clean. As one child, who appeared to be the leader of their little group, actively worked on the plant, a second in command helped by pointing at items and communicating information verbally as it went. The third sat back, sitting before a wide array of surgical tools no child should ever have access to. It was the assistant, handing off scalpels and pokers and needles of all kinds to its companion as needed. For such young children, the system was quite organized. Wow! As Choromatsu looked over the group, he couldn't help but to utter a verbal response to its wonders. The moment he did so, the music instantly ceased and all 5 children looked up in alarm. When the group saw the human, or what they perceived as a dirty, wild animal and also an anomaly in what they knew of Atra nature, each one jumped to its feet, absolutely startled by his presence. A couple let out childish cries as the one who had been managing the surgical tools stumbled back in surprise. As it did so, Choromatsu gasped. The child had lost its footing as it ejected itself backwards, stumbling right off the edge of the rock and toward the cliff of the waterfall. Choromatsu had to act fast, not a moment of hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the man had darted out of the bushes and extended his arm. Once he reached the edge of the stone floor, he planted his feet firmly and snatched up the child by the hand before it was too late. Others were stunned, and for a moment, none of them moved. Choromatsu had successfully saved the young Horovigan from injury at best, and it had all happened so fast. The moment the child realized it was being saved, it grabbed onto Choromatsu's hands with the remaining 5 of its own. Choromatsu hauled it back onto the stone, and for a few seconds, there was a stunned silence. Choromatsu huffed for air as he looked down at the individual, sending it a smile. Phew, he sighed. That was close, wasn't it? The Horovigan child still held tightly to his hands for a minute longer, seemingly shaken up by the experience. It took a moment to catch its breath itself, then slowly looked up at Choromatsu. It stared at this foreign animal smiling at it. It observed. Then, it blinked. As if suddenly realizing what exactly it was looking at, the child's eyelids fell half shut and it immediately let go, shoving the human away with all its might, which, since it was so young, wasn't much. As Choromatsu stumbled a step or 2 back, the Horovigan child darted away, and the remaining 4 were quick to follow. They ran and swung and climbed like spiders into the foliage, swiftly falling out of sight. None hesitated to get away from this perceived monster. And with that, Choromatsu was left alone. Choromatsu stared off into the empty trail in which the children had disappeared beyond. He housed a slightly puzzled expression as he looked on, staying still for a moment to process what had just happened. Then, finally, he gave an accepting sigh. Chimph. He spoke aloud to himself. I suppose, I must have startled them. It's to be expected, I am just a wild animal to them, and probably one they've never seen before. It was silly of me to expect any other reaction. With one more deep breath, Choromatsu took his eyes off the empty path and looked around him. The children had left all their toys and tools, including the mutilated plant corpse. He took a moment to look around. First, he examined the unique instrument the child had been playing, then the odd paint the other had been coloring the walls with. He didn't spend much time looking through the surgical tools, as they were all familiar items he'd seen before, either in the facility during tests, or reminiscent to ones on Earth. He wondered how they had gotten a hold of such dangerous tools. They clearly weren't being supervised, at least physically. Could these children really know what they were doing and be careful enough not to get hurt? Choromatsu figured he'd best not toy with the children's belongings, and soon decided to move on with his aimless adventure. He leapt down from the stone platform and began treading on through the forest for more exploration. He didn't know how much time he had left to explore before he was caught, so there wasn't any time to waste. Of course, the eyes that had witnessed his presence never really departed from their gaze. As Choromatsu traveled along, he got the feeling he was being followed. He occasionally found himself turning his head and looking all around, but he never quite found what was following him. He had a sneaking suspicion, however, children were never really subtle with things like this. It was only a few minutes later when Choromatsu sat upon a rock that he heard a familiar sound. He had found a nice spot to watch the rest of the sunset without too much interruption from surrounding foliage when the noise first rang out. With a curious hum, the man shifted his attention from the glowing sunset to a bushel of colorful plants nearby. Out of this plant stuck 5 small faces, all with eyes planted directly on him. Of course, the children had followed the curious creature. Ah! Choromatsu watched as the leader of the group made beckoning motions with its hands, repeating the cooing noise it had made. It was calling to him, no different from how the strange friend and its neurology professor had tried to gain his trust not long before. It was an odd kind of purr that was amicable in nature and alluring to him in some strange way. Seeing as they were just curious little kids, Choromatsu gave a warm smile and stood from his rock. "So you did follow me, hmm?" he called back in a friendly tone. "You don't have to be afraid, I'm not mean or anything." The leader stopped its call when the man began talking, and all 5 stared with unreadable gazes his way. Choromatsu took a careful step forward and reached out a hand. He wondered if, perhaps, he could form a bond through the bioluminescence, just as he had done before with the strangers. If he could, that would really be a marvel. He was growing more and more trust toward the average Horovagan, and it was nice interacting with members of their species who had no interest in experimenting on him. Choromatsu knelt before the bush of flowers and kept his palm extended outwards, still wearing a warm smile. The leader's eyes widened slightly as he did so. It slowly crept out from the bush and took a careful step forward, beginning to raise its dominant hand. The others watched curiously as the brave leader got closer to the human, seemingly about to take the man's hand. Choromatsu was growing hopeful, thinking he was just about to make a friend. Then, it happened, the Horovagan child softly slapped away his hand, and instead reached for the man's hair. As if he were nothing more than a puppy, Choromatsu's head was patted and petted in a dehumanizing manner. "Oh!" Choromatsu's smile went away as the other 4 slipped from the bush and joined their leader, all petting the dirty animal. The man couldn't help but to give a little grimace as he stayed knelt before them. So, this is what they saw him as, an inferior creature. He had never been on the receiving end of this kind of treatment before being abducted, and the degrading feeling was all the same. How had he tricked himself into thinking these children would see him as anything but a dog? Something about having toddlers think of him as inferior was even worse than adults thinking as such. How awful. Choromatsu's eyes fell halfway as his cheeks were squished together, causing his lips to pout. His hair was tugged, softly at first, but then a bit rougher. The children were clearly having fun poking him and getting to know the little human as the odd creature he was, though Choromatsu remained unamused. After tolerating them for only a few more moments, he let out a little huff and stood to his feet, swatting the many hands away. Okay, he tutted. "Enough of that already." Choromatsu gently slapped away one more hand, but was caught off guard as this hand turned around and took him firmly by the wrist. The owner of this hand stretched Choromatsu's arm out to the side, looking it over carefully with its big, pupilless eyes. Choromatsu tried to smile and laugh, going along with it whilst reminding himself they were just kids. "I see you're curious about me, aren't you?" He chuckled faintly, allowing the entity to touch and examine his arm. "I am quite the intriguing specimen, or so I've been told." The child looking over his arm opened its mouth, announcing a few words to its friends as all listened carefully. The others in the group watched as it withdrew the scalpel it had before. It flipped the scalpel around and used the dull end to trace a line onto Choromatsu's skin, drawing from his inner wrist all the way up to his shoulder. Then, it continued on along his clavicle and down the center of his torso, finally stopping at his navel. There, it tapped twice, demonstrating to its companions something of ill translation. Choromatsu only frowned and reached over, snatching away the scalpel while lifting his face in a disapproving manner. "You know, you really shouldn't be playing with this," he scorned, housing a sense of responsibility in his demeanor. "These aren't toys, and can be very dangerous. You should at least have an adult around when you handle these kinds of tools. Who even gave this to you?" The children only blinked, sending each other occasional glances as Choromatsu went on. His lecture fell on deaf ears, all they perceived was meaningless chatter. "How old are you guys, anyway?" he continued. "You can't be older than 4, and you're already playing with surgical equipment." The man set the scalpel aside and got ready to bend down to their level, though he didn't have to lower himself much. He gave them a concerned stare as his chittering resumed. "It's kind of getting late, too," he pointed out. "Shouldn't you be making your way home? Or maybe, back to school for one more lesson? Where are your parents?" Upon asking this last question, the man mumbled to himself, I suppose your people don't typically have a mother and father figure, but you must at least have a caretaker or someone watching over you, right? Why are you out here all alone, anyway? With Choromatsu's rain of questions making no sense to the small alien children, they quietly watched him and waited for the man to cease his nonsensical verbal utterances. The moment they saw a pause in his proceedings, the leader of the group turned to its companions and spoke a few words of declaration. They seemed eager and motivated by these words, and several grew jittery and excited. Without further ado, they sprang into action. Choromatsu perked up curiously as the alien children surrounded him and many hands began taking hold. Ah! The children took him firmly by the arms, the hair, the back of the neck, and the torso, and began walking him away from the area. One even ran ahead and began making its little, cooing call to entice the man in walking forward. Choromatsu didn't resist, though he was hesitant as he allowed the children to handle him and lead him away. Where are we going now? He asked, knowing well he wouldn't get a direct answer. With the group of mysterious children now in charge, they began leading him along a large path that led back to the river nearby. The man wasn't stubborn in their handlings, but instead curious as to where this was going. They began following the river, traveling along a creek and finally making it to a dip in elevation. Upon arriving at this cavern, across which the river continued on, the group came to a momentary stop as they considered their options of progression. They were clearly trying to follow the river, but doing so would require getting across the small cliff. The children looked to their leader. Their leader looked to the children. There were two ways they could proceed, through a safer route that trailed down the side of the incline, or over a fallen, alien tree trunk splayed over the creek like a bridge. Of course, their desired preference was obvious, they were going the riskier path. The first of the children let go of Choromatsu and began carefully stepping forward, nearing the end of the fallen trunk. Choromatsu's eyes widened as the child did so, and he quickly glanced at the safer path before racing forward and grabbing onto the child to stop it from proceeding. Oi oi oi! He called feverishly, firmly but carefully leading the child away from the dangerous cliff. No, we're not crossing there, that's too dangerous. If we're going that way, then we're going down closer to the river. The aliens looked to each other, but didn't protest as Choromatsu led them down the safer route, where they hopped across boulders to get to the other side. It took a few more minutes of traveling, but the group soon followed a smaller stream branched off from the main river and came upon a pond. Choromatsu stopped before it and looked down, analyzing the clear water. It was still quite noticeable that there were no insects or natural wildlife in this bizarre collection of nature, and it made the pond seem clean and quite calm. Choromatsu formed a small smile as he knelt by the pond, looking down at his reflection and taking in the moment for what it was. It was still grand to think that he was actually, truly exploring the wonders of planet Atra. These were unheard of circumstances, and he really did consider himself strangely lucky to be there. As Choromatsu contemplated deeply, the children behind him placed hands on his back and shoulders. He didn't think much of it until the pressure they were applying began to interfere with his balance. Che! Choromatsu turned as the pressure increased against his body, as if he were intentionally being pushed. The alien children had gathered around and were gradually putting forth all their strength in shoving Choromatsu into the pond. The moment he realized this, he jumped to his feet and tried to get away. Wait, hold on. They surrounded him, keeping his toes touching the very edge of the deep waters. He tried to back up and fight it, but the more he resisted, the stronger they seemed to get. It was 5 human-sized entities, each with the strength of an adult man, and Choromatsu stood no chance. Hold on. Stop. Ah. Without standing a chance, Choromatsu was pushed over the edge of the pond and splashed into the deep waters below. He barely had the chance to get a breath in before his entire body was encapsulated by the warm pond water. That was an immediate upside, at least, the water wasn't cold. He flailed his arms and legs beneath the surface of the water momentarily before managing to swim back up for air. His head popped out of the water as he gave a big gasp, breathing heavily while looking up at the alien children in bewilderment. Why had they just thrown him in? What could they possibly gain from doing so? What was the purpose? As Choromatsu floated in the water, he couldn't help but to notice streaks of black and dark brown trickling down his shoulders and face. He glanced down at the water, only to perceive a cloud of mud dirtying the clean pond around him. That was when it hit him. Ah! The man let out a hearty laugh as he spoke again to the children. I suppose I was pretty dirty, huh? You took me here so I could get cleaned up, right? Each child knelt by the edge of the water and began reaching their many hands forward. A couple pet the man's wet hair, while most reached into the warm spring and cupped their hands together, picking up some of the water in their hands. They began pouring it over Choromatsu's head in attempt to help clean him up. Again, Choromatsu laughed. How kind of them, he thought. They saw he was covered in dirt and wanted to get him clean and comfortably again. What lovely children. Choromatsu spent a few minutes soaking in the nice pond, rubbing his skin and taking his first proper bath in days. It felt great to get cleaned up after Choromatsu's higher-ups had ordered them to remain dirty as animals. He had been covered in days' worth of sweat and grime, and he was sure Osomatsu would have been jealous. The man relished in this feeling for as long as he could until eventually, the Horovagan children began attempting to pull him out. Using many hands, they helped him climb out from the pond and shake himself dry. They were now ready to continue on. The next 10 or so minutes of Choromatsu's freedom was spent in uneventful play and exploration with the young alien individuals. Choromatsu was led all around the forest, shown all kinds of spots and bases the children apparently thought him worthy to see, and generally treated well by the toddlers. At some point, they even played piggyback and took turns riding him, which Choromatsu saw as innocent play while the children likely saw it as no different from riding a horse. During this time of playing piggyback, Choromatsu had fun for the most part. There was one moment that caught him off guard, which was when one of the children attempted to hit him over the head with a stone. He had given a small ouch in the moment, but the reality was that the children couldn't hit very hard. After the child tried one more time, the man promptly took away the stone and scolded the child for playing too rough. Aside from that moment, all seemed well. At some point, the group had found a field of beautiful blueberries. Eating wild berries one found without first identifying it had always been a no-go in Choromatsu's upbringing, so he knew better than to eat wild berries on an alien planet. The children, on the other hand, they seemed quite persistent that he eat. He noticed they began occasionally bringing him berries, even trying to force-feed him at one point. The leader squished the berries against his mouth and he awkwardly resisted, reminding himself that they were just being kids and wanted to make sure he was fed. Some went as far as to pretend to eat the berries in a very dramatically visual manner, as if to trick him into being interesting in a bite, himself. He still remained stubborn however, and this period ended with blueberry dye spread across his lips and an empty stomach. The final event that took place was the last before Choromatsu's freedom came to its inevitable end. The kids seemed eager, having just found a special plant of interest that they seemed to want to show their new human friend. Choromatsu was dragged over, as he had been all throughout the evening, and made to take a look at this strange plant. The plant, it was less of a flower, and more like a bush made entirely of red thorns. The curled branches and dark stems warned of danger, and Choromatsu was immediately put off by its appearance. He didn't think going close to it was a good idea. And of course, he was quick to verbalize such. That plant looks a little dangerous, he told the children with a frown. I don't think we should mess with it. One of the children, the leader, stepped forward and pointed enthusiastically, making a big visual deal of this item they had found. It then pulled out the scalpel, likely the same one it had slipped back into its pocket after Choromatsu already confiscated it. With the scalpel in hand, it pointed to Choromatsu, then to the plant while speaking words in its native tongue. Choromatsu didn't like where this was going, though his mind was naive enough to believe they simply wanted him to pick the plant for them. He couldn't possibly envision they desired something a little darker. At this time, the remaining 4 children began slowly pushing Choromatsu forward. Choromatsu's eyes widened as he was forced closer toward the plant. He was beginning to realize just how determined these kids were. Wait, hold on. They shoved him harder and harder, pushing him toward the needled plant with full intentions of making him prick a finger. Choromatsu began to panic. He quickly tried to get away, but he was grabbed with more arms than he could count and forced to walk. Stop. I'm going to get hurt. He was pulled by the hair, dragged by the back of his neck, pushed from the back and kicked at the legs as he began resisting with all his might. A terrible sense of dread overcame him as he realized that, despite these individuals being so young, there was no way he could overpower them. He, as a small little primate to these people, was just too weak. Let go. He was only a meter from the plant when he started attempting to swing at the hands grasping him. His wrists were promptly snatched and he was left defenseless as he was forced to walk closer. His eyes went back to the plant, wide and fearful. If he tried to pick the plant for them, there was no way he wasn't going to get pricked by several of its stingers. He wondered what was going to happen if he were allergic, or worse. It was an alien plant, so there was no telling what being poked by it might do. 3 hands held his right wrist, forcing his hand close to the needle-like structures. Choromatsu's hand trembled as he tried to pull it away. He was moments away from either touching it or biting one of the kids when finally, his saving grave appeared. Choromatsu. The children jumped in surprise, all letting go simultaneously as the voice cried out from the side. All 6 looked beyond to see a horde of individuals racing onto the scene. The first Choromatsu saw was a familiar face, and he was overcome with relief. Thank God, it was Choromatsu. The man ran among a large group of Horovagan professionals twice his size, appearing quite out of place to the untrained eye. Before Choromatsu ran someone Choromatsu wasn't as familiar with, but he would soon learn exactly who it was. The lead in animal control, it raced forward and stretched out its hand, holding in its fingers a small gun. With the click of a button, a small dart shot through the air and embedded itself deep into Choromatsu's shoulder. He gave a yelp and threw a hand over the non-existent wound, feeling as the tiny needle dissolved into his flesh. Immediately, he was overcome with an intense sleepiness that took control. His eyelids fell halfway as he collapsed to his knees. He then wilted forward, holding himself up from the ground with his head spinning dizzily. During this time of chaos, professionals were quick to jump into action. A few professors and public behavioral control deputies worked together to round the 5 children up and escort them away from the wild animal, creating a large distance to keep them safe. Meanwhile, the animal control officer knelt down by the fallen Choromatsu and accessed his neckband, adjusting some settings before pressing one final button that snapped his wrists together behind his back. When it did so, Choromatsu managed to stay sitting on his knees, but his head hung low faintly. Choromatsu, thank God. Choromatsu rushed forward and knelt beside his friend with the animal control officer standing nearby. He tried to look Choromatsu in the eyes, meeting him with an expression of both panic and anxiety. You had me so worried. He lightly scolded, his tone booming with emotion. What the hell happened? Those kids, did they hurt you at all? Are you okay? Choromatsu tried to return eye contact, his expression a bit dazed as he fought the sleepy feeling overtaking him. Why yeah, he breathed, his body rocking as it tried to stay sitting up. I'm okay. Did they do anything to you? What is? Choromatsu leaned in, taking a careful look at Choromatsu's lips. His mouth was stained blue with the residue berries splattered across his skin. Choromatsu's eyes widened in alarm. What is this? He questioned feverishly, reaching forward and swiping a bit of residue onto the tips of his fingers. As he examined it carefully, he suddenly gained insight and squinted angrily. He turned and glared the way of the children for a moment before turning back to Choromatsu seriously. Did you consume any foreign food items? No, I didn't, Choromatsu told him, his voice faint. Okay. Choromatsu let out a huff. Thank goodness. Those brats couldn't inadvertently poison you. The man tried to smile at his alien friend, a little amused by the overbearing concern. Choromatsu, everything is okay, he reassured. They're just kids, they're harmless. They treated me just fine. Choromatsu, those kids weren't being nice to you out of the goodness of their hearts, the alien informed. They were attempting to incapacitate you so they could cut you open. Choromatsu stared for a long time, his smile intact as he processed what was being told. Ah! He finally uttered. Are you humans really so trusting? Scorned the green Matsu. They definitely intended on dissecting you the moment your eyes shut. Choromatsu was stunned at first, but did his best to let out a humorous chuckle. I didn't realize. Oh, Choromatsu. The other sighed, shaking his head hopelessly. As the two friends interacted with each other, the noise around them died down with each Horovagan professional performing its unique task in getting the situation under control. The children were held to the side, promptly being informed, corrected, and lightly scorned for their inadvertent mistake of attempting to dissect a government-owned specimen. Some Horovagans scanned the area using high-tech beams of light, disinfecting all that the human had touched. A few brought over Choromatsu's translucent chamber, allowing it to hover close before landing next to Choromatsu and Choromatsu. Once it was settled onto the ground, Choromatsu was ushered inside. Choromatsu helped him stand, and he practically collapsed onto the mattress inside. Once he was securely contained, Choromatsu sat outside of it and continued his line of questioning. As he did so, others prepared to escort Choromatsu back to the ship. We only knew about your escape because of an abnormality detected and reported in the brain waves of those 5 children during their recess time, Choromatsu explained to the human. Further reports from this tracking information embedded within their brain chips told authorities that they were interacting with a large, foreign organism, i.e., you. I see, Choromatsu said in a slight, groggy moan, rubbing his forehead as to arouse wakefulness in spite of the drug. Your people. They really track and control every aspect of a Horovigan, don't they? Well, it's a little different for children, elaborated the other. Minors studying on Atra, from the day they're born to the day they graduate, are kept in control through a kind of parental control and directive. It's this whole thing. They're kept a pretty close eye on, even to the point where you found me by detecting abnormalities in their brainwaves. Choromatsu, in his sleepy state, tried to process this. It didn't sit well with him, the lack of privacy these children had. Well, that and the fact that we can track you at any given moment, Choromatsu laughed faintly. Anyway. The behaviorist leaned in, looking to the other with big, worried eyes. How in the world did you end up out here? He questioned. How did you end up outside your chamber? How did you end up all the way in the middle of this nature resort outside the campus area? It's a long story. Choromatsu gave the other a big, pleading smile with a touch of pressured anxiety. He knew he was being watched by his higher-ups now. You really need to tell me what happened. Choromatsu frowned, detecting the urgency in the other's voice. He glanced beyond his friend and looked to the crowd not far behind. Among that crowd stood a couple tall, respected individuals. They stared hard at Choromatsu as Choromatsu pressured for an answer, watching the inferior behaviorist like a hawk. It only then became clear how Choromatsu could be in danger himself if he gave the wrong answer, or none at all. Choromatsu looked down, thinking carefully. This wasn't a case of Choromatsu forgetting to lock a crate or Choromatsu breaking the door, this was very different. Somebody set him free on purpose, for what reason he still didn't know. And, he had the strangest feeling that it was best the higher-ups were not made aware of this. With a small exhalation, Choromatsu finally answered. Tell them I escaped on my own, he told Choromatsu. Come now, the alien scoffed. You and I both know that's an impossibility. Don't lie. Please tell me the truth, did someone let you out? Were you taken from your chamber intentionally? Choromatsu stayed staring at the ground for a long time. Then, he looked up at the other, eyebrows furrowed in concern. This was all Choromatsu needed to see to get the confirmation he was pressing for. With a confused expression, he continued his line of questioning. Do you know why they did it? He asked gently. Or what they wanted? Well, Choromatsu twisted his lips in thought. Not exactly. There were two of them, and they took me to an office where they did a physical examination. Before they were finished though, I think one of their superiors came to the door, and in attempting to hide me, I ended up separated from them. You were taken and studied. Choromatsu stared hard at the other, beyond bewildered by this new information. I can't possibly think of who would want to study you in secrecy. Or better yet, why? I'm not sure. Do you have any idea who it was? The alien interrogated. Were they familiar to you at all in any way? I need to know who was responsible for this. Millimeter. Again, Choromatsu pursed his lips as he thought back. If he were being honest, then, I really don't know. Choromatsu sighed. God, how do I explain all this to my higher-ups? He mumbled to himself. Choromatsu, there's something you should know about the people who took me, the second eldest informed. Oh. I think that they... Choromatsu wrinkled his brow, trying to come up with a logical explanation as to why he trusted them. I mean, I don't think they meant me any harm. Yeah, well, you didn't think those kids meant you any harm, either, Choromatsu pointed out, eyes half-lidded. Sure, but this was different. The man looked back up at the alien seriously. Then, he held up the palm of his hand. Choromatsu, it was pink. Choromatsu blinked. It was pink. Yes, he nodded. It's bioluminescence. Choromatsu furrowed his eyebrows at this sudden revelation. You saw its bioluminescence? He asked seriously. Yeah. With the other person? With me. Huh. Choromatsu was flabbergasted by this new information. He stared hard at the human, trying to determine if he could really, truly be telling the truth here. You're meaning to tell me that one of the assailants who took you from your chamber showed you its light? He reiterated. Another Horovigan actually did so with you? Yes, Choromatsu nodded. That's why. I think, maybe, they wanted to help me. For a moment, Choromatsu was stunned speechless. His gaze slowly fell to the floor as he contemplated and considered this carefully. Then, after a few long moments, he mumbled, I don't think I know anybody with a pink light. Really, the only light I know is Ichimatsu's. So, this might not be someone you know, Choromatsu concluded. Maybe, he hummed. As the other thought things through, Choromatsu couldn't help but to give a little moan. He could barely keep his eyes open any longer, and there was an uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. He felt so dizzy, so sleepy. If he weren't so engaged in the conversation, he was sure he'd pass out then and there. Choromatsu thought hard for a long time. Then, he looked up. He saw as Choromatsu struggled to stay sitting tall, the poor man's eyelids continuously falling as he momentarily dozed off before jolting back awake. The alien took a deep breath through his nose, then exhaled. Listen, he began. We'll continue talking when you awaken again. Thank you for being honest with me about what happened. Am I going back to the facility now? The human asked, struggling to stay even half awake. Yes, Choromatsu nodded. Your chamber will return to the storage area on the transportation ship, and you will be transferred back to the facility. The next time you wake up, we'll hopefully already be back. So, get some rest. We'll take care of you. All right. The moment he was given this verbal permission, Choromatsu softly plopped his head down on the soft mattress inside the chamber. His eyelids fell shut and finally, his body was allowed to succumb to sleep. As the human became fully incapacitated, Choromatsu shifted back into his natural form and stood, looking over the small animal thoughtfully. His thoughts were interrupted a few moments later as his higher-up approached from behind. Choromatsu, it called in a formal voice. Report. Choromatsu hesitated before turning to face his superior with a blank expression. The specimen refuses to tell me how it ended up out here, he lied. I suspect it found a way to escape, but is unwilling to reveal. I suggest we get the chamber it previously resided in checked out for any abnormalities, glitches, or defects in the case that it broke down during our absence. Of course, I will update you accordingly as new information is revealed. I see, the higher-up's tone was condescending in a way, hinting at its disappointment in hearing inconclusive results. In that case, this matter will be investigated further. Continue trying to pry an answer from the specimen, and we'll check out the technology of the chamber for any anomalies. Of course. Now, let's walk and load the specimen onto the ship. Intermission. The chaos of the moment and noise of the scene was beginning to die down. Workers continued to decontaminate the area as the group of children were removed and taken back to the campus. By now, it had become dark as the sun had long set. Standing amidst the dying crowd, two familiar individuals stood alongside each other. One quietly glanced to the other, keeping its mouth shut for only a few more moments. The human did not reveal us to its caretaker, it presumed. At least, our leaders do not yet know of the part we played. Thank God, the younger mumbled, bringing a hand to its forehead in relief. I wouldn't celebrate just yet, the elder tutted. You're still in danger of being found out if they investigate far enough. I really fucked up this time around, sighed the other. Hopefully you'll be fine, said the professor. We just need to step away for some time and keep quiet. Try not to make yourself too suspicious in these coming days, all right? Yeah, I'll try. With that, the professor and the younger split ways, following the dying crowd away from the scene. Intermission. End chapter 27. Chapter 28, He Who Will Be Respected. What do you mean it refused to say? It was a familiar room, that of an ominous office where an ominous leader sat in an elevated chair above a more insignificant Horovagan individual. This leader, it was the same one who had commanded higher supervision of the humans, the same who had commanded they be treated more like animals and further studied following the events happening with their predator. It was one of many, yet still fearfully catered to and followed by all. The leader, though it had many trifling matters to tend to, was especially intrigued by the case of the human specimens. Below this individual in that dark room was the head of behavioral studies, a well-respected higher-up, but one that was still below the reign and power of this mighty leader. It looked up at its superior as the question was asked, and was prompt in responding. According to the human's behaviorist, the animal in question did not reveal to him the means by which it got out, the head of behavioral studies told it. A profound escape by the creature is suspected, but such a scenario would be highly unlikely. The leader leaned in darkly. Was its behaviorist just not persuasive enough? It questioned. Was there no incentive? There is no reason the human could have that would cause it to cling to secrecy in this situation. Unless it believes it would get in trouble, the higher-up hummed, rubbing its chin. Get in trouble for escaping, added the leader. Its partner Specimen has indeed been punished in the past for attempting an escape, and it's possible this experience was communicated verbally to Specimen B, the lower reasoned. So, there is evidence supporting this claim. It's just inconceivable, is all. The cage, was it examined? Yes, and the troubleshooting communicated no defects in its system, informed the other. Physically, it is fully intact and usable. There seems to have been no way the specimen could have gotten out without outside influence. I see, the leader eyed its subordinate carefully. And, what of the behaviorist? The behaviorist, Choromatsu, has an alibi along with several witnesses in this situation, explained the higher-up. There is currently no evidence that would incriminate Choromatsu in any way. None at all? We could analyze his memories, but I doubt anything will come of it. The head of behavioral studies twisted its lips, even it being fearful before the leader. At the same time, it felt a twinge of defensiveness in the subtle accusation. Are you suspicious of my subordinate? It asked. Your subordinate has had some alarming behaviors as of late, is all. But, that's beside the point, this isn't about Choromatsu, said the leader. Seeing that the human believes it's acceptable to hide or otherwise lie to he who is above it proves faltered progress in its conditioning. Switching focus from the behaviorist to the specimen, the higher-up nodded and said, yes, I agree. The leader opened up a holographic interface and typed away for a moment, silent before opening its mouth once more. I believe it is time to intercept and begin the process of manually retraining all that are involved, declared the respected. The humans will learn to obey, and they will learn that defiance in the slightest is not tolerated. They must be docile and submissive, and they will be punished severely for any other behavior. As for the two young novices tied into these circumstances by design of mere chance, they too must be corrected. They will be taught by example. You will show them the proper way to make a wild specimen behave. Understand? The lower hesitated, eyes wide. Is this formal permission to lower myself before the specimens? It asked. Not just formal permission, this is an order coming from a position of trust in your individual capabilities, said the other. Perform the practices of a lower-class behaviorist to train Choromatsu in the correct way of handling an animal. And before you do so, discuss with the behaviorist his progress report and give one final warning. If all else fails, he will be removed and replaced. Make sure he knows this moving forward. Yes, the head of behavioral studies lowered its eyes, thinking carefully as it stared at the ground. To it, this was a sudden order, but there were no objections. All will be done, it assured. Now, go persuade Specimen B to talk, commanded the leader. Animal language is incredibly limited, but I'm sure it'll have something to say. Will do. Intermission. The ride back to the animal behavioral facility was similar to the ride from, and was overall uneventful. Choromatsu was awoken once for his late-night meal, only to be put to sleep once more after. Several more hours went by before the crew finally ascended upon the facility, and Choromatsu was promptly escorted back to his shared bedroom with Osomatsu. Upon being dropped off, he was greeted by a dimly-lit room with a sleeping cellmate curled up in a blanket on the floor. The mattress that had accompanied the second eldest was taken away along with his transportation chamber, so he too settled for a blanket on the hard ground. It was nice to see that their two alien friends had at least kept their promise in providing them warmth during sleep. Based on his vague sense of time per his instinctive circadian rhythm, the man was able to infer that it was early in the morning for him and his companion. He curled up in his blanket and rested his eyes, though the man ended up staying awake for the remainder of the early hours. Osomatsu remained asleep nigh, snoring away peacefully all the way up until Choromatsu and Ichimatsu opened their door. They were awoken and greeted, and from there, they were brought out of their room to the feeding area for breakfast. The prior day's breakfast conversation had started out tense with negative energy radiating off of Choromatsu. This time, however, the morning began tense because of Osomatsu's pissed-off mood. Choromatsu hadn't gotten the chance to discuss with Osomatsu the previous day's proceedings before now, but it was clear the guy was pretty peeved. The environment was the same as it always was, with the two humans bound on their knees and waiting to be fed. They were practically naked with their only clothing being their undergarments. By this point in time, Choromatsu had caught the fleas once more from his cellmate, and the two were covered in the tiny, disgusting insects. Once again, they were being treated like animals. The behaviorist and doctor knelt before the two humans with trays of food between them. There was no higher-up in sight to watch them with its eyes full of empty judgment, there were just the four. Choromatsu was the first to pick up a morsel of food and hold it up to Osomatsu's mouth hesitantly, he too picking up on the man's spite. "Ah, another fucking day," the eldest spouted in ire. "Here we are being hand-fed by two damn alien creeps while we're made to sit on the goddamn floor. What a wonderful life this is, eh?" Osomatsu. Choromatsu tried his best to give the other a smile, but was clearly timid in doing so. "How are you feeling today?" Osomatsu responded to this by snapping his jaws at the other's hand, barely missing the poor behaviorist's fingers and managing to only snatch the food between his teeth. Startled, Choromatsu yelped and jerked his hand away. "Fine," the man muttered, his voice muffled under the irked chewing. "I'm doing great. Thanks for asking." Osomatsu. Choromatsu tried to smile, but was clearly annoyed by the other's bad attitude. "Aren't you two still trying to behave for us?" The man used his shoulder to scratch an itch behind his ear, still wallowing in a cloud of fleas. "Sure, but the way I see it, I can do whatever I damn well please as long as your higher-up isn't hovering over us," he spouted. "That's now how this works, Osomatsu," Choromatsu tutted him. "You need to do better than this, or we could all get in trouble." "Or, fuck you," the other cursed apathetically. "I really don't care to behave right now. I'm allowed to be angry." Choromatsu gave a little sigh. "So, what's your problem today?" he asked. "Why are you so upset?" "Because I don't want to be here," the human replied simply. "That's always your problem, isn't it?" Ichimatsu jumped in, eyeing the eldest whilst holding up a piece of food for Choromatsu to take. As Choromatsu took it with his mouth and chewed, he joined in on the conversation, as well. "Let me guess, yesterday's block of study?" he assumed. It was truly a fascinating experiment, the purple Matsu chuckled darkly. "We don't need to talk about it. Ever." Osomatsu filled his lungs before letting out an irate huff. "Ichimatsu, what happens stays between you and me, got it? You take that to your grave." "Well, I know about what happened," said Choromatsu, raising a hand. "Not only do I have to be in the know about what happens to you two, but Ichimatsu told me all about it. And all of our superiors know, as well," Ichimatsu added. "D8. The man, flustered and red, puffed out his chest as he sat tall and defensive. "Oh, I bet you had a real fun time talking about it to everyone, huh?" Not an ounce of hesitation or remorse. "Glad you got a few laughs out of my sexual torture." "Oh please, you enjoyed it," reminded the fourth. Dramatic human. "Ah, if only I could have been there," Choromatsu couldn't help but gush. "I would have killed to see that experiment take place. Maybe the animal sexologist will request something again soon." "I will actually kill you," Osomatsu stated bluntly. "Come on, lighten up," chuckled the behaviorist. "Just forget about yesterday and try to relax. Today shouldn't be so bad." Osomatsu growled as he caught another itch, this time on his leg. He used one foot to scratch it as he opened his mouth to respond. "Relax and then what? Think about tomorrow?" he asked rhetorically. "You know, how we're being admitted to a permanent housing facility on a whole other planet." The man snarled. "Choromatsu and I are both naked, covered in fleas, we've been made to sleep on the floor, and neither of us have had a bath in days, all because of your creep of a higher-up. And now, escaping is going to be near impossible because our feet are going to be planted on the grounds of a whole-ass planet. What the hell do we do? What are we supposed to do, huh? Tell me, Choromatsu, how in the world are we going to escape? Is this just our fate now?" Choromatsu frowned. "Well, you behave," he answered in uncertainty. "You gain the trust of the higher-ups, and then Ichimatsu and I help you get out of here." "Right, Ichimatsu?" Ichimatsu gave a doubtful hum. "Yeah," he lied. "Something will work, I'm sure of it." "You don't sound very sure," Osomatsu probed. "I mean, it'll be difficult," the alien hummed again, weighing the possibility in his head. "I still can't say I agree with you humans sacrificing your pride and ego, but logically, it seems like the best course of action, right? It's all just pretend, and it's all just temporary. Just until we can find a way to get you two home." "Or, Ichimatsu." Choromatsu couldn't help but to grin. "You really respect us, don't you?" Ichimatsu grimaced. "Don't point it out." It's just appreciated, is all, he smiled. Then, he glanced to Choromatsu and asked, what are the plans for today, anyway? Is it really going to be a free day? Choromatsu smiled back at Choromatsu as he answered. Yes, he confirmed. You two will spend the majority of the day in your room while my higher-up and I tend to organizing and recreating a wildlife environment for your housing on the planet. You two will likely be asleep for the night as you are transported, and after breakfast, you will be introduced to your new bedroom. Great. Looking forward to it, Osomatsu said sarcastically, taking another bite of his food from Choromatsu's hand. God, I hope it has air vents or floor panels. Something or some way to get out. I'm sure we'll find some anomaly, Choromatsu reassured. It'll be fine. Besides, Ichimatsu twisted his lips as he tried to be the optimist, his demeanor still quite monotonous. Specimen enclosures at the permanent housing facility are usually really nice. I'll bet you'll have trees and a pool and all sorts of things in there. I trust Choromatsu and the head behaviorist to come up with something you'll like. Oh yes, I'm sure our exhibit on your zoo planet will be just wonderful, the man continued with his sarcasm. What a treat. Anyway, while you guys prepare, I'll be busy looking over mine and Choromatsu's room again for a way to escape. Good luck with that, Ichimatsu mumbled as he fed Choromatsu another bite of food. It was as their primary conversation came to a close that the meal was interrupted. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu glanced up as they heard the door behind them open. They both turned and all four gazed upon the newcomers, curious and alert. There were two unimportant strangers, entering the room while the head of animal behavioral studies stood at the doorway with arms folded. It towered above the four with an intimidating look about it, staring down in confidence and power. When it spoke, its voice was deep and serious. Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, it announced. Change. The behaviorist and doctor hesitated momentarily, processing this command before suddenly shifting into their alien forms before Osomatsu and Choromatsu's very eyes. They looked up at their superior obediently, awaiting their next command as the higher-up glared into their eyes. Come. We're going to have a meeting, it said. Leave the humans, they will be taken care of. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu looked to each other nervously. They briefly glanced at the humans, then stood to their feet and followed their higher-up submissively out of the room. Osomatsu and Choromatsu watched in confusion as the two strangers who had entered took their friend's place, taking over in feeding them. With that, the two alien friends exited behind their superior. Intermission. It was an eerie environment entered upon by the three Horovagan individuals, an environment tainted by the higher-up's cold demeanor. The energy was tense as Choromatsu and Ichimatsu meekly followed behind their respectable superior, with the door shutting behind as they entered the area. The room they found themselves in was dim with a single table standing in its center, not an item upon it save one personal computer. Otherwise, the room was largely unfurnished. Have a seat, the superior's voice commanded of the two lower class. The two novices obeyed promptly and sat in chairs across from the entrance. Meanwhile, the higher-up took the more respected seat at its computer, where it opened up a holographic interface to begin looking over documents. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu glanced at each other timidly, their presence small before their superior. As it scanned through its notes, the two waited for their coming lecture. Finally, the higher-up opened its mouth to speak, keeping a calm and formal tone to its voice. As you two are aware, I've been supervising you over the past few days, it began, organizing text on the documents before it. I've written up your progress reports, of which I've already shared with our leaders. They are interesting, to say the least, and it's time for me to discuss them with you. Choromatsu tried to smile and raised a hand. See, can I just say, he stammered out nervously. Before we start, that. No, you may not. Choromatsu gave a hard swallow and shrank as his comment was immediately shot down. He didn't feel prepared to hear his progress report. He had a bad feeling about it. He had just been punished for acting out not that long ago, and he had a feeling he hadn't been performing well enough to impress anyone. He couldn't help but wonder if his progress report was going to lead to more reprimanding. Was this going to be okay? Were things going to go smoothly? Was he going to be gifted mercy despite his unsuccessful plight of dominance over the humans? Or was this going to be a gateway to another meeting with a corrections officer? It wasn't like he'd done anything bad, he thought. At least, nothing he hadn't been already punished for. In fact, the humans had been on their best behavior, that could very well work in his favor. Perhaps he'd be dealt with lightly due to the perceived change in the humans' docile act. Certainly he wasn't going to be praised by any means, that judged solely on his higher-up's demeanor, but maybe it wasn't going to be so bad. Choromatsu squirmed in his seat uncomfortably as he glanced Ichimatsu's way. Ichimatsu glanced back, his own reservations hidden under an apathetic mask. The higher-up flipped through a few more notes before pulling up the first progress report and glancing it over briefly. It then said, "Let's start with Ichimatsu." Ichimatsu wrinkled his brow, lowering his head and glaring up anxiously. Although he didn't think he'd been doing too terribly, there was always fear in hearing a hard truth. He was about to get his higher-up's honest opinion on his performance over the past few days, and it still brought about tension in him. Of course, he wasn't as worried for himself as he was for Choromatsu. Considering how Choromatsu's report may be, it convinced him that his own wasn't going to be so bad. "Ichimatsu," the higher-up called. "I've been honest in my observations and writings about you, and it's time you hear what I have perceived." "Yes, sir," Ichimatsu nodded. "Overall, I believe you've been a beneficial help to our needs as the humans have been looked after," conveyed the respected individual. "You've been diligent in attending your seminars between specimen interactions and have performed impeccably on the tests provided after each one. Your adaptability under such unorthodox circumstances has been remarkable, as you've made yourself out to be a great assistant as needed. You've been performing all your assigned tasks efficiently and without pushback, and your obedience has been noted by our leaders." A powerful sense of relief washed over Ichimatsu as he heard these words. His shoulders sank slightly as he began to relax, hearing the positives and knowing from this he wasn't going to be reprimanded in any way. He felt safe knowing that overall, he'd been doing okay. "Now, regarding your interactions with the specimens," the higher-up looked up from its notes and engaged in confident eye contact with the doctor. "Your chittering with the humans has been a little excessive, but it's a minor issue I believe can be easily corrected. Based on my distant observations, I don't think you're taking a dominant enough stance over the specimens. Of course, it's not necessarily your job to do so, but it does raise concern. I wonder if, perhaps, your self-esteem is the primary factor." Ichimatsu glanced away shyly. "Maybe. I'm not very good at being dominant. As long as you continue attending your assigned seminars, your self-esteem will hopefully rise, along with your confidence and domineering attitude over the humans and other specimens you may come across." At that, it told him. "Is everything sounding fair so far?" "Yes, it is." "Good." The higher-up turned its attention back to its holographic interface as it continued. "Your physical interactions with the human specimens have been largely appropriate. You haven't been too excessive in your praise or petting of the creatures, and during the last recreation period, you remained dominant. I have to admit, watching the human wrestle with you was concerning at first, but you always came out on top, and I believe that's an important lesson for the humans to learn. Even in play, you are above them." Ichimatsu pursed his lips slightly. It was true that, during their last physical activity, he always managed to out-wrestle Osomatsu, but he felt it was more of a pride thing. He was a bit of a sore loser and didn't like to fail in competitions. It had nothing to do with the ideology of Horavagans being superior to humans, though perhaps it was best his higher-up perceived it as such. "In the end, I find myself labeling you as sufficient background help for Choromatsu as the humans are trained, conditioned, and tested," it finally declared. "There are some minor things we could work on, but as stated before, your adaptability is impressive and your assistance will continue to be utilized moving forward for the time being." Ichimatsu bowed his head slightly. "Thank you," he said simply. Phew, that hadn't been too bad, Ichimatsu thought. It could have gone much worse than how it did. It was actually quite merciful, he felt. Moving on, however. Now, the higher-up moved its gaze over to the behaviorist, its glare unreadable. "On to you." Choromatsu gulped. This was definitely going to be bad, wasn't it? The higher-up flipped onto another virtual page, its eyelids lowering as it scanned through its notes. Then, it spoke. "Over the course of your management over these two specimens, your behavior and interactions with them have grown more and more worrisome," it told him. "Your idle chittering with them is even more excessive than Ichimatsu's, and your trust in them as loyal animal companions is completely deluded. You have attended a total of 1 seminar, the other 2 having been excused due to your visit to Atra, and your behavior has only briefly changed after physical coercion was implemented during our meeting with the correctional officer. Your body language is too casual. Your speaking of them is too casual. Your regard for them is too casual. It's clear to me that these creatures see you as something to walk all over, someone to manipulate and someone to disrespect when desired. Your relationship with your specimens has developed into something wholly unhealthy, and it must be corrected immediately. Shit. Hearing those words from Choromatsu's higher-up stung just a bit. Still, Choromatsu dared to raise a hand. I must disagree with their disrespect towards me, he offered his unsolicited opinion. I think they do respect me to some extent, and I don't see myself as being manipulated by them. They feel safe to be open and honest with me. The higher-up let out a slightly irked exhalation and narrowed its eyes. Is that what you believe? It asked. The smaller alien gulped before timidly nodding his head. The higher-up didn't seem amused by this. Choromatsu. It leaned in ominously. We've reviewed the dreams that were recorded and your report during the study. Oh, they're dreams. Choromatsu hadn't thought about the human's dream study since his talk with Choromatsu following it. Specimen A's dream indicated a much too casual relationship with you, explained the superior coldly. It does not see you as above it in the slightest, and blatantly disregards your status as a higher being. It sees you as a toy, a playmate. There is no respect whatsoever. You must recognize these red flags immediately. With a small breath, it paused. As far as Specimen B's dream goes, it's clear its fight or flight is still activated in your presence. We don't want this response either, as it can cause an animal to behave wildly and unpredictably. We want these specimens to respect you, to look up to you as their leader and caretaker, and to be submissive to your rule. These creatures are the listeners, not the speakers. Their right to disobey is non-existent, and it is your job to teach them this. We must slowly break their capability of fight or flight before Horovagan kind while also avoiding becoming friends with them. That is how we domesticate animals. I understand. Your behavior improved briefly after you were corrected, but has since begun to decline once more, reminded the respected individual. It leaves me questioning, do you truly understand? Why is this behavior not improving? Choromatsu frowned, unsure what to say. He didn't know what he could say. The higher-up stared for a long time, then leaned back as it turned back to its notes. I've reviewed your 2 previous cases, it began once more. Back when you were still being supervised as a trainee. Your behavior and attitude during those periods were impeccable. You were setting an example, just like any other prodigy. A perfect young professional. Now, we are at the point where we're considering replacing you entirely. Upon hearing this statement, a shot of adrenaline struck through his chest in an instant of panic. He perked up, eyes wide as he opened his mouth. Are replacing me? That's. Beginning to tremble, he did his best to give a faint smile. That's unnecessary. I just need a little more direction, is all. The higher-up looked at him doubtfully. Do you? It asked flatly. Yes, the young behaviorist vowed. Please, keep teaching me. I want to improve. Just how motivated are you to fix your relationship with the human specimens and change? Very, Choromatsu promised, staring hard into his higher-up's eyes. The higher-up leaned in again, challenging the other's stare. How willing are you to change? I want more than anything to change and become a better behaviorist for the sake of our society and our goal as scientists, the alien declared. Do you acknowledge that your current behavior is unacceptable, and that your dynamic with the humans must be flipped entirely? Yes. Choromatsu inhaled deeply through his nose. I want to be able to abide by the rules and follow the orders given by you and our leaders. I'll work as hard as I need to in order to make up for the reckless behavior I've been exhibiting, and I'll do everything in my power to change. Please, give me a chance. I won't disappoint you. Choromatsu's superior stared for a long, intense moment. Very well, it finally said, relaxing in its chair. Take this as a warning though. This is your last chance. You will be corrected, and you will act properly. Your display of independent arrogance the other day will not be repeated, and you will obey, or otherwise be removed from this facility entirely. One more slip-up, and that's it. Understood. Choromatsu swallowed, a little shaken up as he nodded. Understood, sir. I will do my absolute best not to disappoint from now on. I promise, he said. Good. The head of behavioral studies seemed content with this answer. Now, do either of you have any questions about the progress reports as they have been conveyed to you? No, sir, the duo replied in unison. In that case, we'll wrap up this portion of the meeting. Now, it's time we move on to the next point of contention. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu sent each other confused glances. And that is. Choromatsu was the first to ask. Their higher-up gave them an intrigued look, pressing its fingertips together curiously. Specimen B, it stated simply. Choromatsu cocked his head. What about him? Their superior turned to Ichimatsu and began, saying, I don't know if you're aware, doctor, but there was a small incident on Atra that must be brought to light once more. Huh? Ichimatsu blinked, surprised by this information. He then shot a quick glance Choromatsu's way. No, I didn't hear anything. The behaviorist participated yesterday in a lesson at the School of Biology on Atra, and afterwards, left the human specimen unattended, the higher-up established to the other. Of course, the animal was caged, so this wouldn't have been a problem if it hadn't escaped. He escaped. The doctor was instantly taken aback by this new information he was being given, looking to the other in shock as Choromatsu shrank in guilt. Wait, Choromatsu, Specimen B escaped its confinement yesterday? Yes, it confirmed. Not only did it escape the classroom when no one was around, but it escaped the campus altogether. But, how? Questioned Ichimatsu in astonishment. How could it have escaped one of our specimen chambers? The higher-up glanced Choromatsu's way and said, That's exactly what I intend to find out today. Upon uttering these words, Choromatsu's eyes went wide in terror. He had a feeling what this was going to entail. Ichimatsu also glanced at the timid behaviorist, raising a brow. Did the specimen not tell you how it got out? He pressed. No, it, was pretty sedated at the time, Choromatsu answered quickly, fumbling slightly. I don't think it was thinking very clearly. It seemed a little frazzled and scared. I haven't had the opportunity to ask about the events just yet, but I'm sure it would explain itself if inquired in a more sober state. For its own sake, let's hope that is the case. The higher-up closed its holographic interface and sat straight as it looked over the two inferior Horavagans. Anyway, I'd like to quickly reiterate the expectation of you two to do better. I will be writing up new reports for you in due time. Do not disappoint. Now, the higher-up stood to its feet. We're going to have a little training session right now before you two are sent off to complete some paperwork. Oh, like a seminar? Ichimatsu cocked his head. In a sense, the other vaguely replied. I've asked the biologist to bring in Specimen B for an interview of sorts. I need it to answer our question, is all. And, if these animals are as intelligent as you claim, then it should have no problem telling me directly. Telling you directly, Choromatsu's eyes went wide. Are you implying that you're going to? I order you to shift into your faux specimen forms so you can further engage in this demonstration, the higher-up commanded, not bothering to answer Choromatsu's question. I'd like for you to watch and see exactly how you need to assert yourself before a lower life form. Choromatsu shot Ichimatsu a look of panic. Ichimatsu looked back with a nervous expression of his own, both inferring what was about to take place. This couldn't actually be happening, they thought. No. Their higher-up, it was really going to do it, wasn't it? It was really going to change into human form. It was finally happening. One of the humans was about to speak to their higher-up, himself. It was going to be a one-on-one interrogation between Choromatsu and their superior in a form Choromatsu could finally comprehend. They were about to meet as humans for the very first time. Choromatsu never meant for it to come to this. This could be very, very bad, he thought. Choromatsu was going to have to act perfect in order for things to go over smoothly. God, he never intended for this to happen. He would never have dreamed such an innocent white lie would result in the head of animal behavioral studies transforming into a human, itself. Was this going to be okay? Were things going to play out without any issue? Choromatsu was mentally on his hands and knees, begging whatever God above was out there for mercy. Choromatsu, please, he pleaded mentally. Please behave. At this time, a message beeped from the higher-up's brain chip. It reached up and tapped the side of its temple, retrieving the message and looking it over briefly. Then, it nodded. Right on time, it announced. Now, change and observe. Just as they were ordered, both young professionals shifted into their human forms and stood back to watch the scene about to take place. On cue, a hatch in the ceiling opened. It was time to begin. Intermission. Choromatsu blinked a few times as light poured into his chamber. He had been left alone in darkness for several minutes and wasn't sure where he was or why he was there. All he knew was that a stranger, one of the babysitters left to watch over him and Osomatsu, had taken him away the moment he was done eating. He had been bound with wrists stuck behind his back and, of course, he hadn't been told anything. As his cage descended from a hatch in the ceiling, he came into view of one tall higher-up and two trembling novices standing to the side. It was a scene that was unexpected, and the moment Choromatsu saw his nervous friends, a blanket of worry fell over him. Choromatsu's chamber lowered before the fearfully respected higher-up, its walls vanishing upon setting the small human down. The man slowly stood up below the towering individual, his head tilted all the way back to gaze upon the entity and look it in the eyes. His own were filled with concern, eyebrows furrowed in confusion. He didn't like being presented so ominously before the higher-up, and he especially didn't like seeing his two friends cowering in the corner before the scene. Something was definitely off, and he was left wondering whether he was in trouble or not. He feared something bad was about to happen to him. This higher-up, or at least, what he assumed was the higher-up, had an intensity about it that worried the human. Despite the foreign expressions and alien demeanor laid out before him, the energy of the room was universal and sang of negative forthcomings. Even its stance was threatening, as it stared down at him with hollow whites with its head blocking the light above. Choromatsu wasn't in a good situation, and he knew it. Looking down upon him as if he were no more than an insect, dirty and lame, the higher-up took a meaningful step forward. It knelt and stared down at the filthy human with a piercing gaze. It was observing him, taking in his body language and demeanor carefully before proceeding. As Choromatsu stared back, he thought to himself about the situation being presented before him. He felt wholly uncomfortable by everything and sent Choromatsu and Ichimatsu a confused glance, questioning non-verbally what was going on. The two only returned glances of anxiety and shy guilt, knowing vaguely what was about to take place and already feeling sorry. Choromatsu's eyes were drawn back to the higher-ups as the superior creature leaned in, looking him up and down cautiously. Choromatsu gulped. He didn't like how intensely he was being stared at. Despite this, he had no choice but to behave. That was his goal anyway, wasn't it? He needed to behave while he was here, especially with Choromatsu and Ichimatsu looking so nervous. Whatever happened, he was going to have to be a good little specimen and comply. He had to take whatever he was about to receive, and be good about it too. That was his task, his obligation for the present moment. He needed to submit. The room was quiet as the higher-up slowly withdrew a familiar item from a side, one Choromatsu perceived as a weird-looking flashlight but recognized as something else. Although its blocky appearance would otherwise give someone the impression that it wasn't a very high-tech tool, its function was indeed powerful. It was a device that utilized some form of mind control, or at least, bodily control. It was quiet and subtle, but its ability to make a creature obey was uncanny. When withdrawn, Choromatsu immediately frowned. Was he going to be made to do something? With the higher-up's words falling upon deaf ears, it spoke its command. Do not bite, and do not fight. Once this order was uttered, it pressed the device against the side of Choromatsu's head and clicked it once. Then, the entity leaned in, taking hold of Choromatsu by the face and performing the action Choromatsu and Ichimatsu had been fearing. It locked lips, and it began to transform. Choromatsu's eyes fluttered wide as he was assaulted by the firm kiss. It was happening. It was happening again. This was the third time Choromatsu had been kissed without consent by an alien, the first being Choromatsu when he had been in that delusional state, and the second being the friendly stranger from the previous day. This time, it was an action being done by the dreaded, fearful higher-up, and it wasn't likely an interruption would take place this time around. Who would dare interrupt such a well-respected superior? No one. Meaning, Choromatsu was actually about to see a human face he could associate with the higher-up. He was about to speak to the individual, himself. He was about to face it. And, he wasn't sure how he felt about it. The grand transformation took place within the span of a few seconds, but it felt much slower in real time. Choromatsu's heart fluttered anxiously as he watched the large entity before him begin to shrink, its black wisps burning away like petals eroding in the air and being subsequently replaced with human skin. Soon, it had successfully shifted into human form. It released its hold on Choromatsu's lips and let go of him, slipping the device into its pocket and towering over the inferior organism. With this, Choromatsu could finally face the higher-up in a form he could grasp. The higher-up, despite lacking a natural gender as a Horovagan, copied the gender of its specimen and had seemingly taken the form of another male. The very first thing Choromatsu noticed of this new form, the feature he focused on long before anything else, was the individual's eyes. They glared down at him in the coldest of manners, robotic and unfeeling. His stare was icy like the deadest of winters in the north. His pupils were small and the whites of his eyes were large and unempathetic. Blooded daggers shot from his gaze and immediately triggered a fearful shiver from the other, as if silently screaming, "I've killed 1,000 men and I could kill 100 more." There was no remorse, no pity nor mercy in his stare, and it triggered instinctive panic in the human. With one simple glance, Choromatsu felt in danger. Aside from the higher-up's terrible gaze, his overall appearance was quiet and calculating. He was tall, taller than Choromatsu and Ichimatsu in their human forms. His hair was long and elegant, light and soft with the left side shaved clean. His skin was pale and face was long and thin, looking to perhaps be in his mid-40s in this form. His human form had a similar outfit to Choromatsu's, though it looks perhaps a bit more royal and fitting for his superiority. Overall, even in appearance he was truly a force to be feared. Choromatsu swallowed, not breaking eye contact with the other. He had a bad feeling about the proceedings about to take place. Specimen B, the higher-up called, opening its mouth and speaking in a low, booming voice. With an uneasy look, Choromatsu eyed the other and stammered out, Who are you?" "My name isn't Impa." Suddenly, the higher-up stopped. He blinked as his eyes went wide, pupils the size of specks as he processed this change of speech. Something was very shocking. "Isn't important," he finished slowly, hesitantly. Along with the change in appearance, so too did the alien's verbal abilities alter. Like the great flood of Noah's Ark, his mind too was flooded with thoughts and words that were initially so foreign to him and so confusing. He was a veteran of the field and was accustomed to the magnificent change in linguistic capabilities that came with shapeshifting, but this time, something wasn't right. Something was very different than anything he had ever seen before. It was the complexity. The higher-up squinted as his gaze fell to the ground in thought. He was genuinely taken aback, struggle with shock of extreme proportion. Never before had he experienced knowledge of a language foreign to his own that held such significant capability for communication. It was unheard of. This was unprecedented. This was unexpected. This was significant. He was truly seeing for the first time and truly comprehending just how intricate and complex the language of the humans really was. It was profound. How had he not known all this time just how advanced human chittering really was? These words, every single grammatical rule and every single noun, adjective, verb, adverb, particle, everything, it was significant. It was not meaningless. And that brought the utmost of suspicion toward the one questionable individual who had been working with the humans this whole time, chittering away freely without supervision. Choromatsu. The higher-up slowly lifted its gaze, turning its head to glare at the small, quivering behaviorist standing meekly in the corner. Squinting, his eyes burned holes into the poor novice. Choromatsu gulped. The higher-up did a deep breath in, then out. Then, he turned back to the human sitting before him with newfound determination. Choromatsu, the higher-up would have to get back to him later. For now, his focus was solely Choromatsu, nothing else. He would surely have to speak with his leader soon about this revelation, but right now, he had a different task. Despite this disturbing feeling he couldn't be distracted. He did his best to snap himself back to the present moment and the meeting at hand, and glared down at the insignificant life form standing before him. With sharp teeth clenched in the slightest of disgust, the higher-up spat a command extra coldly at the human. "Sit," he ordered curtly. Choromatsu pursed his lips, slightly fearful of the man before him. With only slight hesitation, he obeyed and promptly sat before the other in obedience like a submissive pet. The higher-up seemed approving of this and sent a brief glance the way of the meek behaviorist and doctor. Notice how it responded immediately to commands without further coercion, it noted. This is what needs to happen. There will be no more excuses. So. Choromatsu bit his lip, daring to question the other. No name. The higher-up turned back to Choromatsu, eyes wide and menacing. The only thing you are permitted to know is that I am the head of animal behavioral studies, and Choromatsu's superior. Of course, the higher-up suspected Choromatsu already knew this. He was inclined to suspect Choromatsu knew of a lot of things. The language, it was suspicious. Okay. Choromatsu glanced at Choromatsu and Ichimatsu in worry before looking back up at the higher-up. Why am I here? The higher-up responded promptly, his voice formal and unfeeling. As a government-owned organism for purpose of extensive study and research, it is not your place to ask questions, the man was told. You do not have the right to be in the know. You will not speak idly or excessively, and you will obey as you are ordered. You will know your place as an inferior specimen under our superior rule. Do you understand? Despite a subtle pang of irritation blooming in his chest, Choromatsu nodded. Oh, of course, he mumbled. It was clear what kind of a person, or rather, Horovagan this individual was. He was as Ichimatsu was prior to the events regarding the Kalilana. He was as Choromatsu was prior to Choromatsu's initial abduction. He was a scientist, and he was one that truly believed Choromatsu had no worth save for his body to be studied. Right off the bat, Choromatsu didn't like him. He was tempted to give a bit of attitude in response or at least play stubborn as Osomatsu would do in the face of such an adversary, but the look on poor Choromatsu's face beckoned him to behave. So for now, he would. The higher-up continued. It is the behaviorist's job to make sure your behavior is kept in check, and it is time this behaviorist learns exactly how animals such as yourself should be handled. Did I do something wrong? Choromatsu inquired. Am I in trouble? Holding to his menacing demeanor, the other replied, let's find out, shall we? He then leaned in, looming above as Choromatsu squirmed to get comfortable. Let's recall the situation. Yesterday, you were caught outside campus grounds, outside your cage and beyond supervision of any persons of authority. This is a fact. Correct. Why yeah, that's true, yes, confirmed the human. And you still haven't revealed to your behaviorist how you escaped. Is that also correct? To this, Choromatsu blinked. With a little her. He glanced back at Choromatsu with a perplexed expression. Was Choromatsu had told them? That he didn't say anything? Eyeing the younger behaviorist, Choromatsu could see that the poor alien was sweating bullets, hugging himself tightly while shaking his head furiously as a way to non-verbally plead. His body language screamed, don't incriminate me, don't incriminate me, don't incriminate me. Choromatsu thought back, why would Choromatsu have lied? He supposed, that much was obvious. Choromatsu must have also believed the strangers who kidnapped him had productive and good intentions. The easiest lie to spit in the moment was that Choromatsu didn't say. Choromatsu hummed thoughtfully for a moment. Then, finally, he nodded. Yeah, he again confirmed. That's correct. Choromatsu formed an anxiously relieved smile and jumped into the conversation, interrupting the interrogation. Like I said, he tried to laugh. He was in a state of heavy sedation at the time, so. The higher-up didn't even have to turn his head to shot a cold glance Choromatsu's way. That was all it took to shut him up entirely. Turning back to the human specimen, the higher-up continued. Do you intend to repeat this behavior with me? Choromatsu stared back, pausing for a long time. He briefly thought over the situation, thinking again about those strangers. The neurology professor, and the strange friend. Those guys. Finally, Choromatsu let out a nervous laugh. Well, it's funny actually. I don't really remember how I got out, he claimed. The superior Horovagan frowned skeptically. You have no recollection whatsoever? He asked. Nope, aha, Choromatsu lied. I fell asleep inside my cage, and somehow woke up outside. Unamused, the head of behavioral studies squinted. Are you willing to pay the penalty for the lies you spit, human? The Blue Matsu was surprised by this reaction. Do you believe dishonesty is tolerated from a lower-class vermin like you? The higher-up's voice boomed. Why is it that? You think I'm lying? Choromatsu dared to ask. Because you humans have proven to be highly manipulative and untrustworthy. Besides, he leaned in darkly, looking down at the dirty, pitiful organism. It's painfully obvious to the owner when his dog is hiding something. Choromatsu furrowed his brow with a serious frown at this remark. Again, he was being blatantly insulted and dehumanized by this person, even being compared once more to a dog. It only worked to paint the higher-up in a colder light. Upon seeing Choromatsu's expression, the higher-up became amused. Ah, you don't like that, do you? It sang in a monotone voice. Come to think of it, I know you don't. This metaphor is referenced often between you and the other human, according to our notes. It's been described as insulting. Though, you're smart to make the connection. You are a dog to us, and you will be trained. Hearing these words spoken so matter-of-factly by this individual only increased the swirling emotions burning in Choromatsu's chest. He was feeling incredibly offended by the demeaning way he was being treated, and it was beginning to agitate him. One thing was clear, he did not like this higher-up one bit. He couldn't even imagine what Osomatsu would be doing if he were in his place taking all this. Osomatsu would probably be on the verge of socking him in the face. Choromatsu was finding it harder and harder not to say something or break submission. The higher-up could detect the defensive stance in the other and commented on it aloud for all to hear. There it is, he announced, not breaking confident eye contact with the other. That's aggression. Do you see how little it took for me to trigger this emotional response? So poorly trained, these humans. Let's begin by teaching it a lesson on being honest with those above it. At this time, the higher-up turned to the two meek novices standing to the side and switched back to his native tongue. Choromatsu, he called. At my seat there are 2 sensors. Please place them on each side of the specimen's temple to prepare for correction. Choromatsu's shoulders slumped slightly. He knew where this was going, and he really didn't want to do it. He knew he had no choice, though. This was truly a hellish position he was trapped in. The behaviorist proceeded to turn and walk toward the table, grabbing the pair of sensors by the higher-up's computer and approaching the specimen on the ground. Choromatsu knelt before Choromatsu and held up the sensors, one in each hand. Choromatsu's expression softened as he switched his focus from the higher-up to his friend. The man looked at this alien in concern, and Choromatsu could only give a sympathetic stare back. Choromatsu breathed in through his nose, then mouthed the words "I'm sorry" before proceeding. The sensors stuck magnetically on each side of Choromatsu's temple as directed, and once they were in place, Choromatsu stepped back in line. The higher-up towered over him, looking down without a hint of remorse. Now, Specimen B, he began. Go on and take a deep breath. You're about to feel a bit of pain. HN. Fear rose in Choromatsu's eyes as these words were spoken. With only the slightest of nods, the sensors activated. Jigya. In an instant, everything in his perception changed in a flash. No longer was Choromatsu mentally present in the room, but was instead suddenly engulfed by a deafening environment for his senses. He didn't know what had happened. One moment he was sitting before the higher-up, and the next, he was writhing violently in a forceful hurricane of flickers and noises so intense that he immediately collapsed to the floor. His mouth flew open in a terrible scream that only he couldn't hear. All was silent under the furious overstimulation being streamed furiously through his sensory cells all at once. It was an experience of ultimate sensory overload, absolute overstimulation. Whatever these sensors on his head were doing, they were feeding his nerves all kinds of garbage data that was causing his mind to go haywire and break completely, all in an instant. The jumbled nonsense filling Choromatsu's ears was so loud that he wondered if he were about to go deaf. He couldn't even comprehend what he was hearing and didn't have time to wonder if permanent hearing loss was to come of it. His eardrums felt on the verge of bursting, and it was incredibly painful. It was the sharpest, most twisted, static-like sound he could never have imagined. Uncanny screams and screeches of computer-generated persons along with endless, electronic babbling filled his ears from within his own head, and he couldn't escape. His eyes, they could only perceive flashing lights and colors. It was all so bright that he figured blindness was sure to come, as his retinas couldn't handle such intensity. He was paralyzed by the stimulation. All he could see was red, yellow, white, black, and blue. Red, yellow, white, black, blue. Red, yellow, height, black, blue. Red, yellow, height, black, blue. Faster and faster, brighter and brighter, it enveloped his vision entirely. These lights were being flipped through so rampantly that his head ached. He couldn't see anything but. Shutting his eyes didn't make any difference, as again, this stimulation was somehow emanating from within. It was as if the lights were so vibrant that they shot clean through his eyelids without the slightest of resistance. No physical object or force could dim the colors playing endlessly through his pupils. All around his skin was a tingling sensation, prickling along each pore like needles tapping through his flesh again and again. Each individual poke was gentle yet rampant, together creating a symphony of electricity coming together in a deadly tsunami of stimulation. His fingers and toes and all extremities shook violently like they were being threaded with uncontainable energy. His nerves flooded his brain with physical sensations, an overload of rapidly firing signals that could just about brick his mind. The sensations alone weren't painful, but together, they brought about an intense ache as his body succumbed to the electrifying illusion being pumped from the sensors on the sides of his temple. It was overbearing and he couldn't focus on it all. His nose and mouth were overcome by an unrestrained, foreign taste that caused him to gag amidst the chaos. He choked on the bitter flavor looming along every surface of his mouth and sinuses. It caused him to feel as though he could barely breathe, unable to handle the aroma and taste flooding through his insides. He heaved and hacked and jerked wildly as it overtook him entirely like a poisonous gas seeping from within. Each sensation alone was more than what he could handle, but together, it caused him to seize up entirely. He felt overstimulated, but through the intensity also somehow felt blind, deaf, ajusic, and numb. He felt he was on the verge of losing all of his 5 senses, and it was terrifying. He couldn't make it stop and continued to scream, despite being unable to hear himself making any noise. It was painful in every sense, literally. This horrific, overwhelming sensation didn't just last a few seconds, it seemed to last at least 30, maybe even a full minute. When it finally stopped, it was sudden, like Choromatsu had just been dropped back into reality from the terrible hell he'd been forcefully submerged in. The instant the overstimulation desisted, he desperately sucked air in through his gaping mouth to catch his breath. Stop. He pleaded despite it already having ended. Help. Back in the room, back in the present moment, Choromatsu's eyes were wide as he trembled wildly and breathed. Before his pathetic, quivering body, the higher-up stared down coldly without a hint of remorse nor pity. Meanwhile, Choromatsu had 2 hands slapped over his dropped jaw in shock, having just witnessed the poor human suffer for almost a full minute. Ichimatsu kept his teeth clenched tightly as he glared the other way, lips pulled back in an anxious grimace as he kept his eyes away from the awful scene. He couldn't bear to see it, though he hadn't been able to avoid hearing the pained screams from the animal. Both novice Horavagans felt incredibly torn having to witness such a show, and neither dared speak a word as their higher-up continued to look down at the writhing, squirming human. Do you want to know what true beauty is, Specimen B? Choromatsu coughed and spat, barely able to get a hold of himself as the higher-up spoke without emotion. Watching an animal slowly break and learn its place. His glare darkened. Have you learned? Will you lie to me again? Choromatsu couldn't even look up at the higher-up, his voice cracking as he tried to speak between huffs. No, I won't. Very good, the other praised before kneeling above the human. Now that you have properly been trained not to fib, it's time I ask the question once more. How did you get out of your cage? The poor man's lower eyelids quivered as they prepared for oncoming tears. I don't want to say. I need. He was scared to say. How could he tell this creep the truth? What if those strangers who took him from his cage were on his side? What if they wanted to help? What if they were their only hope of getting out of here? Of getting back home? Of seeing his dad again? Of being free? Why was he being forced like this to spill the truth? Would those strangers be caught and punished if he did? What if they were arrested, or worse? What if revealing the truth caused someone to lose a life? He didn't know what to do and was panicking in the moment. The higher-up stood back up straight and narrowed his eyes at the man. I'm prepared to ask you this question as many times as necessary, he said. Be ready. Without warning, the sensors on Choromatsu's temple activated for a second time, and Choromatsu was once again pulled into an alternate reality where each of his senses were tormented uncontrollably. Choromatsu's anxiety and guilt shot back up as the scene reflected in his eyes, his gaze unable to stray from his friend in hysterics. He couldn't help but wonder, how could his higher-up, or any of his people for that matter, be so nonchalant about this kind of abuse and torture? How could he himself have been so apathetic not that long ago? These entities, they weren't just animals, they were people. They were sentient and intelligent and had feelings and hopes and dreams and desires. This was just terrible, he thought. His poor friend was in so much pain. These sensory devices were barbaric. As Choromatsu writhed under the data overload being wired through his brain, he started to see shadows and memories in the flashes. He saw Earth. He saw his friends, and he saw his family. It hurt to be hallucinating such dear sentiments under such horrific circumstances. As his body jerked involuntarily and twitched without consent, he shrieked out again. He could barely process any of it until it was all over. The moment Choromatsu was awoken from the overstimulation for a second time, he screamed out for his dad. Tears fell from his cheeks to the icy ground below, forming little puddles as he wept silently, body shaking. These episodes, they hurt. He needed to think, and he needed to think fast. What was he to do in this situation? He wondered briefly if telling the truth and allowing his friendly kidnappers to get caught was the only option. He could try to lie again, but would he be easily caught? And even if he did attempt to be dishonest, what could he say that was believable? Who could he incriminate without anyone losing a head? Was it possible to incriminate himself? No, that couldn't work. He genuinely didn't know how to get out of that chamber, and he wasn't creative enough to think up a way in that moment. Could he say Choromatsu just let him out? No, that would probably put his friend in real physical danger. All things considered, anyway. Could he maybe claim Choromatsu was negligent and left it unlocked? No, that would still get the behaviorist in trouble. He didn't know how the mechanics of the chamber worked very well, as the advanced technology of it was well out of his scope of knowledge. Because of this, he genuinely couldn't think of anything. Did he really have no choice but to tell the higher-up that someone purposefully let him out? I'll ask again. Choromatsu avoided eye contact as the deep voice rang out from above. How did you end up outside? Help. The poor mess of a man could only bear to look up at his two friends standing stiff in the shadows. I need help. Choromatsu. Ichimatsu. He was calling out for them. His only friends present, he desperately cried for them to do something, to stop what was happening, to end his sufferings. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu were torn, both stiff and horrified as they were called to by the crying man. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to intervene. They were powerless in the situation, blackmailed by the power and control their higher-up had over them. They were stuck, and it pained them to hear their names called out so desperately. Meanwhile, the higher-up remained stoic and, without sparing a glance the way of his underlings, pressed one last time. Still no answer. He shook his head slowly. What a shame to see such a disobedient animal. Looks like we'll be here for a while. Ready yourself. No. Choromatsu practically screamed out his objection, finally making panicked eye contact with the sinister entity above. Please no more. It was too late. Again was Choromatsu taken away from reality in that moment and thrown into a never-ending prison of torment. His vision was blinded once more by the ever-flashing lights, his hearing deafened by the noise, his skin tainted by the tingling pain. He couldn't breathe like this. He couldn't exist like this. He couldn't house sentience like this, it was all too painful. He choked on his own saliva as tears flew from his face during his violent struggles. Stop. Images could be seen again as his mind wildly hallucinated during the overload. Again, he could see his home. He could see his kin, he could see his dad, and he could see. Amidst the bittersweet sentiments spotting here and there in his vision, there were also a few blotches of darkness. At first, he thought he really was going blind. Upon further immersion, however, he found that these shadows were almost like demons. Not just any demons though, they were aliens. Horavagans. Monsters that had snatched him away from everything he found good and happy in his life and had tainted it with pain and heartache. He hated all who were involved for it, he hated it. He was so afraid of losing his senses. Being plunged into this sensory hell had him fearing for his sight, fearing for his hearing and fearing for all else. It was too much to handle, and he couldn't get it to end. His eyes hurt, his ears hurt, his mouth hurt, his entire body hurt. He snapped his teeth down onto his tongue, causing blood to seep from his mouth alongside foamy saliva. He felt as though he couldn't breathe as his head spun around and around under the data being shot through his nervous system. Make it stop, please. The moment these words left his lips, Choromatsu's vision snapped back and he was relieved of all stimulation taunting him. He again gasped for air, his breathing loud and hysterical. Tears continued to fall as the foamy spit trickled down the side of his mouth, tainted red. He was too panicked to clean himself up and continued breathing erratically. I want to go home, he wept. I want to go home. Still so persistent. Still refusing to submit, the higher-up tutted, unfazed by the other's sufferings. Tell me how you ended up outside, or I will hurt you again. By this point, Choromatsu was completely broken. Without hesitation, he spoke. A child. He coughed out. A child, let me out. The higher-up raised a brow. Immediately, it was intrigued, though a bit perplexed as well. A child? He asked. What child? A student. Choromatsu uttered between gasps and tears. It was a student. Choromatsu, he was distracted. I don't know how, but the student deactivated the barrier. I could suddenly escape. I was free. That was a reasonable lie, wasn't it? One of the students set him free? Choromatsu couldn't imagine a child would get into too much trouble for something like that. They were way too young, after all. This was fine. I don't want to get in trouble for escaping, he sobbed, channeling his hysteric energy into this lie. I don't want to get in trouble more. I'm sorry. Please, let me go. I want to go. The higher-up, buying into his fib, squinted as he glared down. Which child? He pressed. I don't. Choromatsu clenched his teeth, shaking as globs of tears continued to well from his eyes. Finally, he looked up slowly at the awful entity standing before him. He glared slightly into his eyes, his fear and sorrow developing into deep hatred. I don't know. I can't tell any of you fucking creeps apart. I see. The higher-up knelt, leaning in and staring darkly into Choromatsu's eyes. He challenged the man's glare with cold and calculating confidence as he retracted his 4 alien arms from his back. He used one alien hand to grasp a chunk of Choromatsu's hair and raise his head so he could look even deeper. Then, he spoke again. I also see that you are beginning to display signs of aggression. I warn you now, do not attempt to stand against us because of what's taken place here today. I hate to sound ominous, but you will regret it. Do not misbehave, Specimen B. Choromatsu kept his glare strong as the higher-up reached into his pocket with one of his other alien hands. He withdrew a cloth and cleaned the man's face. As Choromatsu's face was cleaned, he couldn't stop the tears from seeping. They weren't just pained tears, they were angry tears. Furious. He could hardly feel relieved as his fears and sorrows developed into hostility for this individual cleaning him up. He hated him. Once Choromatsu's face was cleaned of spit and blood, the higher-up then pulled out a small, clear jar filled with a black substance. He pressed one alien hand inside before pulling it out and pressing his palm against Choromatsu's mouth. This coated the man's face in goop shaped as a handprint, preventing him from speaking. Then, he hauled the man up to his knees as if he were nothing more than an object to be handled. Finally, as he put the jar of goop away, the higher-up stood. Come with me as we return it to its room, he commanded his subordinates. The matter of its escape will be investigated further by others. In the meantime, you two will work on a couple reports that need to be made before we begin organization of the humans' permanent housing on planet Claustra. The humans' meals for today will be taken care of by an associate of mine, so please refrain from visiting the specimens again until tomorrow, and only under my supervision. Understood. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu hesitated. Then, they both nodded obediently. Understood. Intermission. Choromatsu had been gone for some time. Osomatsu stood idly in his bedroom, leaning with arms resting on the windowpane and looking out into the magnificent cosmos beyond the facility. His eyes reflected the millions of stars before him as he let out a little sigh. He was getting really tired. He just wanted to go home, and it was quiet moments like these where his homesickness would act up the most. He was restless and lonely, he wanted out already. He felt like a prisoner in this bedroom and was tired of seeing the same walls and ceiling. As Osomatsu reminisced, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sound of his door opening. He glanced over, his initial reaction curious and perky. This mood shifted however the moment he saw the state Choromatsu was in. Choromatsu was gently walked into the room by a caring Choromatsu, an inky black handprint sealing his lips shut. His wrists were still bound until he was gestured to plop down on top of a blanket, where the wristbands then deactivated. He set his head grumpily into his hand as he sat cross-legged, glaring ahead at nothing with the sides of his face still wet from the tears. He had dark bags under his eyes and the edges of the whites of them were a reddish color from crying. Osomatsu immediately knew this look and grew on the defense. His partner, his friend, his cellmate, and who was basically like a little brother to him, he had been punished for something, and it had been bad. In response to seeing this, Osomatsu took a couple steps forward and glared off at whoever was standing at the door. He opened his mouth to raise his voice, but suddenly hesitated upon seeing a new face. There, outside the room, was the higher-up still in human form. The higher-up shot him a look, and Osomatsu shivered. "Who are you?" he inquired cautiously. Of course, the alien didn't answer. Choromatsu patted Choromatsu nicely on the head with a guilty expression before turning and leaving the absolutely miffed individual behind. Osomatsu saw that he was being ignored and frowned. "Hey, I'm talking," he said a little louder to no one in particular. "What did you do to Choromatsu? What the hell was he punished for?" The higher-up glared at the specimen before turning to Choromatsu, speaking in a language the humans couldn't understand. "Specimen A has always been worse than the other," he remarked. "It will be taken care of next. Once we get them settled in their permanent enclosure, that is." Without acknowledging Osomatsu's questions in the slightest, the higher-up turned and began walking out, transforming as he went away. Ichimatsu was quick to follow, with Choromatsu turning and sending the two humans one last, sorry look before following their lead. And with that, the door was shut, and the humans were left alone. Osomatsu stood wordlessly for a minute, processing what just happened. Then, he turned and looked to Choromatsu. The silenced man didn't look back, instead opting to continue glaring ahead darkly as his frustrated tears dried on his skin. He looked beyond infuriated, having just experienced the most demeaning hell by judgment from an alien who thought himself above humankind. He was a little more than just peeved. Osomatsu approached him gently, sitting beside the man and leaning in curiously. "Who the hell was that?" he questioned his friend, his voice both curious and sympathetic. In response to Osomatsu's inquiry, Choromatsu gave a frustrated huff and brought his hands to his face, furiously trying to rip the sticky goop off from over his mouth. Osomatsu watched as he clawed and pried his nails between the substance and his skin, doing everything in his power to speak. After a few moments, Osomatsu interjected and reached out a helping hand. "Here's, let me see." Osomatsu took his turn taking hold of the goop and roughly pulled. Choromatsu let out a muffled yelp as his face was stretched with the handprint-shaped ink. "Okay, one more time here, let me just." Osomatsu yanked at it again, causing Choromatsu to give a small cry. The younger then angrily swatted Osomatsu's hands away, indicating to him that it was no use. He was stuck speechless, and there was nothing they could do about it. Choromatsu gave a huff and plopped his head again onto his hand as he glared forward darkly. Osomatsu eyed him curiously, wrinkling his nose as questions ran through his mind. He wasn't going to get anything from Choromatsu but a yes or a no, so he thought it best to stick to those kinds of questions. "So, that guy," he began. "Have we met him before?" He looked scary. "Emichem," Choromatsu nodded, not bothering to look back. "There's no way that was actually their higher-up, was it?" He nodded again, changing up the tone a little as to not sound like a broken record. "And, he punished you?" This time, Choromatsu only gave a sigh as he nodded his head for a third time. "Care." Osomatsu glared out at the closed door. "So their higher-up wants to start monitoring us closer, huh? Wants to reinforce his control over us? What a prick." Choromatsu gave an unintelligible grumble, muttered muffled words under the goop in ire. It seemed that whatever he said, he was in agreement with Osomatsu. "So?" Osomatsu turned to the other seriously. "We still behaving then? Is that still the plan? Because if that's who we're answering to from now on, then that's bullshit. I don't want to follow one order from that creep. I haven't even talked to him and I want to punch him. Choromatsu finally broke from his stubborn glare and looked Osomatsu in the eyes. He gave the other a sad, tired look, communicating non-verbally that yes, they had to behave. They had no choice. Osomatsu frowned upon seeing this face. But, that's so fucking dehumanizing, the man complained. You saw the way that guy looked at me. He just glared, he wouldn't even answer my questions. The younger furrowed his eyebrows up, exhausted and solemn. Osomatsu stared back for a long time, then sighed as he leaned back. Okay. We have to get rid of that guy, ASAP, he finally declared. I don't know what he did to you, but let's not do anything that would cause a repeat. The more we behave, the sooner he'll leave us alone, right? Then, we'll just be stuck with Choromatsu and Ichimatsu. Choromatsu gave one final nod. Osomatsu sighed. I really don't want to, but, for your sake, I'll be that creep's bitch, spouted the other with a grimace. Just to get him off our backs. Plan still in motion. No changes. We just behave, and that's all. Okay. With a small exhalation, Choromatsu reached down and clasped his fingers around the edges of the blanket he was sitting on. He repositioned himself so he could pull it from beneath and drape it over his body. He then curled up on his side, turning to face the wall with a somber stare. He wasn't sure how long he was going to be stuck without the ability to speak, but it sure wasn't fun either way. Osomatsu watched him lie and turn his back, and gave a small huff of his own. He then reached a hand over and patted the man on his arm in a comforting manner. He set his head in the palm of his hand and looked ahead quietly as their one-sided conversation came to an end. The rest of the day was almost completely silent and even a bit boring. The two humans were left to entertain themselves with nothing but their blankets and a few measly baby toys for hours on end, and they found themselves incredibly restless. They were still coated in disgusting fleas and both smelled like stinky little humans who hadn't been able to bathe in days, Choromatsu having only been submerged briefly in pond water while on Atra. They couldn't hold much of a conversation, and the hours just never seemed to end. The two were taken out for feeding at around lunch and dinner time, but they never saw Choromatsu or Ichimatsu again that day. Instead, a group of strangers in Horovagan form took them to and from, keeping them restrained and having them eat off the floor just like before. Of course, during this time the goop over Choromatsu's face was removed. That didn't mean he could speak, however. These new strangers, Osomatsu and Choromatsu thought, must have been under some very specific instructions, as both humans were shocked with electricity anytime they spoke a word. They couldn't even converse during mealtime anymore. Just great, they thought. By the end of each meal, the goop was placed back over Choromatsu's mouth and the humans were brought back to their bedroom without a word. After some hours, their circadian rhythm kicked in and night soon befell them. They both fell asleep on the cold, hard floor under their alien blankets, awaiting the next day for when they would be transported to the permanent housing facility. Intermission. End chapter 28. Chapter 29, A Prison Painted Pink. A memory. Quiet, calm, serene, an environment contrasting the energy within. A sky, indigo in its center and shifting a faded blue the closer it crawled over the horizon. A breeze. It was warm, heated by the sun positioned not too far from one of Atra's 3 moons above. A school, populated by thousands of young minds engaging in their own unique sessions of learning inside. A courtyard, bountiful in colors with nature orchestrated impeccably by means of sound aesthetic and enchanting decor. A garden, peaceful yet lonely with the only noise being the rushing waters of its fountain. Finally, a child, sitting curled against a dazzling bush of colorful foliage. The individual's head was down and its many arms were hugging tight its small knees. Above the child, a tall, adult Horovagan loomed overhead, staring down with a look of both distaste but also curiosity. It stared long and hard at the child, cocking its head and squinting. Then, it opened its mouth to speak. You're not very good at hiding, Todomatsu. The little child, looking no older than a preteen, slowly lifted his sad gaze upon the person speaking down to him. I'm sorry, he whispered somberly. I'm just lost. I don't know what to do. Do you want to tell me what happened? The other asked, keeping its voice gentle. The young Todomatsu sighed. My friend and I got in trouble recently, he began, his voice small and innocent, timid and confused. For my friend, it was his last warning. He's going to get a procedure done today so he can be fixed. But, as part of my punishment, I have to be the one to perform it. The other nodded as it listened, trying to be understanding. It's hard, Choromatsu admitted. I don't think I'm very good at it yet. If I mess up, he could die. And if he dies, they told me that it's on me. I'm scared. I don't want to hurt my best friend. Well, the adult Horovagan wrinkled its brow, still keeping its tone soft. What was the crime? We did something we really shouldn't have done, the child shook his head anxiously. Choromatsu, he was having destructive thoughts about the specimens we were assigned to dissect earlier this week. Destructive thoughts. Such as. Like, the younger let out a whimper. Like, that, maybe the specimens didn't want to be dissected. Like that maybe it would hurt them. He said he felt a little sad for them. And so, he convinced me to help him set them free. Millimeter, the older lowered its gaze. That's quite illogical thinking, don't you think? I know, whined Choromatsu, burying his face again into his knees. I know it was bad. We let the destructive thoughts win, and it was bad. It's at least good that you recognize your own errors and faults, the other admitted, rubbing its chin thoughtfully. We aren't always perfect, you know. Yeah. You know these correctional activities are meant to help you learn and grow as a Horovagan, it reasoned. This will help you make better and more logical decisions in the future. This will be productive for you. But, Choromatsu shrank a little. If I don't perform well, then there are going to be permanent consequences. What if I accidentally kill my friend during the procedure? I know I'm training to be a neurosurgeon for those in need of fixing, but I'm not very good at it yet. Choromatsu, the individual knelt to the young Horovagan's level, trying to look him in the eyes as it spoke to him. Our leaders trust your abilities. They trust what you are capable of, otherwise they wouldn't have given you such difficult reparations. By doing this, you'll be atoning for your crimes and renewing your reputation as the dedicated young novice you are. All your wrongdoings will be erased, and you will be freed. Trust in your superiors, they know what they are doing when they assign you this task. The poor, quivering child paused, thinking these words over carefully before responding. I'll do my best, he whispered. The other stood back up. That's more like it. Now, go back to your dorm until your next class begins. It turned and began walking away, looking back briefly to add, remember, have faith in those above you. Choromatsu nodded, refusing to make eye contact as he processed the hidden manipulation he had just devoured. He sat for a long time, simply thinking. Comprehending. Wondering, until. Totti. Choromatsu practically got whiplash from the sudden shift back to the present moment. He had been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't even noticed a familiar face plopping in the seat before him. This face harbored an elated and pleasant expression, one that Choromatsu found comfort in seeing again. He expressed to the other a foreign expression similar to a human smile as he was called by his shortened nickname. Oh, Jushi, how are you? Choromatsu waved, washing away any cues or signals indicative of his bitter reminiscing. Good, good. The energetic alien, Osomatsu, replied in an upbeat tone. Glad to hear it. Though, you're here a bit early, commented the younger of the two. Don't you still have some time before you start work? I have some notes to go over before a meeting with a student this morning, he explained. So I thought I'd come early and socialize a bit. Makes sense. As Osomatsu got settled in his seat, he set down a tray he was holding on the space before him. On this tray was an impeccably designed breakfast, one of a few options available for Horovagan kind. He began to eat as Choromatsu glanced around the room, seeing as the area, despite it being early, was starting to become more populated. This large dining area the two Horovagan friends found themselves resting in was a restricted room built to house at least a few hundred individuals. This room rested inside an educational facility in one of the millions of school campuses spread out across the planet Atra, and was private in the eyes of the students. For some, it was a privilege to see what lied within these walls, and of course, for others, a chore. To the thousands of young children attending this school and lived on campus, they saw this building as the secret hideout for adults. They saw this building as having a sense of enigma and mysticality to it despite it harboring nothing more than boring teacher work and empty cups of what was equivalent to coffee. Sitting at a table near a window, the Horovagan neurosurgeon, Choromatsu, looked his friend up and down as he began eating his breakfast. This quirky individual was a longtime friend of Choromatsu's. He was a rambunctious extrovert with an exquisite taste for individuality, though he somehow lacked much intellect or book smarts. His over-the-top energy was overbearing to some, but his big heart made up for all the annoying oddities he displayed in his social behavior. Despite being a little weird, he was a people's person and was remarkably in tune with the emotions of those around him. Because of this, Choromatsu had always been drawn to him. "Man, yesterday was wild, wasn't it?" Choromatsu remarked, giving a big stretch with all 6 arms before taking a bite of his food. "You were around when it all happened, right?" "Oh," Choromatsu gave a discouraged sigh. "Yeah, I was. I was kind of pulled into the retrieval party when it all went down." "Hey here, why, did you see it?" The older of the two sang as he leaned in eagerly. "The animal. Did you actually get to see it?" "Oh, I saw it all right," the other mused. "Really?" Bits of food flung from Choromatsu's mouth as he spoke with it wide open. "Aha, that's so cool. What did it look like?" "I bet it was terrifying." Choromatsu brought a finger and a thumb to his chin as he thought back, exploring the memory of his grand little heist from the previous day. That human. He didn't know its name or all that much about it. All he really knew was that the creature was human specimen B from one of the biological research facilities and was originally abducted from a so-called planet Earth in the Milky Way galaxy. He also knew of the doctor and behaviorist assigned to it, and that they were all going to be relocated to a nearby planet for permanent housing. Aside from that, he hadn't gotten the chance to speak to the creature himself and therefore wasn't much in the know. What he did know, however, was that these animals were apparently very, very intelligent. Geniuses compared to other wild animals. Potentially even fully sentient and self-aware, too. Because of this, Choromatsu himself of all people had become involved in their affairs. It was only a matter of time before he and his secret co-workers came to understand all that this species was capable of. He just had to try not to lose his head in the process. Well, Choromatsu pulled his lips to the side as he considered his response. "I certainly got up close and personal with it. But it wasn't terrifying, that is, it didn't seem hostile after establishing a social connection with it. It was just a small little primate. Really gentle, actually. Weren't you scared though?" Choromatsu questioned, taking an unnecessarily hefty gulp of his drink like a hungry glutton. "A little at first, yeah," he nodded. "I mean, there's always going to be that fear of the unknown when it comes to an organism you're unfamiliar with. You don't know where it came from, what it's been through, what kind of culture it has or what you look like through its perspective. It can be really risky. But I guess, you kind of just have to take a step back and understand that, assuming it's as intelligent as they say, it should be calm, civil, and predictable in its actions. With cases like these, you just have to treat it like a person and not an animal. Besides," Choromatsu hummed, thinking back. "I believe it was relayed to me at some point that Specimen B was the gentle one. It was brought here to Atra instead of Specimen A because it was known to have a more passive personality." "Oh, I see." Delightfully intrigued, Choromatsu took another bite of his food. "Treat it how you would want to be treated, right?" "Exactly," he nodded. "Though, I don't recommend doing that with just any animal. This is a really special case, is all. They said I could trust this creature as long as I acted appropriately." Humph. The older of the two gave the other the equivalent of a big smile. "Wow, you must have gotten really close to it, huh? To be saying all these things?" "I did, yes," Choromatsu confirmed. "And you said it looked like a primate. What's a primate?" "Oh, you know," waved the pink-hearted Horovagan. "They're like monkeys or apes. Just little hairy mammals known to climb trees. They're only half our size, so they aren't too scary. Kinda adorable, actually." I see. Choromatsu plopped his head on his hand with a troubled look as he continued. "Really, there's much more to be scared of than a tiny little monkey," he alluded. "Getting bitten by Specimen B wasn't even half of my concerns." "What do you mean?" asked Choromatsu cluelessly, content and unaware. The younger let out a little sigh. Thinking about it, although he'd been a little wary when initially approaching the human, it was the context of the situation that was most worrisome, not the content. The consequences he could potentially face weren't a result of the human itself, but rather, Choromatsu's illegal actions. Choromatsu gave a little hum before answering. "Horavagans are scarier than any animal out there," he told him. "A Horovagan could hurt me a lot more than a tiny little human could." "But," the other cocked his head dumbly. "This is about the specimen, isn't it? Not other Horavagans." No, the other shook his head. At the end of the day, this all boils down to control. Control, the brainless elder cocked his head again, looking at the other with a confused smile. What do you mean? Don't worry about it, Choromatsu tried to chuckle dismissively. I've just been thinking, is all. You're always thinking, Toti, Choromatsu teased, reaching forward and poking the other's forehead. Be careful, it can be dangerous. True, he laughed. Though, I do worry. About what? The younger glanced left and right, making sure no one could casually overhear before proceeding. Listen, this might sound a little alarming, but I have a question. Ask away. Choromatsu beamed. Choromatsu breathed in through his nose, thinking carefully before speaking. He thought about the situation as a whole in his head, wondering the best way to go about asking this. Of course, Choromatsu had been the one who set the human free, that much was obvious. Assigned the task by fate, he and another were sent 2 days ago to retrieve the human specimen for further, secret analysis while the unknowing behaviorist was led away by another. It was a task no one was supposed to know about, especially any leaders or higher-ups. Unfortunately, things didn't go exactly as planned, and the human had gotten away, ending up far outside the facility. Since then, there had been a silent investigation going on that was invisible to the public eye. The higher-ups were looking, searching for he who may have been responsible for the whole mess. As far as Choromatsu's awareness of the scheme and those responsible, his knowledge was close to nil. Choromatsu wasn't the brightest bulb in the pack, though Choromatsu did suspect that the guy knew something was up. Choromatsu hadn't exactly been careful about keeping it a secret around his friend. He knew he wouldn't talk, Choromatsu could be trusted. Though Choromatsu had never outright said anything, he didn't exactly hide it all either. So, in that sense, Choromatsu was indeed vaguely aware of the organization Choromatsu was a part of. It felt nice, almost like a security thing to Choromatsu. He knew that if anything ever happened to him, at least Choromatsu would have an inkling of what went down. As Choromatsu considered the situation and all that was involved, he finally proceeded with the question that had been bothering him since earlier that morning. He said, as a social relations counselor, what kind of punishment do you think a child would receive for intentionally setting a specimen of study free? With a blissfully ignorant look on his face, Choromatsu cocked his head. Well, it would depend on the situation. Why do you ask? Because, he sent the other an uncertain look. I received intel this morning. Apparently, it's suspected that it was one of the students who let the specimen loose the other day. Oh. The elder grinned excitedly. Intel. I bet you heard it from that secret group you're in, right? Choromatsu lowered his eyelids. Choromatsu, you're not supposed to mention it so casually, he groaned. How many times do I have to tell you to keep quiet about it? Well, I'd never bring it up to anyone besides you, reasoned the other with a dumb expression. It doesn't matter, huffed Choromatsu. Just, don't mention it at all. Oh, okay. Choromatsu's shoulders sank slightly as he hesitated. So, they're investigating the students now? Yeah, he sighed. I just wonder. Choromatsu looked the other in the eyes seriously. Would I be a bad person if I just, let it happen? Heh. Choromatsu's expression finally shifted from an energetic one to one of surprise. I mean. Choromatsu was quick to become defensive. What if I just, do nothing at all? If I didn't intervene? That wouldn't be so bad, right? The counselor shook his head disapprovingly. Choromatsu, he tutted. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Look, Choromatsu, Choromatsu threw his palms out as he argued. I'll keep this vague, but, if I were to be punished in place of a child, my fate would be so much worse. The corrections officers, they go easy on kids. Well, Choromatsu formed an uncertain look. Not really. But, comparably so. He reasoned. Worst case scenario, me or some other neurosurgeon is assigned the task of working on the suspect's brain and making a few itty-bitty changes. That shouldn't be so bad, right? I'm a little surprised. The other tried to smile, clearly unamused by the other's reasoning. Jushi, if the investigation team starts prying and focusing on me, then. Choromatsu slumped and sighed. I really don't want to have to confess to anything. My life is on the line, you know damn well that they'll make me disappear. I'll be on the next ship to Antimerides in a casket. He leaned in and squinted as he went on. So what if some kid gets a slap on the wrist? At least no one will be dead because of this. So, Choromatsu eyed the other with a frown. You want to frame this on a child? I'm scared, he told him. I have to come here to work every day with a guilty conscience, pretending everything is okay when the reality is that I fucked up. I could disappear in these next few days and have no way to stop it. But on the other hand, if one of the students takes the blame, then no one will have to die. The elder let out a discouraged huff. I guess, he mumbled. Then, he said, so, is this a confession, then? Does this mean that you really are responsible? You know I can't outright admit to anything, even to you, Choromatsu sighed. Choromatsu frowned and said, well, don't you think it's wrong to pin the blame on someone who's innocent? Wouldn't that bother you? Especially if it's a child? I mean, the other let out a torn groan. Maybe, but, this is life or death we're talking about here. You know, if nobody confesses, then won't they start looking through people's memories? Choromatsu pointed out. Maybe, Choromatsu gave a discouraged frown. And if they look through memories and don't find anything, then? If nobody confesses, the younger wrinkled his brow. That's only if nobody confesses. But, what if someone did confess? If someone confessed? Choromatsu cocked his head. But, why would someone confess to something they didn't do? Maybe, if they had some sort of incentive. The elder frowned. You want to bribe a child? He asked. Choromatsu perked up and snapped his fingers as an idea popped into his brain. Not me, you. He exclaimed. Hwa. Choromatsu, you're the social relations counselor. He beamed. You talk to dozens of troubled kids every day. What if you were to convince one to confess for me? What? Choromatsu's expression wavered. That's not right, though. Wouldn't that be sort of terrible of us? Choromatsu leaned in excitedly. Give some sort of incentive, bribe the kid, and then I'll be off scot-free. The younger gleamed. No one's memories will have to be scanned, and no one will have to die. Besides, if a kid confesses, then the punishment will probably be a lot lighter, too. Choromatsu, this isn't a good plan, insisted the other. You can't pin the blame on a child, even if the child agrees. It's not right. Then what am I supposed to do? He asked. The higher-ups will question me eventually, and when they do, I'll have no choice but to confess. Choromatsu, you don't want me to die, do you? Of course not, Choromatsu said in a slight scoff. But this isn't the best way to go about it. Well, Choromatsu folded his arms. What do you suggest, then? Choromatsu did a big sigh. I think maybe you should think on it a bit more, he suggested. Think of something else. This plan just doesn't feel right. But, Choromatsu pursed his lips. What if I think of some really good incentive? Something so great that it'll make it right? Anything. Get back to me after you've thought about it for a little longer, Choromatsu tried to smile. I'm sure there's another option out there. I just can't think of anything, the younger set his head into the palm of his hand. And it's really stressing me out. They're not going to stop until they find out who was responsible. Choromatsu looked somberly at his friend for a moment. Then, gave the other a warm smile and reached forward, taking him by the hand. You'll be okay, he reassured. We'll think of something. I'll help you any way I can, I promise. Thank you, Choromatsu, Choromatsu nodded, squeezing the hand tightly. I appreciate it. We'll try to see if we can come up with something better. Good. Choromatsu, now finished with his meal, took his tray into his hands and stood up. Anyway, I have a meeting to go to. He beamed in his usual, optimistic demeanor. Good luck today. See you at lunch. Aha. He uttered, giving a big nod. All right then, CYA, Choromatsu waved. And with that, Choromatsu was alone once more. The alien gave a small sigh as he held his head up in his hand, staring off as he thought things over yet again. He was in a tough spot, wasn't he? He was either going to get killed, or end up framing an innocent child. There had to be more he could do. For now, all he could do was keep an open mind to any new ideas that came his way. Intermission. The transportation happened sometime after the humans fell asleep for the night. It wasn't even the early hours of the morning when their slumber was disrupted by the opening of their bedroom door. A quiet few made their sneaky entrance, careful not to disturb the animals more than necessary. Upon entering, the strangers were also sure to activate the specimen's wristbands and muzzles. As Osomatsu and Choromatsu's wrists snapped behind their backs, they each let out a groggy moan and sleepily squirmed to reposition themselves. Neither bothered to open their eyes as each was silently encased inside his own glowing chamber of transportation, all monitored by the silent overseers who had entered the room. Once fully encapsulated with nothing but a blanket for each, they were lifted from the ground and carried smoothly up into a hatch above. There, the transportation chambers entered the endless tunnels that spanned throughout the entire facility. Neither human realized in their state of sleep that this was going to be their last time inside that temporary bedroom. Osomatsu and Choromatsu could only partially process their gradually unfolding commute as they slept the night away, taunted by minds half awake under the occasional environmental disturbance. Their chambers slid seamlessly through the organized maze of tunnels and turns, eventually planting them in a dimly lit room of unknown nature. Once settled, their minds went to sleep once more and things were stable for a few hours. A few dreams went by before the sleepy humans were again half awoken by motion in their surroundings. A couple individuals had entered the room and stood before them, taking note of their presence and organizing directions on a computer interface. They input a few digital commands before the chambers elevated once more and soared through another hatch. They were transported away into a new environment, eventually finding themselves sitting free in a room before two more aliens. Here, Osomatsu and Choromatsu finally sat up, rubbing their eyes and yawning beneath a spotlight shined over them. Beyond the light, beyond the two tall individuals standing at attention before them, they saw many white eyes staring back. The room was eerily silent, and everyone's focus was solely on the humans. It was ominous, quite the alien perspective for the two small individuals. Finally fully awake, Osomatsu slowly stood up and looked around hesitantly, small under the light and beneath the gazes of the two aliens before them. Choromatsu stayed sitting, looking up with wide and innocent eyes in curious awe. The first to make a move was one of the aliens in front. It stepped forward with its long, lanky legs and knelt before Choromatsu. First, with a single nod, it triggered their wristbands to activate behind their backs. Then, it withdrew a napkin or cloth of sorts, something dampened with a special kind of liquid. It used this to wipe away the black handprint from Choromatsu's face, finally allowing the man to open his mouth and speak. Instead of saying words, he smacked his lips a couple times, getting a feel for having his mouth freed again. Finally, the Horovagan stood tall and gently reached out, patting the humans on the backs and beckoning them to come forth. As expected, they obeyed. The many eyes beyond the bright spotlight continued to follow the humans all the way until they exited the room. They gave a couple more groggy yawns as they were walked through a hallway, one that looked quite different from hallways they normally saw on the facility. Of course, they weren't on the facility anymore. Something about the design of this hallway felt a little more homey. Comfortable. Less strict, more casual. It was a nice change of pace, and despite the foreign architecture and decor, even the humans could tell it was meant to feel safe. It housed gentle, pastel colors and a soft interior that welcomed them with open arms. In a way, it reminded them somewhat of what they might see in a padded daycare within some sort of dystopian children's hospital. As they walked along, they soon entered a new door and stopped before an enormous path. They looked out into the hallway from atop an elevated balcony, finding their small size comparable to ants before such a large area. It felt more like a runway for a plane, as it was endlessly long and outrageously wide. Far too big for a human, far too big for a Horovagan. Quite gargantuan. Above was a strip of window that made the sky above visible. The sky was red and stars could be seen in its darkest corners. Despite this uncanny display, it still hadn't quite hit the humans yet that they were finally on a whole new planet for permanent housing. Upon entering this area, the two aliens leading the humans walked them onto a platform. Once standing on this platform, the tiled floor lifted into the air and began soaring along the massive hallway at significant speed. As it did so, the humans looked around in awe as they perceived, to their left and to their right, dozens and dozens of enclosures lined up and perfectly separated from one another. As expected, it was like they had entered a zoo with all kinds of exotic, alien animals captive within these rooms. Some rooms were icy and cold, others were tanks of water, and one or two were even volcanic with lava pouring down in a waterfall. They saw very few exhibits that were reminiscent of anything they'd find on Earth, as many fit the theme of what humans would have otherwise considered mere fantasy. Of course, the animals inside were all just as rare. Tentacles, feathers, scales, fur, wisps, all sorts of skins were present throughout the enclosures. Some animals were big, others small, some tiny, and a few humongous like dinosaurs. A variety of colors were also present, and it left the humans speechless as they soared past dozens and dozens of them. Soon, the platform came to a stop and settled several meters above the ground before a new exhibit, one that was void of any organism, yet. The Horovagan escorts opened up a holographic pad attached to the wall and entered a command. This caused a doorway to appear in the clear glass, and from here, the four entities entered what would be the humans' permanent housing. Once inside, it was clear to Osomatsu and Choromatsu that the aliens had done their earthly research. They stared in awe and took it all in, looking it up and down skeptically. This place, it was like a jungle safari as large as a rich man's backyard. The dome-shaped ceiling far, far above them emulated a morning sunrise where the faux Earth sun was just barely peeking over the horizon, giving off an early, pink hue that softly shifted into the blue sky the humans were accustomed to. Somehow already synced with the humans' natural circadian rhythm, the enclosure emulated dawn. With this type of warm ambience, the rest of the area was clear for all to see. Barefoot, the humans were now standing on a patch of artificial grass and dirt planted just below them. In front, they could see one curly, contorted tree perfect for large apes to climb and swing from. There were vines draped around the makeshift tree's branches that hung all the way down to the patches of long grass scattered about. To the left of the tree, the humans perceived an area that was a bit rockier, with one or two boulders and a steep hill that led up to a shallow cave, perfect for napping and cooling off after a day in the sun. On the right of the tree, there was a modestly-sized waterfall that poured river water down into a very deep pond. From the outside of the enclosure, any and all could peer in through the glass and see the underwater portion of the exhibit, of course, all to monitor the captured specimens more closely at all times. Overall, it was a gorgeous natural habitat for an animal. But that's all the humans were to them, anyway. At this point in time, the two Horovagan escorts turned and closed the door, stepping back onto the platform outside and preparing to leave the two humans in their new enclosure. Their platform went away, and Osomatsu and Choromatsu were now caged. With the two humans finally alone and in their permanent housing, emotions began to hit. First, Osomatsu stepped forward. He had a devastated look about him, defeated with dread in his eyes as they perceived the new home. His shoulders slumped and he dragged his feet as he took one more step, looking up and all around at the environment presented before them. The feeling, it had finally hit him. Choromatsu's eyes welled up with tears as he looked upon what was meant to be his permanent dwelling. It was a homemade enclosure meant to house him for the rest of his life. A prison with happy colors painted over it. The feeling, it hit him, too. They truly were never going home. Choromatsu fell to his knees and roughly brought a hand to his face, lip quivering as he furiously rubbed the tears away. "No," he whispered out, broken. "Not this. I want to go home. I don't want to be here." I know," Osomatsu whispered back, unable to take his eyes off the enclosure before them. "I want to go home." Choromatsu wailed, becoming more and more distressed with every passing second. For a third time he cried, "I want to go home." Osomatsu listened as his friend began to sob behind him, crushed by the reality that was now making itself crystal clear before them. Being here, seeing their permanent housing in real time, it sparked an incredibly painful emotion in both of them. It was a fate being forcefully handed to them, a destiny with no significance or meaning. This was their life now. They were animals, and they were never going to see Earth ever again. "Dad." Choromatsu couldn't stop the waterworks as he emotionally wept, panic eating away at him from within. "Dad, somebody, please let me go home. I want to go home. Somebody get me out of here." They were claustrophobic beneath their providence sealed, confined both physically and mentally behind bars. No longer was Earth, their beloved home, just a short ride away, they were on another planet. A whole new galaxy, perhaps a whole new universe. Their loved ones and all that they recognized as familiar and sacred, it was all light years and light years away. Nobody was coming to save them, either. They were prisoners. Slaves. Insects being held hostage in an enclosure far too advanced to find faults or anomalies in. There was no common metaphor to describe how alienated they felt from safety and security, as they were truly alone in this experience. As far as they knew, they were further from Earth than any other human had been, and it was thoroughly devastating. Nobody knew they were here, and even if they did, there was absolutely nothing anyone could do. It was hopeless, they were trapped. "Let me go home," Choromatsu continued to wail, squeezing his knees tightly. "I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here." Osomatsu furrowed his brow and bit his lip as he listened to his friend succumb to hopeless hysterics, trying hard not to shed a tear, himself. It really stung, both hearing his younger cellmate in distress but also experiencing those same feelings too. Being here, seeing the reality of their future unfold, it all made their situation feel very real. Indeed, the air was filled with dread as their current circumstances were tangibly splayed out before them. Neither of them wanted to be here. Neither wanted any of this. Both wanted to go home. As Choromatsu buried his face into his arms sobbing, Osomatsu let out a little sigh. He took a few steps back and slid down the wall, sitting next to his friend with a somber expression. He scratched a spot or two on his body as he was bitten by the fleas as he looked down at himself. Here he was, dirty and flea-ridden, naked and feral like some undomesticated ape. His hair was unkempt and his fingernails were collecting dirt, not to mention his eyes had dark patches underneath, likely from the stress. He and Choromatsu alike were no different from wild animals, both in appearance and assigned enclosure. Osomatsu's eye twitched as he thought things over again. He thought about the aliens who had taken him from his home, the ones who had run tests on him against his will and probed him without consent. He recalled the face of the higher-up, the man Choromatsu had returned with the day prior. The way that alien glared him down, it still gave him goosebumps. Something was seriously deranged in that person's mind, maybe with the wiring of his brain or the deep-rooted morals ingrained from an early age. Either way, it resulted in a being truly sociopathic in nature. And, being looked down upon by such an individual really pissed Osomatsu off. He wasn't just an animal, he was a person, too. He wasn't any different from Choromatsu or Ichimatsu or even the leaders in their society. Osomatsu wanted more than anything to knock some sense into these people, somehow force them to believe his claims of sentience. Instead, they were all willingly blind. None of them wanted to change, except for maybe the two underlings Osomatsu and Choromatsu were made to socialize with on a daily basis. Other than them, none were willing to see. None of them wanted to see the truth, they were far too brainwashed. Besides, how could they want to see a truth that would ultimately demote their people from the high-standing, oh-so-beloved pedestal from which they reigned? Osomatsu gave a bitter sigh. That was it, wasn't it? He was beginning to see that those who benefited most from his and Choromatsu's ill-treatment would be the least willing to change. Why would they? Their inner voices speaking of morality and empathy had long been hushed and boxed away, likely never to see the light again. Those in control lived blissful lives, designing fate after fate with no more than a snap of the fingers. Corruption had begun too early on, and now the innocent, like Choromatsu and Ichimatsu, lived in fearful submission. These individuals below the power believed they were being loved and cherished for their work when the reality was that they were just being used. That was the slow realization Choromatsu had come to in his understanding of humans, and it seemed Ichimatsu was leaning that way, as well. At the end of the day, humans weren't just like Horavagans were just like humans, weren't they? They were one in the same in that those who sought power and control somehow always found their way on top. The loudest spewed fallacies and promises of self-fulfillment along with fear-mongering and threats, and the weaker would listen with minds open and vulnerable, especially when indoctrinated from birth. All this was the reason Osomatsu and Choromatsu were in this predicament. The mindless followers in this Horovagan cult were unwilling to have empathy nor listen to evidence, as the truth beyond the cave was but a fearsome revelation. Most of these people were far too gone, and questioning was treated with punishment. They had no escape, and they didn't even know that they needed one because they were too blind to see it. With this, Osomatsu could conclude one thing: he was never going to change the mind of that higher-up the same way he changed Choromatsu and Ichimatsu. Someone like that had nothing to gain and everything to lose. If this individual was going to become a bigger problem for them, then, well, they truly were never going home. As Osomatsu listened to the quieting sobs of his cellmate, he pulled his knees to his chest with a slight whimper. He had to stay strong, for Choromatsu's sake. They couldn't both be crying, he thought. He fought back his tears and clenched his teeth, letting out a grumble as he looked over the enclosure before them once more. Again, his eyelid twitched. There was no way he was going to touch any of it. Choromatsu's higher-up was just going to have to deal with them being stubborn this time around. Too bad, right? The thought of indulging and utilizing this shelter in any capacity made the eldest feel sick to his stomach. The hour went by, and neither Osomatsu nor Choromatsu moved from their spot against the clear wall. They stayed put, refusing to engage in any sort of interaction with their environment. They simply sat as the fake sun slowly came up from over the close horizon, painting the jungle safari with a colorful gradient of light. Choromatsu's wails quieted down after some time, but his mental state never quite recovered. Osomatsu managed to keep his eyes dry, but struggled between feelings of hopelessness and rage. Anger at those who had abducted him in the first place, fury toward the blind idiots who submitted, it overwhelmed him with hatred. He just wanted to go home. Things remained silent between the two prisoners as the early hours ticked on by. It wasn't until the sun's light illuminated the enclosure fully with the exception of long, twisted shading under the rocks and tree that their behaviorist finally came to pay them a visit. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu stood formally with hands behind their backs as their platform came to a slow stop before the humans' enclosure. They stood alongside their higher-up, all three in human form as they gazed upon the specimen's grand exhibit. Their superior looked it up and down approvingly, analyzing his and Choromatsu's design that had been adjusted and toyed with to perfection. Meanwhile, Choromatsu's eyes fell upon the two little primates sitting inside, their backs leaning up against the glass and their knees pulled close to their chests. He formed a disheartened frown, feeling their energy and knowing this greeting was about to be anything but joyous. "They look like they haven't moved an inch," the behaviorist mumbled with a somber undertone in his voice. "Change can be hard on an animal," the higher-up commented. "It will likely take some time for them to grow accustomed to this new enclosure. Resistance and emotional withdrawal is common and isn't a concern, as this behavior should only be temporary." "You say it isn't a concern, but I still find myself feeling a bit worried for their mental well-being," replied Choromatsu. "Look how sad they look." The green Matsu's superior raised a brow as he eyed Choromatsu. "Remember, empathy will be your enemy in this line of work," he told him. "This is the perfect opportunity for you to practice distancing yourself from the meaningless emotional affairs of the overly dramatic specimens we work with. These humans seem to be especially emotionally charged, so try not to get too caught up in it. Besides, when you challenge their insignificant feelings, you'll see it's all about manipulation at the end of the day." "Communication, manipulation," Choromatsu sighed. "I suppose you're right, there's a fine line between those two. I'll try to keep that in mind as I approach them this morning. Don't forget that your goal here is breaking their superiority complex and disabling their fight or flight, ultimately resulting in submission," he explained. "So, act accordingly. I'll be here to guide you through it if you need any help." "And Ichimatsu?" The higher-up turned to the individual who had yet to speak. "As I've stated before, I know it isn't your job to be learning this, but I do think it'll be beneficial to you in the long run. So, try to pay attention and help as needed." Ichimatsu nodded. "Understood." With this, the higher-up approached the glass to the enclosure and, with nothing more than a nod, made an outline for an entrance known in the barrier. Then, with an invisible scan from the computer system, the door opened. Shoes sank into the artificial grass as three pairs stepped within the specimen's exhibit. The environment inside was warm with the sun now out at a 10 a.m. position. The air conditioning gave a slight breeze that flowed gently through the open space, tickling their cheeks as the two underlings and higher-up walked freely inside. Upon entering, Osomatsu glanced up with an unhappy expression while Choromatsu kept his face down. It was immediately clear that neither were glad to see these three. Choromatsu cleared his throat awkwardly, detecting the hostility in the air before attempting to smile. "Good morning you two," he greeted, trying to sound upbeat. "I apologize, breakfast is a little late today. We wanted to give you some time to settle into your new home. How are you two doing?" Neither human said a word at first. Then, Osomatsu let out an irritable huff. "Fine, we're doing fine," he griped. "Careful, Osomatsu." Choromatsu lifted his face, sending an exhausted glare his cellmate's way. "They punish you for being dishonest, you know." "Oh." The elder's eyelids fell halfway. "I mean, I don't want to be punished, so." Choromatsu frowned, discouraged. "Yes, honesty is encouraged here," he told them. "But it's also okay to not be okay. You two are going through a drastic environmental change right now, and that's not always easy on the animals." "Ka." Osomatsu scoffed. "Not easy on the animals, huh?" "Whatever." "No, we're not okay. We're both pretty pissed off, if I can tell you that without being reprimanded." "We would never reprimand you for feeling a little sad," Choromatsu spoke, his voice housing a scripted undertone. "We punish direct opposition and intentional behaviors, not feelings." "In that case, yeah. We're not happy," the other pouted. "We want to go home." The higher-up leaned in, jumping into the conversation with an expression of intrigue. Although he knew the transition would be difficult, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Are you displeased with the housing accommodations we have made for you? Is it not an appropriate environment for that of your kind? Choromatsu winced as the older individual spoke, his voice deep and just a little bit ominous. Osomatsu, on the other hand, wasn't so easily daunted by his looming omnipotence. No, Osomatsu answered shortly. It's not. The higher-up's brow lowered as he eyed the humans skeptically. This is the best type of habitat for you based on your biology. How is it not psychologically appealing? What environment did you thrive in before you were taken? Choromatsu stayed quiet for a few seconds before speaking up. We lived in houses, he informed in a meek voice. Houses? The superior wrinkled his nose. Human nests, Choromatsu corrected. Humans build structures typically made of wood and stone for shelter. Perplexed, the higher-up asked, in that case, do the humans need us to provide materials to build their nest? No, Osomatsu huffed. We just want a house. I don't know shit about building one from scratch. You don't? Choromatsu seemed sincerely surprised by this. So, is nest building reserved as an occupation in your society? Yes, God, you two are frustrating, the man grumbled. Just get us a room like our last one. Get it furnished, add a TV and a coffee maker, I don't know. Anything but this. What is this odd aversion to such an environment as we've provided? Inquired the higher-up. You've been given trees, grass, a pond, a cave, a beautiful sky. Is it perhaps because it all feels too? He leaned in ominously. Animalistic. Osomatsu shut his mouth as these words were spoken. The higher-up, he said this as if he already knew. Of course, the humans had made it pretty obvious, not to mention they were sure it was all jotted down in Choromatsu's notes. They didn't want to be put in situations that portrayed them as feral animals, and the aliens knew this. But the aliens were determined to break them. So that is it, exhaled the head of behavioral studies. Shelter from the harsh environment is not needed in an enclosure such as this, meaning it isn't about shelter at all. Dwelling within a complex nest makes you feel more like horavagans. It makes you feel better about yourself and fuels your ego. But with this, it also inflates your perception and deludes you. Let me be clear about something that we will continue to hammer into your mind. The higher-up stepped forward and leaned over the two sitting humans with a dark look. You are animals, he told them. And you will never be anything more. So stop acting Horovagan. Osomatsu looked up and challenged the glare of the higher-up with one of his own. The higher-up stared back without a blink, finally pushing Osomatsu to avert his gaze. Once he did so, the higher-up stepped back and allowed Choromatsu the floor once more. Choromatsu cleared his throat and tried to smile, but was clearly rather intimidated, himself. So, have you two, explored your home yet? Osomatsu gave a frustrated sigh as Choromatsu, the ever-optimist, attempted to redirect the conversation. The green Matsu stepped forward and looked up and around the spectacular enclosure as he continued. It's quite the magnificent environment, if I do say so myself, he enthused. We've designed an artificial sun with real UV heating mechanisms, a rocky wall and tree for you to climb, a shallow cave for slumber, a basking rock, a small waterfall, and even a pond where you can go swimming. That means you too can finally bathe. That's exciting, right? You don't have to worry about any natural predators in this type of controlled environment, either. It's like a little haven made just for you two. Everything here is yours and yours alone. Consider it a housewarming gift from my superior and I to you. Yeri, Osomatsu grouched sarcastically. Wow, so cool. We're so happy. Fuck you. Osomatsu, Choromatsu warned sternly. As I said, we won't punish you for being a little distressed, but any act of defiance or aggression will be promptly corrected. Do I make myself clear? Osomatsu made eye contact with the other, his stare bitter and grave. Crystal. Good. Now. Choromatsu began walking to the left of the enclosure, stepping past Ichimatsu and his higher-up to approach the rockier area of the enclosure. He turned with a smile and gestured a rock, one that seemed manufactured rather than natural. This rock right here, he began. This is where your food will be dropped off for meals. You mean, we don't even leave our zoo exhibit for meals now? Osomatsu exclaimed in frustration. Do we ever get to leave at all? Only for blocks of testing and experimentation orchestrated by me, Ichimatsu, or my superior, he told them. This enclosure includes means for all of your recreational needs, so you will no longer be visiting a recreational center. You will bathe in the pond present in this area, and you will also drink from this pond as well if you get thirsty. Osomatsu's eye twitched. And, the bathroom? He asked, expecting the worst. Choromatsu pointed to the far end in a foliaged area of bushes beside the tree. Over there is some colored grass that indicates where you are to go, he informed. That area is periodically cleaned and replaced with new grass automatically by our computer system, so you'll never have to worry about waste piling up. This is fucking unreal. The man threw his arms up in the air in ever-growing anger. This is seriously our home for eternity. This is how you expect us to live. We refuse. Before Choromatsu could say anything, the higher-up stepped in. You will find comfort in this lifestyle over time, he stated. You can sit in this corner and wallow in pity for a few days, but it won't change anything. By the end of the week, you'll probably be sleeping in that tree and bathing in the pond with no coercion whatsoever. The urge to curse at this individual was powerful, but Osomatsu had already been warned. He bit his tongue and glared as tears began to fall down Choromatsu's cheeks once more. This is hell, Choromatsu whispered, broken. I just want to go home. I want to go home. Choromatsu smiled sadly. It'll be okay. This is your home now. He tried to say this in a comforting manner, but those words were painful. Even he felt the sting as they left his tongue. The pressure to behave himself was strong, but he still wished more than anything he could set these humans free and let them go home. I'm sorry, he went on. But everything will be all right, I promise. So, why don't you two come over by this boulder here and get some food? It should be arriving any. As if on cue, a hatch in the artificial boulder suddenly opened, and out came 2 trays of specimen grub. Choromatsu turned and grinned, clasping his hands together. Ah, here it is. He tried to say eagerly. Come, stand up you two and let's get you fed. Choromatsu continued to sob quietly as Osomatsu stared forward, his expression truly miffed. Neither said a word at first nor made any indication of moving. Finally, Osomatsu opened his mouth to speak. Not hungry, he said bluntly. And neither am I, Choromatsu uttered under his breath with a sniffle. Neither of you will eat. Choromatsu frowned. Nope, Osomatsu huffed. No thank you. Choromatsu glanced to Ichimatsu with a disheartened look. Ichimatsu let out a small sigh before deciding to step in. He moved closer to the humans and stood tall over them, looking down in his usual apathetic expression. In a way, the humans could detect the alien was attempting to mimic their higher-ups' intimidation. In a low voice, he said. Care to explain why you won't eat? Osomatsu shot him a glare. Why does it matter? He asked. Because if you aren't eating as an act of defiance against us, then we will have to induce force-feeding starting your next skipped meal. A glint of discomfort could be seen in Ichimatsu's eyes as he spoke, but he kept his facade up nonetheless. You really don't want us to force-feed you? It's not a comfortable procedure. And Osomatsu squinted at the other. What if we're just not hungry? What if the stress of all this fuckery is actually affecting our appetite? Well, then nothing, Choromatsu jumped in. We will still do what is needed in order to keep you two healthy and physically fit for testing purposes. Neither of you will get away with starving yourselves for more than one meal. Understood. As the higher-up nodded approvingly, Osomatsu let out a small scowl. Yeah, understood, he snarled. Whatever. Just take one of us out for testing, or whatever you came here to do. The 2 young professionals hesitated. All right then. Choromatsu breathed in deeply through his nose, then exhaled through his mouth. In that case, Osomatsu, please stand and come with us. Sure, whatever. As the man's cellmate rubbed his sore and tired eyes, Osomatsu stood to his feet with a little humph. He folded his arms and turned to the aliens with an unamused glare, awaiting their lead. The 3 aliens took the cue and turned, walking toward the exit of the enclosure. As the 4 approached the door, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu sent Choromatsu brief, somber glances. Choromatsu evaded eye contact and kept his gaze elsewhere, his eyes red from the tears as he was left alone. Osomatsu followed Choromatsu and the higher-up outside of the enclosure, with Ichimatsu leading from behind. All took their turn stepping onto the hovering platform waiting for them in the grand hallway, getting on one at a time. Once everyone boarded, the door to the specimen exhibit shut and the platform began to move. When it did so, Osomatsu instinctively reached out and grabbed the railing to keep himself steady. That was when he realized, did they forget to activate his wristbands? His hands were free. It had been a while since he was allowed such a freedom. So, what am I in for? Osomatsu decided to ask. Is it going to be bad? Is it going to be painful? No, it should be fine, Choromatsu told him, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small bottle. We just need you to participate in a little activity we have prepared. You can think of it like a game. Nothing too scary or uncomfortable. A game? The eldest made a face. I don't think I'm interested. It's a mandatory game. Now, Choromatsu held up the small bottle before Osomatsu's face. Brace yourself. For what? At that moment, Choromatsu pushed down on the bottle's top, spraying Osomatsu in the eyes with the mysterious liquid inside. Arg. He shook his head and wiped it from his face, squinting and blinking a few times. What the heck? Don't tell me, is that stuff? Yes, it's the same spray we've used on you before, Choromatsu confirmed with a nod. Osomatsu kept blinking, feeling as it became more and more difficult to do so. Within moments, he could barely open his eyes. He rubbed them viciously and shook his head yet again, but it was no use. His eyes would no longer open, he was blinded. What gives? He scoffed, now seeing nothing more than the darkness behind his eyelids. This isn't a punishment, is it? Oh no, not at all, the alien replied. We just need to take away your sense of sight for a little while. That's how this activity is going to work, you understand? Not really. Don't worry, you will soon enough. In the dark, Osomatsu felt two gentle hands grab his own. He assumed they were Choromatsu's and held them back, seeing that he was likely about to be led somewhere new. He stayed quiet and felt as the platform they were riding on came to a slow halt. Once at a complete stop, the hands holding Osomatsu's tugged, giving a signal that they were about to start moving. Osomatsu went along with it and stepped forward, following Choromatsu and the other two aliens off the platform and through a door. It was beyond this door that his sense of location became a bit fuzzy. He recalled that, outside of the zoo exhibit area, there was a large hall made up of soft colors and furniture like some children's insane asylum. At least, that's how he perceived it in his head. The four walked through this area and at some point turned, passing through a mysterious entrance and exiting the last familiar area to Osomatsu. It didn't take long before the human became completely lost, his sense of direction muffled beneath the blindness. He walked along hand in hand with Choromatsu, being led through the large, new facility. They entered through door after door, hall after hall, or, so Osomatsu assumed, until they soon arrived at their mysterious destination. Upon arriving, Osomatsu was halted in his place. All right, I'm going to need you to stand right there, rang Choromatsu's voice as he let go of the man's hands. All right, sure. Osomatsu let his hands fall to his sides as he heard rustling and footsteps around him. He stood patiently as the soft hum of the computers nigh served as subtle ambience. Machinery was activated, settings were adjusted, and finally, something new happened. Whoa! Without any warning, Osomatsu's feet lifted off the ground and he was swooped up into the air by a powerful force. He flailed his arms and kicked his legs as gravity failed him. In only a few seconds, he was sucked into a tube above head and pulled out of sight. Inside the long and winded tube, Osomatsu could hear his echo bouncing rapidly off the interior as he yelled out in surprise. He tried to stop the motion by slapping his palms against the inner wall, but the force was too powerful and his body could only continue to fly on without control. Like a roller coaster ride, he went careening off left and right, to and fro until eventually being spewed out of the tube and onto the floor of a new room. Osomatsu yelped as he fell onto the ground and was quick to start feeling around, trying to identify where he was by anything in his surroundings. Still completely blind, he shakily stood to his feet and wrinkled his brow. His hands hovered out aimlessly as he stood there, feeling quite lost without his sight. He listened for a potential presence, but heard none. He was alone, it seemed, in a room of complete unknowns. He could only wonder where he had ended up. Hello? Choromatsu? He called out, but didn't hear anything at first. Humming in uncertainty, he reached out and took a step or two forward. Upon doing so, he finally found a wall. GK. The moment the tips of his fingers made contact with the structure, he received a brief zap that shot through his body at blinding speed. Startled, he jumped back and stumbled a bit, catching himself against what felt like a shelf. Touching this, he was again hit with a mild volt of electricity that caused him to collapse to his knees. What the hell? He gasped as he sat, holding his opposing forearms and shaking his head as he recovered from the small shocks he received. The startling factor had been worse than the pain for the human, leaving him shaken up and alert. He supposed it was best not to touch anything, at least, not until otherwise prompted to. That meant that he had to rely on the aliens for help. "Hello, Osomatsu?" Osomatsu perked up as Choromatsu's voice rang out from somewhere above. "Choromatsu?" he called out. "Where are you? You kind of left me sightless here." "I know, but don't worry, it's all part of the activity," replied the alien behaviorist. "I'm currently with my higher-up and Ichimatsu, watching you through a window that overlooks the room you've been placed in. And this room is. Allow me to provide for you some context to better help you create a good mental image of your surroundings," Choromatsu said. "You are inside a virtual reality simulation room. Imagine a coliseum of sorts, customized with blocks and obstacles meant to hinder you on your journey. As you've already come to find out, running into these obstacles will result in a controlled shock, which, though it shouldn't be painful, I can imagine is quite unpleasant. Your goal in this activity is to avoid getting shocked as much as possible as you make your way to the end of the course." "I see. Okay, but how?" Osomatsu asked. "My eyes are glued shut. I can't see." "There's only one way out of this maze," Choromatsu told him. "And the means are through me. You are being tested on how well you can obey orders and listen to verbal instruction." "Got it." "Oh." The man slumped his shoulders in irk. "So, it's a conditioning session then." "That's what this is." "Think of it more like a game," suggested the other. "A trust game. It should be fun for you." "Yippee," Osomatsu sang sarcastically. "Do you have any questions before we begin, or do you understand what to do?" "No, I got it," he waved. "Just tell me where to go and I'll do what you say." "Wonderful." Osomatsu placed a hand on his thigh and pushed himself back to a standing position, ears alert and at ready. "Remember, Osomatsu, as long as you do exactly as I say, you won't be shocked or hurt in any way. I'll safely lead you through this maze, and you will be graciously rewarded for your submission," Choromatsu declared. "So, let us begin." "All right," the man nodded. "First, from where you're standing, there is a wall just a couple steps forward," directed the younger Matsu. "I want you to walk directly left so we can begin to get you around it." "Left, got it." Osomatsu followed the order and turned to his left, walking in that direction. He walked slowly at first, careful with a hidden paranoia that he was still going to run into something. As expected, however, his path was clear and he was free to advance. "Now, stop," commanded the alien. Osomatsu did so. "Turn right and go 3 steps." "Okay." Following his friend's directions, he took 3 steps to the right and stopped. "Now, before you is a single step. I want you to carefully lift your foot onto the elevated plane." Osomatsu did as he was told, stepping up and stopping to await his next order. "Now you need to turn right again, and continue on that path until I tell you to stop." The man turned and walked, continuing on until he heard Choromatsu's voice once again. "Stop. Get on your hands and knees, and begin crawling so you don't hit your head on any obstacles." "All right. Now, stand again and go left." "On it. Before you is a ladder, go ahead and climb it." "Okay." "Climb onto the platform and stand." "Next, go left." "Now go right." "Left, right, forward, over." The commands went on and on, leading Osomatsu through the maze without fail. This first area, the blind obstacle course, lasted about 10 minutes, and soon, the man made it to the very end. He let out a big, relieved breath as he felt a familiar hand clasp his own. "Good job," Choromatsu praised, now standing next to the individual. Osomatsu blinked in surprise. "Oh, where did you come from?" he questioned, blindly patting Choromatsu's hair and face. Aback in trance, the alien answered, gently pushing away the human's grabby hand. "We're moving on to the second area now. Are you ready?" "Same rules?" asked the other. "Yep," Choromatsu nodded. "Only this time, I'll be leading you by hand. So, don't let go, okay?" Yeah, I won't let go," Osomatsu sighed. "Wonderful. Now, Choromatsu tugged at the human's hand, signaling him to begin walking. Follow me. I'll lead you through this safely, I promise. The second area of the maze wasn't too different from the first. Choromatsu's directions were more physical this time around, however, with the alien manually redirecting the man's legs and arms as they went. Osomatsu was forced into a completely submissive state as he was handled directly, being pushed and swayed and walked about gently. His head was occasionally pushed down to as a cue to crouch, and Choromatsu even shoved his shoe beneath Osomatsu's foot to gently raise it so he could walk up a few steps. Osomatsu was completely helpless, forced at the mercy of this alien behaviorist as he went along with wherever he was pulled. This experience, it was mildly demeaning at worst, given that Osomatsu had experienced much worse sessions in the past. He was almost grateful he had to go through this and not another session with that super clingy animal drug. Then again, that didn't make this session much better in retrospect. At the end of the day, he was still being trained like an animal to like and trust his kidnappers, the same people who took him away from his home and enslaved him here on this godforsaken planet. The sentiment was still the same. And the fears were far too real. Choromatsu. As the two maneuvered their way through the maze, Osomatsu had become quiet. It wasn't until they were almost at the end when he finally spoke up, calling the other's name. Choromatsu turned to Osomatsu and sent him a smile, despite knowing the man couldn't see it. Yes, Osomatsu? Choromatsu asked. Can your higher-up hear us right now? Choromatsu hesitated, his smile slowly shifting from sincere to uncomfortable. Timidly, he glanced out beyond the maze at the long window that overlooked the simulation room. Standing there and watching the two make their way, was Ichimatsu and their superior, the latter with his usual icy stare. Choromatsu swallowed. Yes, he told Osomatsu. Did you want to talk to him? Fuck no. Osomatsu gave a frustrated huff. I don't like your higher-up. Choromatsu looked to the other with a sympathetic smile, speaking to him as if he were an upset child. I know, he cooed. You prefer just me, right? Me and Ichimatsu? Just, how long is he going to stick around? Osomatsu spouted in annoyance. Why can't he just bugger off already? Don't fret, Osomatsu. It'll be okay, the alien reassured. You might not understand it yet, but he's here to help me become a better behaviorist for your sake. For both of you humans' sake. With his help, our current, toxic relationship will hopefully develop into a healthier one where you will submit and I will be your humble superior, a parent and a guide to you until the end of your days. It'll all work out for the better. I promise. Osomatsu snarled, biting his tongue before he could interject with disgust. The way this guy was talking down to him infuriated him, and he found himself wanting nothing more than to knock some sense into his so-called friend. But, of course, he had to stop himself. After all, this was all just an act on Choromatsu's end, right? Choromatsu was simply pretending to be this prude. There was no way he'd reverted back to his old ways just because he was being watched now. No, Choromatsu was still rebellious alongside Osomatsu and Choromatsu, and probably even Ichimatsu. The higher-up was just a fool. With a pouty huff, Osomatsu finally spoke again. Fine, okay, just, how long will this have to go on for? He questioned. Millimeter, it's hard to say. Choromatsu's eyes fell on the human as he spoke slowly with a serious undertone. He's very motivated to make a change. And he wants to be sure my improvement won't be fleeting. So, it could be a few days, or it could be a few weeks. There really isn't any telling how long it'll be. Well, that's just great, Osomatsu grumbled. I hope you can just feel the sheer frustration emanating off of my person right now. I want you and that prick who's listening in on us to know that I'm not happy. Choromatsu glanced up and away and said, oh, he knows. But, you know, he looked back at Osomatsu and continued. As always, I'm going to strongly encourage you and Choromatsu to behave and just try to let your guard down a little. It would be in everyone's best interest, especially yours. With these words spoken, Choromatsu nudged the man twice. Osomatsu caught the hint, but digressed. And he began. What if I'm tired already? What if I'm getting really sick of behaving? Good things come to those who obey, Choromatsu told him. As you will be punished for being stubborn, you will also be rewarded for being submissive. Understood. I know how it works here, I'm just. The eldest tightened his lips, thinking of the best way to communicate without being too suspicious. I'm just losing patience. I know you are, sighed the other. But I think you'll grow to quite like being taken care of by us. Choromatsu's formed his superficial smile again as he continued with his faux approach. You will be safe. All of your needs are going to be met, and living here is going to be fun. You'll see that once our relationships becomes more formal and a bit healthier, you'll come to adore me as well. You will listen and obey, and you will be treated as a beloved, spoilt pet living your best life. And you don't have to change overnight, either. We will be here to help you understand your role on this planet better and help you learn how to act appropriately. So, don't worry. Osomatsu gave a deep exhalation, pausing before nodding. All right, he said, knowing it was best to concede, for both his own sake and Choromatsu's, considering the higher-up was still listening in on them. As their brief conversation came to an end, so too did Osomatsu's second journey through the obstacle course. Both individuals stopped at the doorway before one last area within the simulation room. Here, Choromatsu took the lead once more and began walking the human forward with significant caution. Okay, we're in the last area, Choromatsu informed. After this, we'll be all done for now. You've done so well today. Expect many treats to come when we finish. Gee, thanks, Osomatsu groaned. So what's the trick for this last area? Why are we walking so slow? Because, we're going to have to be careful in this section, grinned the alien. Why? Because you and I are stepping onto a pole. A pole? Osomatsu gasped as he felt his feet curl around a cylindrical structure on his next step. He was being walked into a balancing act without any warning, and the situation startled him. A shot of adrenaline bolted through his body as he blindly began imagining his environment, frantic at the thought. Just how high up was he from the floor? How much would it hurt if he fell? How imperative was it that he balanced perfectly? He had no idea. Whoa, wait, hold on. Osomatsu immediately lost his balance and slipped, being caught suddenly by Choromatsu's extra alien arms. Whoa whoa whoa, careful. Choromatsu exclaimed. Come on, it isn't that hard. Just, walk slowly with me, okay? Gentle. Easy does it. As Osomatsu was set back onto the pole, he attempted to regain his balance. The pole itself wasn't too thin, nothing like what he would see at a circus. Though, a few centimeters wasn't much of an improvement. He held onto Choromatsu's hands tighter than he had throughout the entire activity, trembling slightly as he was continuously led forward. Choromatsu continued to encourage him, reiterating again and again that Osomatsu simply needed to trust him, and he would be okay. You're doing great. Keep it up. Slow and steady now, come on. Just trust me, I'd never let you fall. Keep going. We're almost there, just hold on tight. I've got you. You won't fall, just keep your faith in me. Believe in me. I'll guide you to the end, okay? Look at you. Good job, Osomatsu. You're following my lead wonderfully. Almost there, just a little further. The praises and commands kept coming, with Choromatsu going on and on until they finally set foot onto an even platform again. Osomatsu let out a relieved sigh as he stepped off the horizontal pole, relishing in the flat ground below. At this time, Choromatsu let go of Osomatsu's hand and disappeared from his grasp. Finally, thank God, Osomatsu uttered as he flattened his feet on the floor. No more of that, okay? Haha, deal, Choromatsu chuckled, his voice coming from a few meters away. Osomatsu blindly moved his head around as if searching for his friend. Hey, where'd you go? He asked. Just stepping down to a different level in preparation for our final task. Our final task? Choromatsu stopped in place, turning and holding out his arms for his friend. Osomatsu stood blinded a couple meters above, unknowingly standing at the very edge of the platform. Osomatsu, he began. At this time, you are standing on top of an elevated platform. I'm on a lower level before you with 6 arms out, ready to catch you. Come. Wait, see, catch me. Yes, Choromatsu nodded calmly. I order you to jump off the platform blind as a final test of trust between us. Osomatsu swallowed, getting down on his hands and knees to feel as the ground before him ended like a cliff, just as he was told. Wait, no, I don't want to jump if I can't see. He cried. What if you miss and I hit the ground? You'll just have to trust me, Osomatsu, Choromatsu beckoned. Stand up, and jump off the edge. I don't like trust falls if I'm not the one catching, he whined. You like having that sense of control, yes? Choromatsu tutted. I'm sorry, but you are not the one in control in your life. It's time you learned that it's okay to be submissive under my control, and that I will never fail you. Oh, fuck off. Osomatsu muttered under his breath quietly. Choromatsu blinked and cocked his head. What was that? And nothing, just. The man let out a stubborn breath. I don't know if I can do this. Osomatsu, this is about trust, he repeated. I promise you that you're not going to get hurt. I promise that I'll catch you. And I ordered you to jump. So, go on and do it. GNN. Osomatsu hesitated, weighing between any other option he could think of. He stayed on his hands and knees, feeling the edge of the ground. He leaned in and stretched his arm beyond the cliff, trying to see if the floor below was close enough to touch. Of course, it wasn't. HNN. Osomatsu let out another whimper. I don't know, Choromatsu. Choromatsu glanced up at the window from which his higher-up and friend watched. He tried to smile before turning back to the human. I command you to jump, Osomatsu, he called. Put all of your faith in me. I will catch you. Trust me. Osomatsu shakily stood to his feet in unease, hands hovering out as he contemplated what he needed to do. You promise you'll catch me? He asked. I promise. If you promise, then. Osomatsu breathed in deeply through his nose, then exhaled through his mouth. All right, he thought. It was time to do this. Osomatsu took a step back, readying himself. He was hesitant, but he knew he had to do this. Counting down from 5 in his head, he made it to 0 and finally acted. Okay. Catch me. With this, the man blindly threw himself forward. He jumped past the edge of the ground and let out a small yell as his body fell several meters. Time seemed to slow as gravity took over, pulling him closer and closer to the ground until finally, Osomatsu landed in the alien's arms. Ah! Osomatsu yelped in surprise. Got you. Choromatsu beamed, embracing the human tight and swinging him in their big hug. Osomatsu squirmed and shouted, Okay, put me down, put me down. Choromatsu let out a laugh and set the man down, allowing Osomatsu's feet to plant themselves back on the ground. Once Osomatsu was stable and balanced, he brushed himself off. All right, he said. Phew. That's over with. Cool. Is that it? Is this whole blind activity over now? Can we be done? Yes, it's all over, Choromatsu grinned. Take my hand and follow me, we'll get you out of this area and get your sight back momentarily. Thank God. Osomatsu reached out and felt Choromatsu's hands clasp around his own. They began walking forward, on toward the exit and soon leaving the simulation room entirely. Upon exiting, Osomatsu and Choromatsu were greeted by the higher-up and Ichimatsu, who sprayed Osomatsu's eyes and granted upon him sight once more. Osomatsu blinked a few times, getting his eyes adjusted to the light before he was given a small handful of treats. Caught up in the moment, he ate them up and relished in their potent, savory flavor. Afterwards, the man was led back to his permanent enclosure in the exhibit hall. As Osomatsu rode the hovering platform back to his and Choromatsu's room, the energy seemed to dampen. The man looked around and observed all the different habitats and enclosures housing hundreds of unique organisms, and he was reminded of his own situation. The emotions hit worse when the 4 arrived at his own enclosure. From outside the prison, they could still see Choromatsu sitting curled up against the wall like a broken child. He hadn't moved an inch. Here, Osomatsu was dropped off, and the 2 humans were left alone for a few hours. Their breakfast remained untouched, as did the rest of their enclosure. Osomatsu and Choromatsu held a couple conversations, mostly of fleeting emotional longings such as going home and seeing family again. By the time the aliens visited them again for lunch, both were hungry and ready to finally consume their meal. They had decided beforehand it would be best not to tempt fate and end up being force-fed. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu sat with them as they ate their food, but there was very little conversation. Neither human was too interesting in speaking to the aliens, as their mood was still sour. The aliens returned one more time for dinner, having allowed the humans most of the day to get accustomed to their new home. As with lunch, dinner was quiet, and Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, and the higher-up soon left them for the night. Within the enclosure, the sun slowly set and the temperature cooled with the oncoming dusk being simulated. Eventually, both humans fell asleep, both still curled against the wall in defiance. And with that, the day came to an end. Intermission. It was a familiar setting, one akin to the quiet energy of a lonely bus ride home after a late night of work. Two individuals sat alone on a transportation ship, leaving the atmosphere of the permanent housing planet and watching as the sun set beyond the horizon, beyond what they could see behind clouds and stardust. The ambience was filled with humming and occasional beeps of machinery nearby, with the two lone passengers sitting in hovering chairs before a long window showcasing the sky fading into the usual darkness of space. For the first time in a while, they were without their higher-up supervising their every move. Both were exhausted and ready to make it to their new apartments just beyond the planet's orbit. As they sat, one finally opened his mouth to speak. "So, today has been weird," Ichimatsu began, firing up their conversation with some basic small talk. "It really has," Choromatsu sighed. "It's so strange. I can't believe you and I have actually been relocated. We've actually made it. We're working on the permanent housing facility on Claustra. How surreal is this?" "It's surreal, yeah," the younger mumbled. "Maybe, not in a good way, though." Yeah. "I know," the green-hearted alien closed his eyes. "You and I are really in a pickle, aren't we?" "More than just a pickle," said Ichimatsu. "This is more like a catastrophe. A clusterfuck, this political system." Choromatsu exhaled slowly. "I find myself asking, since when did the lives of objects as insignificant as animals become a political debate? But then, I suppose it only became one when we inevitably found creatures capable of touching us on a more spiritual and philosophical level." Choromatsu opened his eyes and looked at Ichimatsu seriously. "We finally found animals capable of communicating words powerful enough to open our eyes to our own destructive nature. And, I don't think many of us are ready to see that yet. Our higher-ups will do anything to blind us again. That's what it's always been about, I think. All these years of brainwashing and conditioning, all the fear and respect and punishments, all this, only to serve those few in power." He paused, then added, "Ichimatsu, I don't think we're ever going to be able to find that great truth our people have spent centuries looking for." Ichimatsu formed a discouraged look upon being told this. "Why do you say that?" "Because," Choromatsu stared out the window at the passing lights and stars beyond, his expression grey. "I don't think we're meant to discover, nor are capable of comprehending, death until we die, ourselves. It's written in the books that our sole purpose is to aid in the discovery and exploration of the other plane of existence, as if the truth could even be defined by such rudimentary words. Whatever we experience after we die, I don't think our language is capable of painting the picture in a comprehensible sentence. I don't think we're capable of comprehending the experience at all, let alone figure it out through scientific studies and experimentation on animals. That's a little deep, isn't it?" "Maybe. I've just been thinking a lot today." Choromatsu paused. "You know what I hope happens when I die?" "What?" "I hope that, when I die, my consciousness goes on to exist somewhere out in the stars," he began dreamily with a bittersweet undertone. "I hope that there's a spiritual plane where the root of my aura can roam, where I'm truly free. Without any words or tangibility, I hope I can go on to explore the endless void of space and all that it has to offer. I hope I can explore life and beauty in perfect, silent serenity. I hope I can soar through the stars as a cluster of energy and become one with the knowledge of the universe, seamlessly content without any obligations whatsoever. I hope existence is like a dream where I have perfect control. Could you imagine soaring into a never-ending sunset, hopping through clouds and forever chasing the dying sun beyond the mundane and insignificant life you once lived?" Again, Choromatsu sighed. "Sometimes I think about it, and I hope existence outside of this life is better than the hell we're in now." Ichimatsu stared long and quiet, taking in the words coming from the deepest part of Choromatsu's mind and heart. He wasn't sure what to say. He had never thought so deeply about what happened after death. He had always assumed his people would figure it out through their scientific pursuits sometime during his life. The thought that they never would had never occurred to him. "What do you think happens after you die?" Choromatsu asked. I don't know," Ichimatsu mumbled dismissively. He had always been shy getting into such deep conversations. "I have no idea. There are so many different theories being investigated right now that it's hard to keep up with what's likely and what isn't. I guess I don't really think about it too often." "I see." Choromatsu shut his eyes again, thinking for a moment before opening his mouth. "You know, I got another note," he told Ichimatsu. Ichimatsu blinked. Another note? Yeah. From the same people, I assume. Choromatsu reached into his pocket and withdrew a familiar item that resembled dice in a way. It was made of copper and had strange engravings on the side. He toyed with it in his fingers as he continued on. The first note said, "An eye is watching. Do not disappoint, he recalled. This time, the note said, "Eyes are watching. You are not alone." Oh, Ichimatsu pursed his lips thoughtfully. What do you think it means? I don't know, Choromatsu huffed, the slightest of frustration radiating from his voice. I really have no idea. The vague writing is kind of pissing me off. If they're from the corrections agency, then why don't they just make me disappear already? Enough toying with me. If you're going to take me away, just do it. I mean, what do you want from me? What am I supposed to be doing here? That's hard, Ichimatsu admitted. I mean, all you can really do is keep following orders from the higher-up, right? I'm trying, he insisted. I'm really trying. Despite this, I'm still receiving ominous shit like this at my doorstep. Is what I'm doing not good enough? What more can I do? I don't know, sighed the other, shaking his head somberly. It's all just really strange. Yeah, it is, Choromatsu also sighed. And now, the head of behavioral studies is monitoring us in human form. How could this get any worse? It can't. And poor Osomatsu and Choromatsu. Choromatsu put away the small trinket back in his pocket and plopped his head into the palm of his hand. I feel awful. You saw how depressed they look. Yeah, they don't look too happy. They are miserable. The behaviorist whined as he rubbed his forehead. How are we supposed to help them feel better when my higher-up is watching every moment of our interactions? What can I say to them that won't alarm our leaders and put you and I in hot water? You saw how frustrated Osomatsu was getting during the conditioning session. How are we supposed to keep this up? We just don't have a choice, Ichimatsu told him. You and I are going to have to keep acting like this until things calm down and they stop investigating the humans so closely. Until then, there's nothing more we can do. I don't know how much longer I can do this. The older of the two did a deep breath. I think Choromatsu is breaking. He seems so devastated, he couldn't stop crying in there. I don't want anything more to happen to him. Yeah, Choromatsu does seem particularly fragile this time around, noted the younger. I just feel this need to protect them, Choromatsu told him. I feel responsible for their mental and emotional well-being. I want them to be okay. I dread the next experiment that'll cause them any pain. Well, as I said, we don't have any option other than to go through with things and behave accordingly, Ichimatsu said. Besides, one more slip-up, and you're going to be replaced, remember? I know, Choromatsu gave a hard swallow. But, it'll be okay. I'm sure of it. I hope so, Ichimatsu hesitated, then asked his next question. What are the plans for the humans tomorrow? Oh, just a social and behavioral study, the alien informed. The head of behavioral studies was given an order to investigate their cooperation skills and capacity for sacrifice. They'll get a few mild electrical shocks, but it shouldn't be anything too bad. Ah, I see, the other hummed. I know I need to get a few bodily samples from them for study purposes, but that should be all from my end. I am a little concerned, Choromatsu began. The experiment after tomorrow is not going to be fun for them. Emotionally. I'm doing my best to talk our leaders out of it, but I don't have much say in things. I'm too lower class. So, after this next study, we might have some problems. Ichimatsu raised a brow. Don't tell me. The day after tomorrow, the experiment, is it? Yeah. It is. Oh, the purple Matsu averted his eyes. Yeah. They're not going to like that. Do you think there's going to be protest? I really hope not, Choromatsu hummed. We really can't afford to have the humans act out in defiance. But, if they do go along with it, then, there's going to be some distress. Ichimatsu kept his eyes to the floor, quietly thinking for a moment. Then, he sighed. Look, Choromatsu. No matter what happens to those humans, just, please remember to act how you're supposed to, he pleaded lightly. Please don't fight too hard for them. Our situation is too delicate right now. Just, go in, do your job, and try to emotionally distance yourself from the specimens until further notice. I really don't want anything to happen to you. Choromatsu formed a small smile. I appreciate your concern, he nodded. But don't worry about me. I'll be fine, I promise. I hope so. I'll be careful. I just worry about Osomatsu and Choromatsu, is all, said Choromatsu. But anyway, we can talk about something else now. I'm sorry to be pestering you with all this talk of work and philosophical ideologies and whatnot. All right. With that, the two alien friends went on to talk idly about day-to-day life unrelated to the humans. Soon, they arrived at the apartment complex just outside Claustra's orbit and bid each other a good night before disappearing off into their rooms. And that was the end of their day. Intermission. End Chapter 29. Chapter 30, The Altruism of an Animal. Wow. The music and gentle ambience that had been serenading everyone's senses came to an instant halt as a foreign utterance came about from the bushes. 5 children, 5 friends sitting in a circle while playing, each and all froze upon hearing this bizarre noise. It was a noise none had ever heard before, a voice sounding very animalistic. A child, one managing a row of their toys and play tools, felt a shockwave of panic and adrenaline begin to boil inside their chest as they observed what it was that had made this odd sound. It was an animal. A real-life, wild animal. What was this? What was this anomaly of nature? This was a creature they were unfamiliar with, and it wasn't meant to exist in this setting. No, not on Atra. This was surreal, abnormal. And for a moment, the child was frozen in surprise. The creature, it looked so dirty. Its mouth was slightly agape, showcasing a row of omnivorous teeth ready to be utilized in a vicious fight. Its eyes were forward-facing, sharp and focused like a large primate with mindless, feral intentions of predation. To the child, it looked crazed, its fur askew and body covered in mud. At least, they hoped it was mud and not blood. Absolutely startled by the hairy organism and its unforeseen appearance, the child jumped to their feet and stumbled back. As they did so, they quickly lost their footing and slipped, careening backwards without control. Every time they tried to remedy one misstep with another, their balance continued to fail until they finally found themselves flailing off the edge of the cliff they'd been sitting so close to. Their left foot slid down the wall of the cliff as their body plummeted down toward the water. Then, in the blink of an eye, the odd-looking organism darted forward and grabbed them by the hand. The child's eyes went wide as their right hand was snatched up, tugging their body against the current of gravity and stopping their fall in an instant. As they stood there with only their tiptoes touching the edge, panic caught up to them and they threw out their other 5 hands, grabbing onto the animal in desperation. They hadn't been thinking clearly in the moment, they just wanted to be saved. The animal took this cue and hauled the little Horovagan up without problem, back to safety. There, the two stood, staring at each other as relief washed over both. Wep. Tart saw esolk, tinaseda t. The animal opened its mouth to make noise, but that was all it seemed to be, nonsensical noise. The child made a foreign expression, one filled with awe and confusion. But, it was short-lived. The moment the child noticed their friends staring at the animal in horror, they too took on the mob mentality of disgust and slapped the creature's hands away. And with that, they ran. The child sat in a chair, staring blankly at the ground as they thought it over for the 100th time. These events had happened about 3 days ago. During this individual's nature exposure period and social playtime, one of the specimens from a nearby classroom had escaped. The creature, apparently known as a human, had ended up wandering just beyond the school's campus, entering the forest and following their trail to the little hideout behind the waterfall. Here was where the child and their friends had encountered the thing for the very first time. It was also here that the creature first displayed a sense of humanity, a sense of decision-making capabilities and a sense of empathy, all this in the one simple act of deciding to consciously save the child who was about to fall. Even after this event, the human had immediately taken on a curious parental role over them, as if it actually had regard for their well-being. It took toys away that it perceived to be dangerous, it kept them from taking riskier routes through the woods, and it even seemed to chatter on vocally whenever they did something it saw as threatening in any way. It was an intriguing behavior, to say the least. Not one the child had ever seen before in a specimen. As the child sat in the chair, the environment around them was calm and quiet. They sat in a hallway on the first floor of the administrative office within their campus, awaiting their turn to speak to an adult. 1 or 2 individuals passed by as they waited patiently and without disruption. Finally, the child heard an internal beep emanate from their brain chip. An automatic pop-up in the form of a hologram appeared before its face with a few blinking lights and a new objective. The objective history was present in the visual as well, showing older commands such as enter cafeteria and attend 19 hours 98 minutes class, along with several others that had already been completed. Now, the child's current task was to enter the office it had been waiting outside. The counselor was ready for them, it seemed. The child hopped down from the little chair it had been sitting in and turned, approaching the closed door nigh. It tapped a scanner on the side of the door, which initiated an automatic identity scan before sending a notifying beep the counselor's way. Upon receiving this beep, the door was unlocked and opened on its own, allowing the child to enter. Ah! The counselor, sitting in a rather calm and cozy room, sent the child what was equivalent to a warm smile. "I've been waiting for you. Come on in." The child nodded to their superior and meekly entered, the door shutting behind. Inside this room, there were all kinds of fun colors and knickknacks a child would find appealing. Before a soft, fluffy couch was a table with games and toys sitting upon it. Posted up on the walls were poorly-drawn digital pieces done by children who had been there previously for troubles or concerns. There was a bookshelf with all kinds of topics present for the counselor, many of which included words too long or complicated for the child to read. There was even a copy of the synopsis of the sociomoral tenet for the rudimentary novitiate, present for all to see. And finally, there was the counselor. Choromatsu, a bright, young novice who did exceptionally well teaching, guiding, and counseling the children of the school while appearing no more intimidating than a puppy. That was his job, after all. He needed to be relatable, loving, and trustworthy in order to successfully help the children who came in to see him. "Have a seat on the couch," Choromatsu encouraged, leaning in energetically. "Get comfortable. I'm here to listen to whatever you have to say." The young student stood for a moment before slowly taking a seat on the bouncy couch. They kept their gaze down and energy low as they sat quietly before the counselor, saying nothing for several long seconds. Choromatsu detected the reluctance and was quick to gently pry. "So," he began, hands clasped together whilst keeping up his optimistic demeanor. "I've been told you've been very quiet these past few days. Your professors are getting worried, you know. You haven't been participating as much during class, either. What's the problem? You want to talk about it?" The child pulled their hands together and began fiddling with their fingers, clearly nervous to speak. Choromatsu looked at them for a long time before probing with more questions. "Does it have to do with the incident from the other day?" he inquired, cocking his head. "I know you were one of the students who found the animal when it got loose. I wonder if it was really overwhelming to be put in that situation. Did it scare you?" Still, the child remained quiet. "Do you feel like talking to me about it?" Finally, the child looked up at the social relations counselor, eyes wide and innocent. "Counselor, I have a question," they stated in a little voice. "Of course," Choromatsu nodded. "Ask away." Well, the small child kept their voice quiet as they proceeded to inquire. "Are animals bad?" Curious, Choromatsu cocked his head as he eyed the other. "What do you mean? Is it bad to be an animal?" reiterated the younger. "Is it bad?" The social relations counselor shook his head. "Of course not. Animals aren't bad, they're just different from us." As if reciting from years of indoctrination, the child said, "They're different because they're inferior." "Well, I wouldn't say inferior, but just not as developed as we are," Choromatsu explained softly. "You don't want to think of animals as insignificant, but rather, small. Little. They're just tinier than us." The alien proceeded to emphasize with grand gestures as he spoke. "Meanwhile, us people are big, strong, and super-duper smart. Animals act on instinct, but we act on our own moral code. We're altruistic in that sense. Does that make sense?" The child wrinkled their nose. "What's altruistic?" they asked. "Altruism means that you do something nice for someone just for the sake of being nice," he told them. "If you're altruistic, you don't care about any risks or rewards that come with your actions. You like to help others just because. Are animals altruistic?" Well, Choromatsu rubbed his chin and squinted, thinking hard. "That's hard to say. Probably not, but, well, maybe. Animals can be nice to each other too, I guess, so, by definition, yeah, I'd say so. If animals can be nice like people, then why are we so mean to them?" Choromatsu formed a deeply intrigued expression as the child asked this. "Oh," he uttered hesitantly. "You know, you're asking a lot of interesting questions. How do you think we're mean to the animals?" "I don't know," shrugged the smaller alien. "Maybe, when we learn about them in class. What happens when you learn about them in class? They put the animal up front and we get to take turns looking at it, explained the child. Sometimes they poke them with needles or let us take samples to study. I always liked doing that. But lately, I feel like the animals have been looking sad. They look sad, huh? Yeah, they nodded. But I know animals can't feel pain, so why are they so sad? It makes me sad. Choromatsu frowned at this. This child, they were pushing some tough boundaries here. When did you start noticing they looked sad? He asked. I don't know, the other shrugged again. Choromatsu leaned back in his chair as he tapped on his computer, opening up a holographic interface with notes. He skimmed briefly through them as he continued. Regarding your recent encounter with one of the specimens, could you tell me what happened? Yeah, they nodded. I was playing with my friends in the forest. We have a secret base there, and we were all playing in it. I was helping cut open a plant we found when suddenly, we heard a noise. It was a weird noise, like an animal cooing. Then, when we looked up, we saw the specimen. What were you feeling when you first saw the specimen? I felt scared, replied the child. It looked kind of scary. It had these big eyes and it stood on 2 feet like us. Its head had fuzzy hair on it, too. And it had this weird fabric wrapped around its tummy, like a little blanket. It really surprised me. What did you do? At first, I jumped, like this. The small Horovagan child made a little UMPH sound as they jumped in their seat, mimicking how startled they had been in the shared memory. And then, I fell back. I almost fell off the rock and into the water. Oh no. Choromatsu cried, matching the child's energy. Did you catch yourself? The child lowered their eyes and fiddled with their fingers. No, they mumbled. But, the animal did. Choromatsu paused, sincerely surprised to hear this. Wait, he began. You're saying the animal caught you before you could fall? Yeah. The counselor filled his lungs deeply before giving a slow exhalation. The human saved you, he reiterated. Is that correct? Yeah. I didn't hear anything about this, Choromatsu frowned. I didn't tell anyone, the other claimed. I see. Truly an odd scenario, Choromatsu thought. He wasn't typically much of a thinker nor a philosopher by any means, but it did strike him as unorthodox to hear about a wild beast acting in the moment to save a Horovagan from harm's way. What an intriguing sentiment. Sure, this wasn't a life or death situation they were talking about, but something this small dazzled the counselor with interest. And even more intriguing, this was a human they were talking about, the same organism his best friend was studying on the down low. A creature claimed by those who had seen it to be highly intelligent and capable. Such an entity made the conscious decision in that single moment to help a stranger Horovagan in need. And that was absolutely remarkable. It was no wonder Choromatsu was so invested in researching this species. Now, however, Choromatsu was faced with a slight dilemma. He wasn't typically approached with this sort of problem in adolescent Horovagans. Most understood an animal's place in their society and refused to question it. This child, however, in a way, it reminded him of himself when he was younger. Curious, wide-eyed, ready to learn and to understand and do the right thing. This child, following the events from the other day, had a sincere desire to know if animals were worth being treated better. And Choromatsu's job required him to convince the poor kid otherwise. Choromatsu gave a hard swallow, feeling rather conflicted in how he needed to go about counseling this child. On one hand, he agreed with the child's regard toward the human and other specimens. He could never say it aloud, but the ill treatment of animals in their culture was a rampant problem that nobody else cared to solve. It was always justified one way or another, whether by claims of a small sacrifice for a greater good, or claims that animals couldn't feel pain at all. The largely unempathetic regard toward non-Horovagan kind was indoctrinated in the youth from birth, and it was a hard, if not impossible, system to challenge. Choromatsu knew that if he went about spouting animal rights propaganda, he'd be swiftly taken care of, demoted, fired, fixed, or even worse. That said, he couldn't bear to break the light in the child's eyes. Finally, the counselor sighed and spoke. You know, I think you're pretty wise to be considering how an animal might be feeling, Choromatsu told the child with a big smile. It shows that you're someone who's capable of lots of empathy. But, it feels wrong, the child slumped. I don't think I'm allowed to be worried when an animal is sad. That's weakness. Empathy towards animals is one of the great temptations that leads to a lazy professional. I feel ashamed to be feeling this way. You shouldn't feel ashamed of your emotions, the counselor said in an encouraging tone. It's what you do with those emotions that matter. What I do with them. Yeah. Choromatsu pressed his hands together and leaned in. Your actions define you, not your feelings. I don't know, the child rubbed their arm in uncertainty. I still feel shameful. These feelings are wrong, and I know it. I'm a bad person, aren't I? With a little whimper, they went on to say, I hate myself. Choromatsu frowned at this, looking softly to the other. Listen, your self-worth shouldn't derive from your ability to fit in, Choromatsu told him in a gentle tone. You're not hurting anyone by feeling sorry for the animals. I'm hurting myself by allowing myself to feel sorry for the animals, argued the other. It's bad to think this way. I'm so frustrated. Choromatsu twisted his lips thoughtfully. He knew, as a counselor in this society, the kind of things he was supposed to say, but to actually say them, it was difficult. He pondered on an appropriate response for a moment before finally replying. You know, a wise uncle once said, true humility is the only antidote to shame, Choromatsu recited. So, maybe try to humble yourself a little. Know that you're not perfect, and that it's okay to be feeling these things. It's just what makes you Horovagan. The child sighed. So what am I supposed to do? They asked. I still get sad every time I see a new specimen to study in class. Well, Choromatsu looked up as he contemplated while toying with a pen. What do you think the right thing to do is? The smaller gave a big, childish shrug. I mean, I could always. Choromatsu raised a brow. You could always what? Nothing, the child shook their head. That might not be a good answer. Choromatsu was curious by this remark, but didn't pry further. With a big HM8. The counselor got up from his seat and approached the bookshelf. He skimmed through the books with a finger outstretched, scanning through them until finally stopping at the sociomoral tenet for the rudimentary novitiate. He curled his index finger over the top of the book's spine and pulled it out by its corner. Then, he flipped it open and began searching through the chapters. He explored the pages for a few moments before stopping at a section about animals and the way their minds worked. With this, he handed the open book to the child. Here, he offered with a smile. I know this is a book you've studied a lot over the years, but it might be helpful to reread some of it. The child took the book from his hands and glanced at the pages as he continued. Who knows, maybe it'll inspire you. Choromatsu grinned. The best counseling comes from our own tenet, after all. The elder sat back in his chair and leaned in. As far as these thoughts you're having go, just remember that it's normal for someone as young and impressionable as you to experience some confusion about the ways of our society. Do the proper research, and don't beat yourself up over things like this, okay? There's no such thing as a perfect person. Okay. The Horovagan child sighed before opening their mouth to speak once more. Can I ask one more thing? Of course, Choromatsu nodded. Why do you think the specimen was so nice to me? The counselor's smile grew to one of slight uncertainty. Well, it's hard to say. I don't really know, myself. Maybe, it's a mommy animal, and it thought you were its babies. Choromatsu chuckled at this thought, though the child remained quiet. Anyway, is there anything else I can help you with today? The counselor asked. Millimeter, the child sighed. No, I don't think so. All right. In that case, why don't you go rest for a bit before your next class? He suggested. Some reading and a nap could really help. Or, Have you eaten lunch yet? Maybe you can grab a snack before anything else. Yeah, that sounds good, said the younger, standing from the couch and holding the book in their arms. I'll go do that. Thank you, counselor. Of course. I'm happy to help anytime. Choromatsu smiled. Come back if you're still having trouble, okay? I'll be right here, ready to listen. Okay. Choromatsu waved goodbye as the child began walking toward the exit. The door opened before them and shut behind, and there, the child was left to think on their own. Intermission. Good morning, Osomatsu and Choromatsu. These lively words echoed into the enclosure that was the human's permanent home, emitted by none other than Choromatsu. The behaviorist stood tall with his notepad in hand, taking a moment to jot down a few observations while greeting his subjects. Behind him, Ichimatsu stood beside the higher-up and quietly watched as Choromatsu did his job. Below the bright, young novice sat two somber individuals, smelly and flea-ridden. Osomatsu and Choromatsu hugged their knees tight as they sat against the glass, the soles of their feet dirty and their hair unkempt. Dark patches sat beneath their eyes and both looked exhausted and feral in their physical state. It didn't seem like either had left their spot since the last meal. Have you two explored your new home yet? Choromatsu tried to smile, attempting to initiate conversation. It doesn't look like either of you have bathed. Not feeling up for playtime in the water, huh? No, we're not. Can we just skip this and get on with things already? Osomatsu snapped. I'm not in the mood for your shitty small talk. Still in a bad mood, I see. Choromatsu sighed. You know, getting up and looking around might help you feel better. You could climb the tree, swing on some vines, play in the water, it could be fun. I think you should. Did you not hear me? The eldest glared at the other, interrupting without care. I just told you, I'm not in the mood for this. Do whatever you came here to do and let's get this over with. The behaviorist slumped his shoulders as the human spat these words with a snarl. He then turned and looked to his higher-up for direction. The higher-up stared down Osomatsu with a glare of his own, thinking carefully before looking back up at Choromatsu and sending him a silent nod. Choromatsu took this and went ahead with his next instruction. All right then, he told the two men. If you would both please stand and follow us to one of the many testing rooms available here in this facility, we can get started with today's proceedings. Osomatsu sent Choromatsu a brief look, one soft and gentle as he examined his friend's devastated demeanor. Then, he sighed. He reached over and took his cellmate by the hand and stood, pulling the other up along with him. Choromatsu passively got to his feet as he was hauled up, hardly bothering to so much as look at the aliens before him. Upon standing, both humans' wristbands were activated and muzzles appeared over their faces. They were then led out from their habitat and onto the hovering platform waiting for them outside. The five individuals stood and watched as enclosures went by while the platform moved along through the massive hall. They soon made it to the exit and went through the pastel room before entering a new hall, one neither had stepped foot in before. Inside this room were a few teleporters, one of which they utilized to travel to another part of the planet-wide facility. Just a few more hallways down, and they then arrived at the testing room. This testing room, it was as generic as the rest. Uniquely foreign in the most alienistic way, yet somehow standing out in no way whatsoever. Inside this new area, there was a specimen holding chamber at the edge of the large room. The humans were walked forward and made to sit inside this chamber, separated from each other by a translucent wall. They sat before the wall facing each other as they awaited instruction. The only significant items present and within reach of the humans were two large buttons planted into the ground before them. Both sat skeptical of their button, wary to push it without direction first. They couldn't help but ask themselves what the purpose of these buttons were, and wondered if they needed to worry. Outside of this two-roomed chamber, Choromatsu stood amidst his peers with his trademark notepad in hand. Aside from himself, his best friend, and their higher-up, there were also a few other Horavagans present in the room at this time. They each seemed busy with their own tasks and work, with one comparing chemicals in a vial and another working busily on a computer interface. The moment the bubble of food entered Osomatsu's space, his eyes went wide and he began to visibly drool. Ah, he sighed. Ahaha. God damn, that's good. Choromatsu, what is that? There's no way you actually cooked up some beef for us. It's a treat we provide on rare occasions for a few of our more carnivorous specimens, Choromatsu explained. It's not plant-based, either. That morsel is 100% freshly cooked and marinated muscle tissue from a grass-fed creature from our home planet. It's not really even specimen food, it's almost more like people food. As I said, treating a specimen to this kind of quality meat is a rare occasion. Wow! Osomatsu's eyes sparkled as he stared at the heavenly delicacy, swallowing some of his excess saliva. It had been a while since he'd eaten something that smelled so good. In fact, all he'd really eaten since his abduction was the equivalent of dog food for humans, and the proportions weren't great. He could really go for a steak or some meat, exactly what was being provided for him. It honestly seemed too good to be true. Choromatsu, returning to his senses now that the savory steak's aroma was out of reach, wrinkled a brow as he looked on at the tray. He then looked up at the ball of electricity above his own head. So, he began. Whoever doesn't get shocked, gets the treat. And whoever gets the treat, doesn't get shocked. Osomatsu grinned as he looked up at the food, tongue hanging out from his mouth like a hungry puppy. And that's me. Since, it's your turn and all. Whoa, wait. Choromatsu squinted. Can I just smell it one more time? Osomatsu blinked and glanced to the man as the other, without waiting for an answer, pressed the button. Once the bubble of meat was back in his chamber, Choromatsu's shoulders seemed to relax. Ah, he sighed, still standing tall as if to get closer. Such a rich aroma. It smells amazing. Osomatsu hesitated, then tried to laugh. Yeah, well, it's mine anyway, so, he said with an awkward grin. Well, hold on, Choromatsu frowned. Why is it automatically yours? Because it's your turn to get shocked, Osomatsu said matter-of-factly. It would have been my turn if we were still following the routine, the other explained. Now we're on the second trial. Everything is reset. It's not fair to keep the same rules when the game has changed. Come on, Choromatsu, let's not fight over this, the other told him. It's your turn to get shocked, and also, I'm older than you, so that automatically means I get the treat. Let's accept it and move on. Bullshit, Choromatsu huffed, unamused. Then, he turned to Choromatsu. Choromatsu, is there only one treat, or are there more? There's only one, Choromatsu replied. Then, how about this? Choromatsu folded his arms as he turned back to his cellmate. We split it. One bigger piece, one smaller piece. Whoever gets shocked can have the bigger piece, and whoever. I'll take the hit, Osomatsu blurted as he raised a hand quickly. That was fast, Choromatsu muttered. Wait, if I take the hit, then. The eldest formed a skeptical expression. How do I know you won't just eat it all yourself? If we made an agreement, then why would I do that? Why wouldn't you? It's what I'd do. Choromatsu let out a sigh. Yeah, okay, you take the hit, and I'll give you the bigger piece, he promised. Deal. Millimeter. Osomatsu looked the other up and down, squinting and judging. Then, he nodded. All right, deal. Okay. At this time, the ball of electricity grew large enough and finally burst. Osomatsu yelped as he was dealt a heavy shock. Meanwhile, the bubble in the other chamber popped, and Choromatsu caught the tray in his hands. He licked his lips and plopped down, satisfied with this outcome. As he went ahead to break the piece of steak into two, Choromatsu nodded approvingly. Looks like they still found a way to cooperate for an equal outcome, he noted. Interesting. With now two small pieces of the morsel of food, Choromatsu knocked on the chamber glass to get Choromatsu's attention. Hey, can you hand this to Osomatsu? He asked. Choromatsu hesitated before looking to his superior for guidance. His superior thought for a moment, then sighed and nodded. Choromatsu smiled and walked forward, opening the chamber and taking Osomatsu's piece from Choromatsu. Then, he delivered it to the other chamber, leaving both humans to dine happily on their small bite of meat. Ah, God! Osomatsu moaned, mouth full. This is orgasmic. I've died and gone to heaven. I'd do anything for more of this, Choromatsu added. I don't even know what animal I'm eating, but it's amazing. Intoxicating, said the eldest. For sure. As the two humans chowed down on their small bites of meat, Choromatsu couldn't help but to grin. They're really enjoying it, he chuckled. These treats are like drugs for these animals. It is kind of cute, Ichimatsu admitted. They've practically inhaled it. It's like they've never eaten before. Right. The two humans finished their treats and took a moment to relish in the feeling of having consumed such a warm, savory snippet of a meal. This seemed to leave them both in better moods, having made everything up until now almost worth it. And with the second trial complete, it was finally time for the third and final trial. All right, Choromatsu announced, pressing his hands together. We're on to the last portion of the experiment. This one is going to be a little different and, perhaps, a little frustrating. Hopefully you two will be able to work it out. Okay, Osomatsu sighed, placing his head on his hand. What are we in for? In this trial, he began. The electrical current is going to now remain constant. No more is there going to be a slow build-up, but instead, a consistent flow of electricity. You mean, the shock isn't going to stop? The eldest frowned at this. Nope, the other confirmed. And, not only that, but because of this, the only one who will be able to press the button will be he who isn't getting shocked. So in other words, Choromatsu brought his knees back up to his chest, falling back into the timid demeanor he had held before eating the treat. Osomatsu and I are going to have to do our best to even it out again. That's entirely up to you, Choromatsu told them. You also have the option to not press the button at all, of course. It's your choice. So, Choromatsu? Osomatsu turned back to his friend. We taking turns again? Well, I guess so, Choromatsu sighed. It's only fair. In that case, Choromatsu said. Let us begin. On cue with the alien's words, a flash of lights burst from Choromatsu's chamber. He let out a scream as he was shot with electricity, static hopping to and fro upon his skin. The high-voltage energy bolted through his veins at incredible speed, triggering his muscles to spasm uncontrollably as he succumbed to the shock. He collapsed to the ground, losing all power over his muscles as he suffered. Gya! He yelled. Ah shit, Osomatsu hummed as he looked as his cellmate writhed in pain on the floor. Okay, 5 seconds, how about 5 seconds? Does that sound okay? Choromatsu couldn't respond and could only verbally cringe as he twitched and convulsed. Osomatsu looked to the aliens, then back at Choromatsu with a grimace. Oh okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hack. Choromatsu sucked air into his lungs in a loud gasp as the button was pressed. He coughed and rolled over on his stomach, trembling after taking such a hit. Thank God it was over for the moment. This shock seemed a little more intense than the previous ones. He relished in the absence of the static as he breathed in and out heavily. He was so relieved that he almost didn't hear Osomatsu's yell as he began receiving the electrical current instead. God, that hurt. He cringed. Choromatsu, did you guys turn up the amp? Just a little bit, Choromatsu replied with a guilty smile. Choromatsu sat up and rubbed his head, letting out a small moan as he got the feeling in his muscles back. He took his time coming back to the present moment, immediately forgetting about the 5-second rule and allowing Osomatsu to get shocked for about 10. Oh crap. The moment the man realized he'd taken up more than 5 seconds, he quickly reached a hand out and slapped the button. Following this act, he, of course, became the sudden target for the electrical current. Osomatsu collapsed and gasped for air, taking a few seconds to breathe. Be bastard, he heaved. That was way more than 5 seconds. The eldest groaned and stretched, trying to work his muscles back to normal as he took his turn, relishing in the freedom of not being shocked. Without realizing it, 15 seconds passed before he turned his attention back to the button. Okay, that's about 5 seconds, he said dumbly to himself. Ozo. Trapped in his electrifying state, Choromatsu gurgled out the name of the only one who could save him from the torment. He struggled to reach forward and press the button himself, but could make almost no progress in doing so. Finally, Osomatsu reached out. Just before pressing the button, he hesitated briefly. Then, he pushed it. God! Choromatsu gasped as he was relieved from the electrical current, which shifted over to Osomatsu's side. Idiot! As the trial continued, the two humans found it more and more difficult to press the button. Each took just a few seconds longer every time, relishing far too much in the relief. Their 5-second deal quickly devolved into 10, 15, then 20 seconds as each struggled to recover and mentally prepare himself for the next shock. The aliens observed as Specimen A became more agitated with every passing shock, whereas Specimen B grew more and more panicked. Their casual, one-sided communication during each turn rapidly declined into curses and insults. It was only a few minutes of this before Choromatsu had regressed back to the anxiety-ridden state he had been in at the start of the experiment. I don't want to do this anymore. Choromatsu cried out during one of Osomatsu's turns, getting shocked. Are we almost done? Choromatsu. Outside the chamber, Choromatsu turned to his superior. They're becoming more distressed, he noted with a frown. Shall we stop? The head of behavioral studies shook his head apathetically. Just a little longer, commanded the higher-up. All right. Choromatsu bit his lip as he pressed the button, taking on the painful electricity and leaving Osomatsu to catch his breath. The moment Osomatsu was freed from the electricity's grasp, he opened his mouth to speak. Damn it! Osomatsu shouted, clenching his fists furiously. You're taking way too long. What the hell happened to 5 seconds? The eldest took his sweet time before pressing the button, doing so in a rough manner followed by a pained scream as he was shocked. Once Choromatsu was freed, he held himself tight and gave a yell. I don't want to do this anymore. I can't. He hesitated, waiting the 5 seconds and several more before shakily pressing the button. Meanwhile, the aliens continued to watch as their behavior deteriorated. It wasn't until several more minutes went by when Choromatsu finally gave in. He reached toward the button to press it and endure yet another shock, but couldn't do it. His hand dropped, defeated. I can't, he whimpered. I can't take this. No more, please. The weakened man looked up at the aliens with a pleading expression. I give up, he told them. I give up. As Osomatsu was continuously electrocuted, he managed to scream out Choromatsu's name, pained and angry. Choromatsu, he called hoarsely, desperately. Choromatsu rapidly shook his head and backed away from the button, hugging his knees tight while quivering. He couldn't do this anymore. A small part of him had hoped coming out of his enclosure and undergoing a mild test could cheer him up, but, of course, it had only made things worse. He couldn't care less at this point whether Osomatsu was hurting, as his instincts had long kicked in and all that was on his mind was self-preservation. He didn't want to be the one making the decision to put himself in harm's way anymore. He was exhausted. Something had broken, and he'd stopped caring entirely. Shit! Osomatsu screamed. Choromatsu! Make him stop! Choromatsu cried, slapping two hands over his ears and shaking his head again. Please, make all of this stop. Millimeter! Choromatsu awoke from his anxious trance, having been watching the scene unfold before him. He turned to his superior, the one who had given that little hum, and spoke up. Sir? He asked. Are we done here? Yeah, the higher-up nodded. We're done. Specimen B has caved and now refuses to act, meaning Specimen A would otherwise be shocked indefinitely. As expected, when dealt with enough pain or stress, these animals will stop working together and focus solely on their own well-being. Just as we hypothesized. With that, the higher-up turned to Ichimatsu. Deactivate the electrical current, he ordered. Ichimatsu obeyed the order and quietly went to the computer, doing as he was told. Within moments, the controlled electricity dissipated, and both humans were left to take a moment and breathe. Osomatsu's back rose and sank as he gasped heavily for air. Huff, huff, huff. He breathed. Kara, Matsu. Body trembling and muscles weak, the enraged man slowly lifted himself up to face his cellmate. Choromatsu looked back at him, eyes wide and fearful. You damn asshole! He roared. You broke our deal. I don't care if you're frustrated, don't just leave me to suffer like that. Choromatsu clenched his teeth, eyes filling with tears. He buried his face into his arms as he went on to apologize. I'm sorry. The higher-up looked between the two pitiful creatures with no emotion whatsoever. Millimeter, he hummed. Yeah, Ichimatsu, I recommend sedating them before drawing blood. Ah, Ichimatsu nodded. Okay. After watching what had happened, Ichimatsu had forgotten entirely about his task to get a blood sample afterwards. The fourth eldest glanced over each human with a lump of guilt stuck lingering in his chest. Like Choromatsu, he hated seeing the humans suffer. It wasn't necessarily his job to hurt them, he was just doing as he was told. There wasn't anything else they could do. Ichimatsu just needed to keep emotionally distancing himself for now. Swallowing the guilt away, Ichimatsu breathed in through his nose before exhaling. Then, he nodded his head. Inside the chamber, Osomatsu slapped a hand to his neck as he felt a small prick break skin. What the? He muttered, feeling his neckband. Oh no, not again. Choromatsu too felt a small needle pierce through his skin from the neckband and went to scratch the spot. Of course, this was all familiar. They were being sedated yet again. Damn, Osomatsu grumbled, falling to his knees. Damn it all. Choromatsu looked up at the other just in time to see him collapse to the ground unconscious. Only seconds later did Choromatsu himself feel dizzy, soon falling to his side and shutting his heavy eyelids. Before they knew it, both were asleep. Choromatsu sighed and stepped forward, opening both sides of the chamber and walking inside. He knelt beside Osomatsu and examined him, making sure he was asleep before turning to his partner. Do you want us to relocate them over to a bed so you can take the blood sample? He asked Ichimatsu. Millimeter, Ichimatsu hummed thoughtfully. Yeah, that would be best. Okay. With the two humans out cold, they were both transferred from the floor to a couple testing tables nearby. Their bodies lied helplessly on the cold tables as Ichimatsu retrieved the tools necessary for taking blood. Then, he approached their sleeping bodies and began to draw blood from each of them. Once the blood sample was taken from each human, the higher-up helped his two subordinates transport the humans back to their enclosure. With the use of transportation bubbles, the humans were dropped off at their enclosure, Choromatsu having been set nicely on the cave floor while Osomatsu was placed curled up at the base of the tree. At this time, Ichimatsu departed from the group and left Choromatsu and the head of behavioral studies to stand outside the enclosure for one final talk. The grand hall of specimen exhibits was silent for a few moments as Choromatsu jotted a word or two down in his notepad. Once finished, he put the notepad away and took one last, long look at the humans sleeping inside their enclosure. Then, he glanced at his higher-up. If Choromatsu ever needed a moment alone with his superior, now was the time. Hey, he began, attracting the higher-up's attention. Sir, is it okay if I inquire regarding tomorrow's proceedings? Go ahead, nodded the other. Look, I know my opinions haven't always been taken very seriously in the past, he began, fidgeting uncomfortably. After all, I'm just an animal behaviorist of the lowest rank. And, by bringing this up, I have no intention of undermining your authority, nor do I mean any disrespect toward you or your decisions as a higher-up. Choromatsu, where are you going with this? The higher-up asked, unamused. Choromatsu breathed in deeply through his nose, then exhaled through his mouth. I feel the need to continue pushing and insist that you cancel tomorrow's spectrology report. Choromatsu, the higher-up warned. Just hear me out, pleaded the younger. The human specimens are already under immense stress from the relocation to Claustra and their new exhibit, and I believe that we would be doing ourselves a major disservice by forcing them to undergo another spectrology report on top of everything. The more distressed our animals are, the harder it's going to be to train and condition them, you know? The head of behavioral studies sent a cold glance Choromatsu's way. Choromatsu shivered and stammered before continuing. I mean, Specimen B has already communicated to me that it will become aggressive if we attempt to. What? The higher-up's eyes narrowed as he heard this. Yeah, Choromatsu mumbled meekly. Specimen B, it had a very poor reaction before and said it would fight if we attempted another. Specimen B, it told you it would fight? The higher-up's gaze grew colder. Well, yes, but I believe it was just trying to convey that its fight or flight would activate if it had to endure a spectrology report again, Choromatsu tried to say, twisting the words to fit a more logical narrative. It just wanted to warn us. I think it's scared, is all. What do you think it's scared of? I'm not sure, Choromatsu swallowed. Perhaps it is the nature of the spectrology report itself that's to be feared. I'm aware it causes them some amount of pain. That, or Specimen B is holding on to some significant trauma that it's afraid to relive. My bet is going toward the latter, remarked the other. It will certainly be intriguing to find out what it is that's causing it so much grief. Choromatsu frowned. Why don't we just wait? He suggested hopefully. We can reschedule the spectrology report for a future date, perhaps when the humans are feeling a bit more comfortable in their new home. The spectrology report is taking place tomorrow, the higher-up stated. If you have any further issues with it, I suggest taking it up with the head animuologist, as this is really their deal and not ours. Could you maybe talk to them on my behalf? Choromatsu asked, wearing a cute smile. I worry it's not my place approaching them myself. I couldn't talk on your behalf even if I wanted to, said the higher-up. I don't believe your concerns are significant enough to waste the animuologist's time. And I don't think the animuologist will think so, either. I see. Defeated, Choromatsu slumped his shoulders and dropped his gaze to the floor with a sigh. Of course, nothing was going to stop them from doing whatever the hell they wanted with these human beings. Choromatsu was going to have a bad time tomorrow. If anything, the higher-up began. Perhaps this will make it easier to train the humans. I don't think so, Choromatsu shook his head. They respond very poorly to harsh treatment. They're sensitive like that, we all know this. Yes, but they're also stubborn, huffed the other. They respond poorly to positive reinforcement, too. Not always, corrected the subordinate. If you're patient enough with them, they'll usually follow instructions willingly. Perhaps. The higher-up twisted his lips. Being patient with animals like these is a challenge at times. That's one thing I have to commend you on, is your patience. Just don't let them take advantage of you for it. Of course. Anyway, you have a seminar to attend, no? Reminded the head of behavioral studies. We should probably get going. All right. Choromatsu took a deep breath before activating the platform they stood upon. With just the click of a button, it began to move and the humans' enclosure got further and further from their gaze. The humans will just have to suck it up tomorrow, I guess. Yes, they will. And with that, the scene came to an end. Intermission. End chapter 30.